Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Executive Policy Committee of Tuesday, February 17th. We're gathered today, I should say, on Treaty 1 territory in the homeland of the Red River Métis, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, the Innu and Dakota peoples, and our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. I'm joined today by Councillors Santos, Lukes, Duncan, Brawadi, and Eadie. Our CAO, Mr. Joe Dunford, clerks, and other members of the public service as well, and many members of the community and the public. I want to thank everyone for being here today and express appreciation to all who are going to be participating in today's meeting. We are going to hear from everybody. We have a long list of speakers and delegates that we're going to get to in just a few moments, but we have a couple of matters. First of all, we need to have a motion to receive the previous minutes. Thank you, Councillor Lukes. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. And then we also have some addendum items, I think, that need to be added to our agenda today.
Your Worship, I'd like to move that we suspend the rules for addendum items 17 to 19 first.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried.
I'd also like to move suspension of the rules to deal with two additional delegations, specifically Councillor Rollins and Jeff Lieberman.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. As I said, we are, before we turn it to our clerk to call our first delegate up, as I said, we do have a number of delegates today, and we want to get to everybody. So we have a 5-minute clock that everyone's going to get. It's going to be my recommendation that we stick to 5 minutes, a presentation of up to 5 minutes. If we start going over an extension, adding extensions of time, it would be unfair, I think, to the speakers who are speaking much later on because they would have to wait even longer. So, so we're going to stick to the 5-minute delegation time as well, and look forward to discussing items that are on the agenda and ask that we exercise this democratic right in a respectful way, really focused on the agenda items today. So with that, Madam Clerk, we'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Just before we get into the delegations, we have a number of people who are no longer able to join us and a long list of delegations. So I'm going to be calling names out 3 at a time. If you can come down to the bench when your name is called, we're going to keep things moving. And for anyone who's participating via Zoom, just a reminder that unless you've joined the Zoom meeting with a recognized name, we're not permitting unknown participants into the Zoom meeting just due to the number of delegations. So first up, we're going to hear from Councillor Wyatt, Transcona Ward, to be heard with respect to Report 7 and Report 12.
Okay, you're having trouble hearing back there? Okay. So I think it's, pardon me? We'll talk louder. I think Councillor Wyatt, you're up, so yeah, you're up, so.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Come. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate suspending the rules to hear me. I recall the first time when I came to EPC many years with Mayor Glenn Murray, and I needed the rules suspended. He wouldn't suspend them for me, and it was a bit of a shouting match at that point. But thank you, Your Worship, for having me this morning. I was ready to speak, then I changed my mind. But then I thought this morning, no, I'm going to come to speak. I actually dreamt about this, waking up this morning, believe it or not. And I stand before you, Mr. Mayor, just simply because I'll take a step back, I guess. This issue was actually something that was not to my attention. I did not read about anything in the paper about it. I did not see it come forward in the RIS system when it appeared on the agenda. How did I become aware of it? I became aware of it on Thursday when I received a call from a gentleman by the name of Kevin Corsical. Kevin is an elder, and he's an amazing man. He was my counselor at Aurora. He's led over 1,000 sweat lodges. He leads a Sundance outside of Lebo every summer. He does healing. As a matter of fact, that day on Thursday, he was driving back from Brandon after doing a healing ceremony in Brandon. And he was expressing concern he had heard about this bylaw. So Kevin has never called me on a political issue before. He's done amazing things for me. And so I started immediately looking into it. And I read it, and I had concerns, you know. And I'm concerned at times when we look at tightening rules regarding public protest, especially at times when we're still in the bit of the heat of the issue. It's better to write laws, I always say, or bylaws when things have calmed down and we have the ability to think kind of collectively calmly. But then I did a bit more research as well, Mr. Mayor. I did reach out to Jeff Lieberman of the Jewish Federation of Winnipeg. On Friday, him and I spoke. And he explained to me what was happening. Namely, what happened at the Israeli pavilion last summer at Folklorama, where people were walking in and they had to hear hateful language coming in. Our members of our Winnipeg Police Service were there. They were so-called keeping the peace, but not necessarily keeping the peace under the law. That is, at a protest, if somebody comes at you lunging with a knife, that's very clear. You've forfeited your rights to public protest, and you should be subject to the actions under the law to uphold the peace. No different than a word, a knife, a hateful word, is the equivalent of a knife lunging at you. I have a feeling, Mr. Mayor, what's the situation facing us, and I sent a long email on Friday to the head of legal, and I CC the chief of police as well as some members of EPC who have sat on the police board before. And I said, I think the police members, our Winnipeg Police Service, do an amazing job, as you know, Mr. Mayor, the rank and file. I just think they possibly need some time to retool in terms of what we're facing. Because as I said to Jeff when we spoke on the phone, it doesn't matter whether you're right here and saying something hateful, or you're a block or two away because of this buffer and saying something hateful. Hate language is hate language. A knife is still a knife, in other words. And it should be subject to the laws of the land, which we already know in this country, thank God. Hate and hate language is not permitted with freedom of speech. And so, Mr. Mayor, I say that to you this, that I wasn't going to speak here today, but I also was reminded I'm allowed to share this. Some people have different teachings. I was given teachings by an Indigenous elder where I was allowed to share this, and that is when I was at Aurora, I gave tobacco to an elder by the name of Shelley M. MacDonald, and she bequeathed upon me my spirit name. My spirit name is Niba Wewen Makate Makwa Songadewin. I'm Standing Black Bear of Courage, and I'm of the Buffalo Clan. And I'm told that I'm supposed to speak out at times of courage like this, and to say what you believe and say what you mean. And so I've thought of that in terms of speaking here today, and I wanted to say this as somebody who, after I went into rehab in 2018, reached out and have an Indigenous son. I take very seriously the concerns of the Indigenous community, and I can tell you as a counselor, I heard twice, as a member of council, or seen twice and heard twice, hate. First time was when a previous mayor was here, and I saw in this square signage held up was basically Nazi slogans on it towards Mayor Cates. The last time was when I went down to the protest at Brady Landfill. I went there twice, and I was with the Indigenous community there, and I specifically went down on the Friday, I don't know if you recall, Mr. Mayor, when the city had ordered that the road was going to be open and people were going to be arrested and the court order upheld. I thought, well, I've been arrested before, maybe I'll be arrested again. And I went down there on the Friday, and I stood there with the Indigenous folks of Ancestry, and I heard the language being hurled from the street, from cars parked at the traffic light not far away. I thought to myself, this is not my Manitoba. And at the same time, Eagle appeared over our heads. I got emotional. I was standing beside an elder. Eagle stands for the sign of love. And the elder started entering into prayers, and I knew at that moment that I was supposed to be there. I can say to you, Mr. Mayor, that in my conversation with Jeff, and I want to bring it together this way, that Jeff said no one should be subject to this type of hate. Whether they be Indigenous or of Indigenous background, whether they be of Jewish background.
Can you conclude,
I would just
Councillor?
sum up with this. And a compromise was, I think, that in terms of this bylaw, I understand there's federal legislation coming forward that may not be ready, and our police may not be ready yet or trained. That maybe what we do is put a time-set clause on this bylaw, a date of 2 or 3 years, that the bylaw should expire or be revisited. And to give our Winnipeg Police Service a chance to tool and retrain so that they have the opportunity to enforce the law. And that's my thoughts on this bylaw, Mr. Mayor. I
Thank you,
hope
Councillor.
that the work done by Evan Duncan is not, I don't think he came from a wrong place. He came from a correct place in terms of what he did here and all the work he proceeded on this. And I wanted him to know that he doesn't stand alone on this issue.
Thank you,
So,
Councillor. Thank you. Questions at all? Okay. No, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. So we'll have, as hard as it'll be, there's rules in the chamber to not have, we call them presentations in the gallery, so please hold your applause or thoughts from the gallery. Just, that's the ongoing rules here, so thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, our next delegation is Councillor Rollins, joining us in person, and following Councillor Rollins will be Marianne Sorelli, then Andrew Cohan, and then Jordan Sheldon. So if I've called your name, please come down to the bench.
Good morning, Councillor.
Good morning. Mr. Mayor, council colleagues, what we're witnessing today is not just a controversy over a bylaw. It's a breakdown in policy that should concern every one of us, regardless of the perspectives we came here today with. 128 residents before noon on Friday registered to speak. That's unprecedented. Many more wanted to. The clerks can say it's unprecedented. It's never happened before. Did it break Demas? Time will tell. It reflects people who felt taken off guard by a rushed policy process, introduced and then abruptly moved back over the long weekend. And folks are here, folks are outside, asking to be heard. Perhaps many more want to be heard. 10 hours worth just in the registration time. I trust you'll hear and sit for days if necessary to hear from them. The procedural question before us should be simple. Will we honor that engagement, or will we manage it away? Given the only communication I've had from the CAO is similar to that has been answered publicly, that I should read the report, and perhaps I, like hundreds, misunderstand the report of the public service. And given that in answer to my many questions, the CAO also directed me that the answers are just in that report, or that I should read Councillor Duncan's CBC interview. Councillors, hundreds of people are here. Hundreds of people are here, Mr. Mayor. And is this the answer? I'm really, let that sink in, councillors. Let that sink in, that a council report that there was no council seminar on this. For the mover of the motion, there was one lone attempt in September to email me personally and say, I think there's a lot of alignment on this safe access bylaw between you and I. And I said, given your relative silence on issues, I'm surprised. I'll send it out for you. And then I heard nothing more. The public service undertook the policy development process that concluded council should recommend a safe access bylaw. Yet at no point was there a council seminar on the matter pertaining to public safety of this magnitude. At no point did the public service formally present their analysis to council. Our only opportunity is if you let them present it here. Their jurisdictional review, their charter considerations, and their operational implications to all members of council and the public, well, I have it in an email that it's all in the report. And I should just read Councillor Duncan's media. Well, Councillor Duncan is suggesting people cannot read the report, that misinformation is flowing. Please understand, I think you have a duty to clarify that today. And also to hear from the public service in full. As a city councillor on public safety, this should be critical to you, I think, as a member, and that I haven't had the opportunity to hear from the public service in a public forum, and that I haven't had the opportunity, and neither will anyone else, is a problem. Not a structured council seminar setting for this item. CAO and directors do that, Mr. Mayor, but if all else fails, you can. You can gather up council to talk about this, and that did not happen. Why? It's an email pertaining to the safety of the community. It's a council seminar pertaining to the safety of community. And it is a report that, if you receive as information, stands as the only public service advice on the matter since Mike Jack wrote a similar report years ago with a 180-degree difference. Procedurally, that I may never hear is not acceptable to me, but it is become the norm. Public safety bylaws demand the highest standard of process. They require transparency. They require scrutiny. They require that elected officials, all of them, not just a select few, understand legal risks, operational realities, the constitutional dimensions. Instead, we've seen speed, silence, uncertainty. Colleagues who've said that they're just listening but have offered no perspective on the matter should discuss things today. We should hear from all the residents, and thank you. I understand you intend to do that. But procedure shouldn't be a technicality. It is the architecture of democracy. And when procedures compressed, bypassed, manipulated for expediency, public trust erodes. So today is that test of institutional integrity. Will we hear from the public service who authored this recommendation, who has to provide us their fearless advice? Will we hear from the 128 residents who registered in good faith? Or are we going to demonstrate that engagement, when it becomes inconvenient and hard, well, we're going to amend, we're going to shelve?
Are you able to conclude, Councillor?
Yes. So for the sake of this institution, I implore you, for the sake of public confidence, I implore you that how we govern matters of policy matter, how we govern matters of public safety, of urgency, well, don't choose expedience today, even if it takes days. The procedure, the process matters. And I'll suggest that that shouldn't be harder than amending any bylaw.
Thank you.
I'm also happy to answer any questions on the Human Rights Committee of Council matter.
Thank you. Any questions at all? Councillor Duncan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I'd like to ask Councillor Rollins. I appreciate you acknowledging that this was shared with you in September, the motion. Was there anything in particular that has changed from that motion that was shared with you in September that you didn't acknowledge or didn't address in September that, brought you here today and had you write your letters and share your opinions?
Is there
Sorry, anything?
Is
So
there
it was-
anything that changed in the motion?
Yeah. So the motion that was shared with you in September,
Yes.
has anything changed?
Yes. So the public service definition relative to your definition changed. It got slightly broader.
Okay.
Do you have a perspective on that?
I'm asking you. I shared the motion that
Yes.
the public service was, through you, Mr. Mayor, that
The
was,
motion didn't include
directed
an
to go
enforcement
back and
model?
make a report on. So
The motion
not-
didn't
the public
concern
service doesn't change
itself
that.
with,
Just let the councillor ask the question, please, and
So
clarify.
the-
Go ahead, councillor.
So the public
Duncan?
service was directed to write a report based on a motion that I submitted
Mm-hmm.
that was approved by EPC. Was there anything from that motion? Unless the public service took it away and did what they want, which was not the interpretation, they followed the motion. So what is it that you didn't like then that you didn't voice, that you're voicing here today?
I did voice it then. I said you'd been silent on the matter and that you hadn't sent the motion to any of the stakeholders you purport to motion for and that I was going to do it for you. I absolutely wrote you that. And that when you said to me, I think we're aligned on this, I said, how could I be sure you've been silent up to this point and it looks like you haven't sent this motion that you purport is needed to community. I've been sending it out for you. Then, yes, there are contradictions between your motion and the public service report. For instance, in your motion, you say things like public and private schools. We don't have private schools per se, we have independent schools, and that is different than the Education Act. Your motion doesn't outline what the public service report does. But if you are suggesting that the public service report is aligned with your motion perfectly, it does beg the question, through the chair, why you're not then supporting it today. And what misinformation are you so concerned about that if it's not included in the report, why you are withdrawing it? It really begs a lot of questions if the public service is so perfectly aligned with that which you intended and EPC voted unanimously on, why then are you not supporting it?
Are there other questions at all?
Not to mention, it's a matter of public safety in your mind.
Okay.
And what information are you pointing, what misinformation are you pointing to?
Councillor Duncan, further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the response from Councillor Rollins. And I do acknowledge that there should have been better communication on this, including a council seminar, which any councillor is available to ask the public service for. So I understand that. I do want to, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, it was.
Mr. Mayor, I do want
was the
to
question.
ask Councillor Rollins, what differs from your 2021 motion that you moved to ban all protests of all kind, peaceful or not, at abortion clinics when on October 28, 2021, you introduced to council the following: City Council shouldn't be silent on protests looking to harm. We have the responsibility to protect here. In particular, we have the responsibility, Mr. Mayor, to protect vulnerable people who enter schools, children, and those who are not feeling well entering hospitals, Mr. Mayor. This is not a blanket motion. This is a constitutionally sound. We have the duty to protect. Let us create access zones. If you may, what is the difference? Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that question. Following the convoy and the anti-lockdown protests around the HSC that disrupted people feel were going to disrupt ambulance time, I did submit a motion. It predated Bill C-3 and it predated the provincial government's motion concerning anti-abortion protests around high schools. In particular, Kelvin High School had had a very difficult one, which concerned Community Committee member John Orlico. So together we did a motion regarding the convoy anti-lockdown. To that end, we received a public service report, which gives rise to one of the first questions I had for the public service: why the 180 difference between a publicly available report that said it was not advisable to do a motion of the variety of the report you have on agenda item number 7, and advised then, because similar to your argument but different, there was Bill C-3 that did come in between. The difference is there is that it was narrow, on healthcare only. The federal legislation was then enacted. In your case, in Bill C-9, it's largely seen as not going to be enacted, going to be tabled. It too will be shelved. That status hasn't changed since fall when you introduced your motion. It's been stuck in a Justice Committee in Parliament. So the differences between at that time is that EPC introduced a motion, Mr. Mayor. EPC, and Mr. Mayor, you were on EPC at the time when we introduced it. We introduced the motion. The public service came. They provided the report. And following Mike Jack's thoughtful report on the matter, I withdrew the matter. But it was only after hearing the report from the public service and after the federal legislation, provincial MLAs came and signaled their intent. As a matter of fact, the motion was written, modeled after Nahanni Fontaine's motion in the legislature, as well as the City of Calgary's Safe Access bylaw, which was one of the few at the time that existed. And so the motion copied language from the City of Calgary, as well as some of the language that Ms. Fontaine, Minister Fontaine, now Minister, was using. So it really does depart. Not only that, but I held a series of consultations, both with other experts to help lead the policy dialogue externally. At the time, like I said, there was a convoy in my ward, hundreds of people. So in addition to Mayor Bowman supporting me as a local councillor with a convoy in the downtown in my ward, with public safety meetings, I held meeting after meeting with those who were impacted by the convoy and anti-lockdown protests to support the understanding of why I was calling for
Yeah. Thank you.
access zones around hospitals.
I know there's another question, and then.
It was something well
Yeah.
supported, and federal legislation then came to follow.
Councillor Duncan, final question.
Interestingly enough, prior to that final question,
you can-
very
if you can
similar
get-
circumstances we face, don't we?
If you can get right to the
Just
question,
a last
please.
question. Will you support Bill C-9, Combating Hate, which aims to crack down on intimidation at religious, cultural sites, criminalization displayed of hate and terrorism symbols? Councillor Rollins, will you support Bill C-9?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I interrupted the councillor when I was trying to
I can
say to
relay my
him,
question.
no, it is not similar situations that we face today.
Okay.
So he wants to know if I support Bill C-9 that is currently tabled with justice and isn't out of committee and may or may not include amendments. If you're following the trajectory of Bill C-9.
Mr. Mayor, as it
is
stands then, so
Is
will you
it
support Bill
as a future parliamentarian and I'm sitting there in Parliament with a bill before me, there's no Bill C-9 before Parliament yet even. So which variation of the bill does he mean, Mr. Mayor?
You
As a-
you can clarify your question, then we're going to move on.
As it currently stands, which is made public, as a member of the community, take off your councillor hat through you, Mr. Mayor. Do you support Bill C-9?
Mr. Mayor, I can't say I'm terribly familiar, other than it's at committee, so I haven't
Thank you,
seen the
Mr. Mayor.
latest.
Appreciate
It was
Okay.
tabled in September, and it may be changed.
Okay.
I just talked
Thank
to
you.
a member of
Thank you.
Parliament yesterday on it, Mr. Mayor, and they assured me that they didn't think it would see a vote at Parliament, but no time soon. It's not out of the Justice Committee.
That's right.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time today. Okay,
Okay, our next delegation is Marianne Sorelli to be heard in
no,
opposition to.
sorry, no clapping. Thank you. Thank
To
you.
be heard in opposition to item 2 of the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works. Following Marianne, it'll be Andrew Cohan, Jordan Sheldon, and then Hillary Rosentreader.
Good morning. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Good
Thank you.
morning. Yeah, last time I was here, I had 10 minutes, so another change that's happened that's sort of undermined our democratic rights.
Still the most democratic process. You
Yeah,
would
don't
never,
use my
you would
time.
never, certainly,
Thanks.
no, your time's on, your time's paused. I'll just be clear, just to remind everyone again, that the public would not have this opportunity at the provincial legislature. You would not have this opportunity at the federal parliament of Canada. Municipal politics remains the most open, accessible level of politics, and this is being borne out today. We look forward to hearing from everybody. Thank you. Your time resumes. Go ahead.
So before, when I signed up to speak about the motion regarding Chief Peguis Trail Extension, the motion to do with regulating the demonstrations wasn't even on the agenda. So that's another, undemocratic thing that's happened recently. So I just wanted to make a couple of points about that, because we observe what happens with this council. We observe 2 strategies that you often use. I would call them brinkmanship and the delay and deflect and distract. And we've seen that when you often bring forward things that are quite horrible, like the proposed motion to limit public demonstrations, and then you withdraw them, and then you try to act like you're listening and you've done a good thing and people will accept something that's a watered-down version. Well, I would say
Sorry,
that this...
Just pause your time, please. Folks, so the rules here, they've been the rules here at City Hall for years and years and years, is there's no public demonstrations, which includes applauding, shouting from the gallery. We want to make sure everyone gets their time, but if we have to keep stopping, I don't mind being here till late at night. I don't mind being here till tomorrow, but I don't think everyone else does as well. So for the sake of the other people that are coming after the current delegate, please refrain from public displays. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. You'll all get your time if you're registered to speak. Carry on.
Well, I was saying that the other strategy that's often used is to present something that's a distraction so that something that's also on the agenda doesn't get the media attention. And I've seen that happen many times at this chamber with motions, with the budget. And I just want to say that I see that happening here with something as significant as the motion on Sheepegwis Trail, that it's not getting the attention that it requires because of this ridiculous motion on the protest, limit to protest. And I also want to say to Councillor Duncan that the comments in the Free Press today of why the motion was withdrawn.
Sorry, the comments come through the chair?
The comments come through, I'll address the chair, that somehow that this was withdrawn because it was a miscommunication rather than a fundamental violation of our human rights, and that it was also not wanting to be hypocritical. So that really relates to the arguments I'm going to make about Sheepegwis Trail, because the,
Sure, for Ms. Sorelli.
pardon me?
Are you here, you're here on Chief Pecos Trail?
I'm making
That's how
the
you
connection.
registered?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
can you
talking about the comments in the Winnipeg Free Press about councillors not wanting to be hypocritical because
speak
they
to Chief
were
Pecos Trail,
emphasizing
please?
something that was being rushed through. So I'm going to talk about my history of working on Chief Pecos Trail. I grew up in Councillor Brawadi's constituency or ward on Roselawn Bay. Roselawn Bay backs onto what is now Chief Pecos Trail and used to be Douglas Avenue when I was a kid in the 60s and the 70s. And I remember my parents having meetings in our house about the extension of Chief Pecos Trail and how that easement was earmarked as early as the 50s and 60s for a highway that would then, in the 90s, bisect my constituency. So when I was elected as the MLA for Radisson, it was called then the Inner City Beltway, was going to bisect my constituency. And we stopped it. And you know how we stopped it? Because councillors didn't want to be hypocritical. We actually got a motion that was passed to protect endangered spaces. And in the easement for the Chief Pecos Trail was 21 acres of tall grass prairie that we went on this council floor and we presented councillors with that motion to protect, that they had just voted on, to protect tall grass prairie, to protect other endangered spaces. And they couldn't support the Chief Pecos Trail extension through Transcona at the time because it would have paved over that 21 acres of tall grass prairie that is now protected in perpetuity as the Bradley Prairie right off Regent Avenue. And that strategy was supported because people in Transcona knew that that roadway north-south was not going to help them. They needed east-west access. So that was how we did it. And I'm encouraging you now to not be hypocritical, but it's not about supporting a policy like the endangered spaces. It's about supporting the transportation master plan and being congruent with your development strategy with the transportation master plan that has been put in place. And I'm going to actually quote the transportation master plan talks about induced demand, it talks about mode shift, it talks about ride sharing, and it was introduced when Councillor Lukes was the chair of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works, and she said it was going to be transformative, that things are changing, and we need to...
Can you conclude, please? That's your 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, but I've been timing this on my clock, and it only now says 5:31. So I want to make sure that I'm getting my full time because of the interruptions.
We did every time I spoke, we paused. We paused the clock. I was watching the clock. If you can conclude with 2 sentences, please. Thank you.
I will just make the final point that when Councillor Lukes introduced the Transportation Master Plan, she talked about reducing doubling the number of transit trips, of increasing carpooling by 40%, and to make our roads safer, and to address the fact that then 80% of people rely on personal vehicles. So I'm imploring you to follow your own policy, and not proceed with Chief Peguis Trail, to take that money, put it into a functional transit system, to take money also for the widening of Kenaston and put it into a neighborhood-based rideshare program.
Okay.
I would help
Thank
you
you.
develop.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time today. Sorry, we gave you an extra at least minute, so thank you very much. We will have our next delegation, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next delegation is Andrew Cohen, and Andrew's joining us in person. Following Andrew, we'll hear from Jordan
Ms. Sorelli,
Shelton,
thank you very much.
Hillary Rosentreader, and then Daria Magnus Walker.
Okay. Mr. Cohen?
Okay, not seeing Andrew, we'll move on to Jordan
Oh,
Shelton.
yeah, Andrew's right here.
Oh,
There we go.
Okay,
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
I need some assistance from the clerk, I think. I have my presentation on USB as requested.
Okay. While we're getting that set up, then we'll just make sure the next two speakers are down on the bench. Madam Clerk?
that's Jordan Sheldon. Jordan was joining us via Zoom, however, I don't see him in the Zoom meeting.
Oh, you're there in person. Okay, thank you, Jordan. Thank you very much. I know it's hard to, and I apologize, it's a little bit hard to hear back there on the bench, so thank you for your patience. Sometimes the sound doesn't travel back there. So Jordan is there.
Jordan, then Hillary Rosentreader, followed by Darius Magnus Walker, and then
Okay.
Harold Schuster and Ruben Kantorovich.
Okay, so Jordan and Hillary are there. We couldn't see them behind the wall there. Yeah, it's hard to see.
If you're able to motion to the pages that happens toward the end of the bench, then I can keep an eye on who's actually down there. If there's anybody not there, I can send them to you.
Maybe I'll say too, for anyone else that like Mr. Cohen, has a presentation, when you come down, maybe just let the clerk know, even as you're sitting waiting, just let the clerk know that you have a presentation so we can make sure we get your presentation queued up as quickly as possible.
All right, sorry for the delay. I hope everyone can hear me.
We can, yes, thank you.
All right, I can see the timer. All right. So I would like to start us off by clearing up what this bylaw does. I have read both the report and the actual draft. We are not fear-mongering when we say that this bylaw, as drafted, severely curtails charter rights, but instead we are reflecting the actual text of the bylaw. What will matter to Winnipeggers is not your intention, but the effect of the words you write into law. First, it is not narrowly tailored, but broad. Its definition of prohibited nuisance demonstrations can be satisfied by those in which any participant merely uses amplified sound or impedes pedestrian traffic without a permit, which means a 2 to 4 week delay on expression at minimum. It prohibits such nuisance demonstrations within 100 meters of any of a longer list of prohibited locations than any other so-called bubble legislation in Canada. And unlike Toronto, imposes no time limit and requires no opt-in by property owners and provides for no opt-out. It prohibits such demonstrations in these areas even if the presence of the designated facility is incidental to the demonstration and not its target. The result is an applicable area prohibiting common forms of free expression and peaceful assembly in about a quarter of the land area of the city, including much higher proportions of downtown and dense central neighborhoods, as illustrated in this map by Buck Doyle. We are told that this bylaw will still allow demonstrations in the proper places and are given the example of the legislature or city hall, but large portions of the legislature grounds are well within the 100-meter bubbles around All Saints Anglican Church and Broadway Disciples United. Indeed, even the courtyard of this very building, where we demonstrated this morning, would be deemed an area too sensitive to allow unabridged free expression due to its proximity to Red River College's Patterson Global Foods Institute across the street. To illustrate the gravity of this overreach, let me tell you a story. Many of you will remember last fall when author Rosalie Tennyson was tragically killed by a motorist near her home at Osborne and Roslin. I was among over 100 people who joined in a vigil in her memory, meeting with her congregation at the Parish Church of St. Luke and walking 3 blocks with candles to the site of the collision which led to her death. We spent an hour in the cold, bearing witness from the narrow sidewalk to the loss of her life and the high level of traffic at that intersection. After the quiet demonstration, we briefly used a megaphone to communicate over the din of rush hour traffic. This vigil, I hope, isn't the sort of demonstration any of you would seek to prevent, but it is nonetheless a clear violation of this bylaw as drafted. I doubt that it would have occurred to Father Matthew to seek a parade permit for walking with his mostly retired congregants down the street, and he couldn't have done so on such short notice. But I am certain that despite our efforts at courtesy, some pedestrians were incidentally obstructed by the large crowd. And our use of a megaphone, however brief, means that we met 2 conditions of a nuisance demonstration, when even one would suffice. We were in full view of the public from the moment we left the church, and we were demonstrating in person. At no point of the vigil did we ever exit a 100-meter exclusion zone around designated facilities. We started within the zone extending around Rosalie's Church, then passed by the Holy Rosary Roman Catholic Church, the Misericordia Anesthetic Clinic, the Village Chiropractic Center, the Augustine United Church. Even Shoppers Drug Mart meets the definition, as this location is engaged in the provision of or administration of drugs and medical supplies. And the location where we memorialized Rosalie, where she was struck, is just 30 meters from the Heartwood Healing Center. You have drafted a bylaw so broad that it prescribes a congregation memorializing a fallen member of their church. It is hardly a balanced approach, but a maximalist one, as demonstrated by a comparison to its provisions to those in the jurisdictional scan before you. It seems as if its drafters took the most stringent version of each provision available among the comparators and amalgamated them together, and then added further entirely novel restrictions not present anywhere else. Every lawyer we have consulted, including those who teach law at the University of Manitoba, share the opinion that it will draw a costly charter challenge. You do not need something so broad. To argue that it merely gives discretionary tools to enforcement officers is to make a mockery of the law and to make unequal enforcement your policy. No part of this bylaw should remain. Where it is not a gross intrusion on charter rights, it is already redundant with other enforcement options for individual behavior. You should have questions about how such a broad, sweeping set of limitations come before you today, with so little consultation from the public.
Do you have a couple sentences to
I have
wrap up?
2 more sentences.
Sure, go ahead, yep.
I appreciate that several of you have expressed a change in heart, but make no mistake, whatever the stated intent, the language of this bylaw has been accurately described as dangerous to free expression, and you should wonder how we got to this point in the first place, so that we never end up here again. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very clear presentation, succinct, that focused on the bylaw. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Any questions at all? Okay, thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is Jordan Sheldon, joining us in person, followed by Hillary Rosentreter, Daria Magnus Walker, then Harold Schuster, and Ruben Kantorovich.
Good morning, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Jordan. I'm just going to adjust this slightly because I'm a tall gal. My name is Jordan Sheldon. I'm a resident of Fort Rouge, East Fort Garry. I'm an instructor at the University of Winnipeg in the Environmental Studies Department, cross-listed with the Human Rights Department, as well as the Gender Studies Department. I've been a human rights educator in community organizations, schools, museums, and universities across Manitoba and Ontario for more than a decade, and I'm a PhD student in environmental studies. I care about this city, I care about the land, I care about our animal neighbors and the people who live here, and I care deeply about the rights that protect us, all of us in this room and beyond it. I'm not here because I like to argue or listen to the sound of my own voice. I'll be very transparent about the interests that I represent. I'm here because it matters to me that all of our children grow up in a world with fresh air, clean water, and basic human rights. I'm in opposition to the proposed bylaws, the Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw. As someone who has taught courses like History of Human Rights in Canada, and who is currently teaching a course on the politics of space and place, I can tell you this: protests, particularly, unfortunately inconvenient protests, in the way protests, those are the politically useful protests, the protests that have been instrumental in gaining rights, protecting rights, and resisting policies that put our futures in jeopardy. I can also tell you that space and place is not neutral. Who belongs, who doesn't, who can live where, who can access what and when, whose lives are deemed valuable or not valuable, and who or what is protected, these are not givens. They're determined and affirmed through policy, infrastructure, culture, law, and enforcement. And limiting the scope of where protests can occur to such an intense degree as was demonstrated is part of a pattern of decisions that deem certain people less deserving of access to public space. I'm concerned that this is an infringement on human rights because it is. Not only our freedom of expression, but which is a charter-protected human right, but our right to peaceful assembly. Winnipeg is a special city. I think we all know this. The way we gather, the way we assemble is a strength that helps secure human rights protections for people across the country, and Winnipeggers have a very important role in that. The people of this city, the way we work together, the way we look out for each other is a source of pride for many Winnipeggers. The spirit of helping your neighbor boost their car or shovel their drive is the same spirit we bring to assembly. It's the same spirit we bring to protest and movement work. It's a spirit of loving your neighbor. And we cannot be a human rights city while curtailing the right to protest. The fewer avenues we have to defend our rights or make our voices known, the weaker our democracy becomes. And we should know, as I'm sure we all are observing our southern neighbors, that democracy cannot be taken for granted. It must be actively defended. With the attacks on the Charter happening across the country and attacks on human rights happening globally, I am here as a Winnipegger and as a Canadian in firm commitment to our legal and moral obligations to uphold human rights and to protect a livable future for our children. I urge the Executive Policy Committee of the City of Winnipeg not to lay this over or receive it as information, but to clearly recommend against this bylaw today and at any further council meetings. The question before you, from my vantage point, is this: do you love Winnipeg and its people, or do you fear Winnipeg and its people? I love Winnipeg, and I hope you choose to act from a place of love for your neighbor over fear of them today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is Hillary Rosentreader.
Good morning. Welcome. Want to make sure we have the others, just before you begin, Hillary, making sure we have, I think there's others on the bench there. We just call the next two again. Please remind us who's up after Hillary.
Darius Magnus Walker was joining us via Zoom, but I don't see them in the waiting room. Harold Schuster on Zoom, and then Ruben Kantorovich joining us in person, followed by Steve Snyder joining us in person.
Okay, thank you, Hillary. Proceed.
Thank you. Good morning to the Executive Policy Committee, the Civil Service, and fellow delegates. My name is Hillary Rosentreader. I use she, her pronouns. I'd love to begin my time with a simple rhetorical riddle, as I know this committee and the other members of council love the rhetorical. There's an F word that we all know. Part of its definition includes forcible suppression of opposition. In a recent interview, we heard Councillor Duncan say he wanted to get ahead of what's happening down south. I would encourage him to clarify what he means by that, as it sounds a lot like he is a fan of that F word. I hope we're on the same page. Let's be clear, what is happening down south is state-sanctioned violence. Winnipeggers, of course, would react as the good folks of Minneapolis to similar attempts of overreach. With little time to spare, I will say that looking at the jurisdictional scan, I sincerely wonder how the decisions were made on what elements to keep from other cities. In my opinion, and my sincere apologies to the members of the civil service this may offend, but this bylaw could not have been written any worse than what we see in this draft. It's incredibly vague, and unless, the thing that could have been worse is if it had also included applications to labor disputes then we'd be preparing the Wikipedia page for Winnipeg's second general strike. This bylaw is a gross overreach and cannot be allowed in any form, not even as information, unfortunately. A great way to understand how widely people feel about this bylaw would be to consider that we have abolitionists here to speak, as well as the former chief of police, both in opposition, I might add, and that is a very big tent. To conclude, I urge the members of this committee to not only vote to not only vote yes, oh my gosh, let me clarify one more time, to not only not vote yes to this absurd overreach, but to strongly oppose and call out fascist attempts to suppress opposition. May you have an educational rest of your day, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Councillor Duncan, do you have a question?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Hillary, we have just one question for you. Sorry, I turned my head and didn't see you walking away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I do enjoy a good riddle. However, what I don't enjoy is an "Are you aware?" However, I do have to do an "Are you aware?" through you, Mr. Mayor. Are you aware I am not supportive of what's going on down south? Thank you.
I'm aware, but I would also encourage you to throw it out and not shelve it. Just straight to the garbage, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next presenter.
Okay, next up is Barry and Magnus Walker. Not seeing them in the Zoom meeting, I'm going to move on to Harold Schuster. Harold, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself and turn on your video, you have 5 minutes. Following Harold, it'll be Ruben Kantorovich, then Steve Snyder, and then Victoria Romero.
Hello, welcome.
I want to begin by commending Councillor Duncan for manufacturing this masterclass in political theatre. It is a true work of art, and to Mayor Gillingham for your strong supportive role. And you both should be ashamed to have forced so many hard working class people to take a day off of work so they can participate in this impressive act of civic engagement to protect the right to protest, to protect what Melissa Martin has described as one of the most powerful levers by which the public can raise their voice and hold power to account. A right that you are both trying in a very undemocratic fashion to deny us. To paraphrase George Little in the movie Stuart Little, I ask, are you both nuts?
Okay, sorry, Mr.
The fact
Schuster,
that we
Mr.
find
Schuster.
ourselves here today.
Mr. Schuster, I'm just going to ask you, so we have been clear, people may not agree, but with the motive behind this bylaw, as imperfect as it is, but to characterize any councillor or myself as nuts is not appropriate. What we're looking to do today is have good debate about the motion. If you want to speak to the motion or the bylaw, please proceed. But character, kind of assassination, or kind of determining motives that are sinister in any way is simply wrong. And so what we're going to do today is I'm going to please ask you, your time has been paused, to speak to the bylaw. No one's assassinating your character. No one's calling you names. We're not going to do that. So I ask you afford these members of council the same thank you. You can proceed.
The fact that we find ourselves here today means that all of the sound, rational arguments, gracefully and eloquently spelled out by columnists, writers, lawyers, and professors of ethics, all of whom would have read the report, pointing to the numerous flaws and significant political overreach that this bylaw represents, have been ignored. And for that too, Councillor Duncan needs to be commended for his bullheaded determination to move ahead with a bylaw that will inevitably be overturned by the courts.
Once again, Mr. Schuster, if you could just speak to the motion without, you don't have to demonize councillors or myself who really came at it, even if you don't agree, who really came at this with a sincere attempt. We're here today to discuss the motion. We're here today to discuss the bylaw.
And that's what I'm trying to do.
If you could take and be direct about the bylaw without characterizing or mischaracterizing any councillor, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. That's my second request of you.
The level of obfuscation Councillor Duncan has employed to explain why he has put forward this bylaw, a bylaw that Mayor Gillingham, you have been quoted as saying, is needed in these times, has been completely mind-boggling. It is almost as if this isn't something that Councillor Duncan has come up with on his own. It is almost as if this idea has been planted in his head by a group of Orwellian thought police. He can't keep straight in his own head what this bylaw is.
Sorry, this is about, okay, how, so Mr. Schuster, Mr. Schuster, the focus is the bylaw, not the individuals. This is the last warning, and just so everyone knows, the focus is the bylaw and not the individuals. So if you want to talk to the bylaw and not go and try to assume erroneously what's in someone's heart and mind, talk about the bylaw. So that is how we're going to govern this meeting. And so that's just not only for Mr. Schuster, for all of the delegates,
I'm
speak to the
confused as to
bylaw.
whether or
Thank you
not
very
this
much.
is proceeding.
Okay, you can, 1 second here, we just have a bit of a technical thing we have to clear from the screen. Okay, you can proceed, but that's the final warning. If you go after the counselor, if you, or any other counselor, I'm going to end your presentation. Thank you.
When this bylaw was first proposed, it was a response to Winnipeg Police's increased workload due to all the protests and counter-protests. Then it was about addressing proximity-based harassment and intimidation at vulnerable sites. Then it was to prevent the chaos south of the border. Then Councillor Duncan is seen in an interview as saying that people are upset because they see this bylaw as an assault on their right to intimidate. Now, while I'm no legal or constitutional expert, I don't think there is a right to intimidate. There are, however, guaranteed rights to free speech and assembly, and with this bylaw, Councillor Duncan seems to be perfectly at ease in sacrificing those constitutionally guaranteed rights in a disingenuous assault against a non-existing right. To add insult to injury, Councillor Duncan claims that this is not directed at anyone or anything in specific. But let's not pretend. Don't insult our intelligence. Can we at least be honest with each other and admit that this is a full frontal attack on Palestinians and those acting in solidarity with them? This is a disgusting and shameful act of pandering to the only ones who are asking for this type of bubble legislation, the only ones applauding it, the only ones speaking in support of it. That the Mayor and Councillor Duncan would deliberately put up barriers to those speaking in defense of a people under an illegal occupation who have been the victims of a live-stream genocide and mask it behind the facade of protecting the residents to safe and welcoming public spaces is shameful. And in calling for an end to occupation, to end an illegal genocide, to call for sanctions against an apartheid regime, we are simply promoting the safety of those being denied their fundamental rights. We are simply asking that Palestinians have the same protections that Councillor Duncan is claiming to protect, the right of Palestinians to safe and welcoming public spaces. One is left with the uncomfortable realization that what the Mayor means when he says, "in these times," is that he feels that there is a time where the suppression of free speech is a good idea, that there is a time when trampling on citizens' rights to assembly is a good idea, that there is a time when he thinks that showing political leadership is to disavow a program designed to get assault-style weapons off our streets, and that in these times he is perfectly comfortable in weaponizing anti-Semitism to get peaceful acts of civil disobedience off
Okay,
our streets.
thank you. We gave you an extra minute or so already, so thank you for your time today.
But you've interrupted me the entire time. I have time.
Every time I spoke, the clock stopped. So we didn't take away from your time. Thank you very
Jeez.
much. Have a good day.
Okay. Our next delegation is, let me just find here, Ruben Kentrovich, followed by Steve Snyder.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Hello, Mayor Gillingham, city councilors. My name's Ruben Kantorovich, retired railway worker, North End resident, and UJPO member. I'm here to express opposition to the proposed safe access to vulnerable infrastructure bylaw. In our view, this bylaw is ill-considered, flawed, and disingenuous in its stated objectives. The definitions of vulnerable social infrastructure and nuisance demonstrations are highly problematic. According to the bylaw, virtually every demonstration in the city can be categorized as a nuisance, and every space where people gather can be categorized as vulnerable. Most troubling is the inclusion of all public and private educational institutions as vulnerable infrastructure, and the bylaw's stated intention to, I quote, strengthen the city's permitting practices to restrict or deny gatherings that may impact vulnerable social infrastructure. Laws against inciting hatred, violence, harassment, and discrimination already exist. So what is the purpose of this bylaw? It is our view that the objective of this bylaw is to infringe on freedom of expression and assembly as defined in the Charter of Rights, subsections 2B and 2C. Putting aside legalities for now, let's deal with the substantive matter of demonstrations in Winnipeg over the last few years. There have been many, and I have been to many of them, and I would add without incident. I'll recount one I attended at the Convention Center, a fundraising event for the Jewish National Fund, the JNF, an organization that had its charitable status revoked by the Canada Revenue Agency for its involvement with illegal settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories. I was approached by a liaison constable asking if I was in charge of the demonstration. I replied I was, even though there was no real command structure. He asked me if I noted a man marching up and down the street carrying an Israeli flag. I said yes. He advised us not to speak or engage with this man in any way and asked us not to impede vehicular or pedestrian traffic. And if there were any other problems, he would be in the vicinity and to contact him. The demonstration proceeded peacefully, without incident, although there may have been some in attendance at this gala that felt uncomfortable by our presence. On another personal note, my parents were survivors of the Nazi genocide of European Jews during the Second World War. I recall a conversation with my father regarding the Deschênes Commission investigation of Nazi war criminals residing in Canada. The year was around 1986. I asked what it was like living under fascism. He paused, thought for a moment, and then said, fascism is like this. Today it's me. Tomorrow it may be someone else. In 2013, I visited the Polish Catholic family that sheltered my father during the war. The patriarch of the family had since passed, but his daughter's husband, then in his 80s, told me that during the war, he survived a campaign by Nazi collaborators to ethnically cleanse Poles in his village by hiding amongst dead bodies. At that moment, my father's words came back to me. These experiences lead me to view the Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw as a vehicle to attack and violate the rights of Canadians to freely express themselves and to do so in public assemblies. Today, those who support Palestinian rights may be denied their rights. Tomorrow, it may be those who oppose war with Venezuela or support climate action or oppose the blockade of Cuba, and so on. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation today. Thank you.
Our next delegation is Steve Snyder to be heard with respect to item 2 of the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works. And then just following Steve, it'll be Victoria Romero, followed by Kate Kaler, and then Byron Rempel Burkholder.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. I'll be very brief because I know you guys got a long day ahead of you. So I'm going to start off my presentation with asking, how do we pay for infrastructure? The new Chief Peguis Trail cost-benefit analysis said that the benefits go from $98.2 million to $279.5 million just from updated traffic projection models. So that we can assume means that it is all time saved, that is this additional benefit. So I have to ask, how many minutes of time saved can we spend to fix Peguis Trail health and fitness? How many minutes of time saved can we do to upgrade West Kelowna Library? How many minutes of time saved can we use to build a South Recreation campus? We do not pay for infrastructure with time saved. These benefits are purely social, and this project makes absolutely no financial sense. How do we create the revenue from these 3 minutes of time saved for every person driving along there? We just finished having a report to council saying that 1.1 to 1.8 minutes of time lost at Portage and Main is negligible. That's half of what we say we're going to save over here. 1.1 to 1.8 minutes of time lost over here is negligible, but 3 minutes of time saved over here is $200 million extra? Like, this makes absolutely no financial sense. We do not turn time saved into dollars for the city. There is no correlation between these two things, and we need to completely reconsider this project. Thank you.
Questions at all? Councillor Eady?
Thank you, Mr. Snyder, for that brief presentation, and it's a good question. The new motor vehicle traffic update was based on some Centerport North calculations. They have a lot of experience now in terms of what kind of trade is happening, and so when you look at that benefit,
Your question, Councillor?
yeah, I'm just saying, can you see that when it comes to trade, that the saving of time is related to the cost benefit?
I understand that the savings of times helps trade. I completely understand that. How much money does the city create from trade? That is what I'm asking. Time saved doesn't translate to money for the city. Property tax does. And now we do have the analysis for A, B, and D, if I remember right in that general area. It says 60 million at full build out. That's the time value of money. That could be 20 years from now. Like this is not, it makes no financial sense, even if you look at the analysis.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is Victoria Romero, and then Kate Kaler, Byron Rempel Burkholder, and then Eileen Holoka.
Good morning, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Victoria Romero. I am a political science and history student at the University of Manitoba, a lifelong resident of River Heights, and I've lived here since birth. I'm here today to strongly oppose the Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw and any future bylaw that would restrict our charter-protected rights to freedom of expression and assembly. Legislation of this kind incorrectly assumes that disruptive, nonviolent protest is something that should be censored, obscured, and stripped as a tool of the citizens. Think of the recent movements of teachers, healthcare workers, laborers, women, tenants, Indigenous, queer, and racialized communities who have used public demonstrations to win rights. Or how the nature and earth that we enjoy, whether in -40 winters or +30 summers, has been protected via environmental regulations won by public demonstration. I am the daughter of an immigrant who fled their country full of political violence and repression for a better life here. The lives of my father and his family were at risk for things as simple as expressing dissent towards the government. Laws of this nature, to any extent, have no place in the city of Winnipeg. I am deeply concerned that bylaws and ones of this nature will undermine the democracy that we are lucky to enjoy in Canada. I worry about the infringement on our constitutional rights, and with that, the likely outcome of silencing marginalized communities' voices and disproportionate police overreach. Indigenous land defenders, people, and communities have already and are already subject to police violence and systemic racism, which routinely extends to harsher policing of protest or public dissent of Indigenous communities. Look no further than the violence that the Wetaskiwin people faced in resisting destructive gas pipelines, or the Idle No More movement in 2013, which was met with potentially the largest surveillance operation and mobilization of national security resources in Canadian history. I have no doubt that this non-specific and vague bylaw could be applied in a racist manner, continuing the legacy of colonial violence on these lands. As a citizen of Winnipeg, restricting the right to protest does not make me feel safer. In fact, it does the opposite. I feel safe in a city where my charter rights are upheld and respected. Hate crimes, violence, and acts of property damage are already criminal. Social condemnation, objection to and against hate, and accountability for those committing crimes can and must be accomplished without stripping people of their most basic democratic freedoms. Safety must be accomplished in a manner that is minimally invasive to our constitutional rights. As a university student, it is deeply concerning that the university campuses would be subject under the proposed bylaw. The prohibition of peaceful demonstrations and dissent is antithetical to the environment of learning that universities exist to cultivate. In high school, I attended the Fridays for Future climate rallies with my peers, and we were encouraged as young people to speak truth to power and exercise our rights without fear. I was empowered by this moment, and the truth has stayed with me that my voice is oftentimes the only tool that I have in standing up for my rights and those of my communities. Many of my rights as a racialized, woman, queer, disabled student have been won by means of protest. As such, I am appalled by the potential restriction on the people's right to dissent. We are seeing the rapid erosion of democracy and the trampling of rights around the world, particularly in the United States, and we must not follow the same path. We ought to be vigorously defending the right to assembly, freedom of speech, and freedom of expression. As a Winnipegger, I urge you to remember your legal obligations to uphold the Charter and to drop any further consideration of this bylaw or any others like it that would infringe on the people's right to freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, and all of the healthy, integral pieces of a functioning democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your clear presentation. Any questions? Councillor Berwadi.
Thank you very much for your presentation today. Do you support the province of Manitoba's recent legislation that bans protests in front of hospitals?
Are you referring to the abortion bubble
I
zones?
believe so, yeah.
Yeah, well, as someone who has had an abortion, I think it is a serious enough issue. There's a strong difference in a ban such as that is minimally invasive to our constitutional rights. A 50-meter bubble zone is entirely different than a 100-meter bubble zone. I think that people who are trying to access healthcare should not be subject to, bothered, if it's a difficult process to go there, and I do believe that those bills serve a purpose. But the very important part is that they are minimally invasive to our constitutional rights and freedoms. They aren't in a large area. It is very specific to the hospital. They are not vague. They're not, grossly worded. There is a very specific outcome for what can be done. The issues here with this bylaw, or from what we see proposed, it is as much too vague, and it can be applied at will. Nuisance demonstration doesn't even mention, acts of hate or damage. It specifically refers to objection or disapproval to an idea. So I think the issue here, really working with specifics to ensure that these laws, if we wish to protect people, we must do so in a way that does not trample the rights of everyone.
Fair. Where do you think the line should be drawn? Churches,
Just bring
religious
the questions
facilities,
through the chair,
daycares?
please.
Thank you, Madam.
Question.
Sorry,
Yeah,
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the delegation. Where would you think the line should be drawn? Do you think it should be including daycares, schools, churches, religious facilities?
I think that it's best to look to groups such as the Canadian Civil Liberties Association that have, been reviewing bubble zone laws and bylaws to protest, such as the ones that have passed in Ontario. They've initiated a charter case against the municipality of Vaughan that has struck similar laws. And it's really about listening to, I think, the experts on this. There are lots of reasons why I think, for the same reason that we could argue we don't want protests at those spaces, there are also organizations, people, groups that may use those spaces to harbor harmful ideology or harmful speakers or things that, there is ways that groups may use this to bypass. And at the end of the day, it is trampling on the citizens' rights, which is the issue.
Thank you.
Good.
Final question?
Just through you to the delegation. Thank you for your thoughtful answers.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Kate Kaler, followed by Byron Rempel Burkholder, Eileen Holoka, and then Vivian Ketchum and Justin Coop.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I don't usually work off my phone. So I would first like to acknowledge the rethink that is apparently going on here this morning. I think that's very important, at least the willingness to step back at this time. Though I share the charter challenges and charter concerns expressed by others here, I won't be doing my previously prepared comments based on that rethink. But given it's still going to council, and I may not win the lottery and get one of those 2 spots on the day, it's not going to council. Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood that. Okay, I'll still take a couple of minutes then and make a couple of points, though. Not my whole 5 minutes. If the bylaw was to have gone ahead, my office, for example, would be protected. I'm not sure how far away we are from U of W, but we've got the Y down the way and we've got the Boost Center there. And we also 55 plus. I'm not sure if that was actually a vulnerable population or not, but we would actually be part of that bubble zone. And I'm still here to speak against it. I mention this because some might remember that in 2019, some members of the public were very angry with us for inviting Linda Sarsour as a speaker. We got hate all the way up to death threats. We had to involve the police. The police were great. They tried to work with us as best they could, but their very first recommendation to us was when Linda Sarsour arrived in the morning, that we pick her up at the airport and we drive to the venue and she stays in the basement of the venue the whole day. That didn't work for us. We had other things planned and all of that. And they were great. They were like, okay, that's not going to work. We'll do a plan B. So, but my point is that's the police first response, is security first, is equal safety in their mind. That's their job. But my point is that sometimes security is what escalates a situation. So we had made a choice to have that speaker there. And for people who say, well, wouldn't you have preferred not getting those hate and death threats? Yes, of course, that would have been better. But that's the choice that we made. While I appreciate the idea that the bylaw doesn't specifically say there is absolutely no protest, but I will point out, as others has, it would certainly effectively curtail effective protests, because of course the purpose is to get notice and hopefully reach people who don't know about your concerns, or best case scenario, actually make the people who disagree with you rethink it. I am not sure if any here or on the rest of council were watching as the province tried to add or did add gender expression to the Human Rights Code. Pastors came to committee and spoke on behalf of their congregation and their God against it. They advocated politically, so why can't they not be protested then? Their congregation supports them, so they are also open to protest. And the kids that are in that congregation, well, I'm going to consider the kids that perhaps are gender diverse in that congregation are spending their childhood being told that they are less than human. They need to hear those voices and as close as possible say no, because we know what happens to kids who actually barely make it through their childhoods. So back to our being protected by the bylaw in 2019. If it had been in place at the time, perhaps I'm going to describe one of the gentlemen walking up and down our highway in terms that, I don't know, he was a skinhead. He was wearing faux camo, complete with swastika on his arm, pacing up and down our windows, sort of thing. And I guess the police could have come and ticketed him. I'm not sure he would have paid it. And I think if I was ever given a ticket, I would fight it. And I would fight it in the courts here and now and not wait for an eventual Supreme Court case. So, and I think a lot of other people would do that. So I'm looking at the practicalities of the bylaw and the enforcement of the bylaw, and comparing it by saying it's not necessary. As the previous speaker just said, we have laws in place. Our hate legislation for inciting violence and violence lets police the behavior that happens at protests rather than trying to stop protests, or at least limit them and limit their effectiveness. Oh, and there goes my notes. There we are. And I just wanted to go back to the escalation aspects of actually trying to shut something down. Mr. Mayor, your predecessor actually made a public call for us to disinvite Linda Sarsour and all of the other objections that was there. The only thing that did was actually sell out our event. That's what happened. People got escalated. They came out to the event. And even though, had the Labor Temple had done their renovations, and we could have sold out the balcony, but we were turning them away at the door, and people were still leaving their money with us for the tickets, saying, we don't support having free speech. So I would just like to throw that out as an example of how these things like this will just actually do the reverse of what you want. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Appreciate your time today. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, next up is Byron Rempel Burkholder, followed by Aline Holoka, and then Vivian Ketchum.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. Thanks for this opportunity to address you. My name is Byron Rempel Burkholder, and I represent Mennonite Church Canada Palestine-Israel Network. I wish to speak against the proposed bylaw and urge that it be dropped altogether. This proposal comes in the context of rising authoritarianism and nationalist sentiment around the world, notably south of the border, as has been mentioned, but with strains of it creeping into Canada. Authoritarianism always begins with new layers of law enforcement and increased power of the state to suppress groups who speak up on behalf of vulnerable populations, including Indigenous people, visible minorities, immigrants, sexual minorities. Does Winnipeg want to be part of this trajectory? Our network is focused on the plight of Palestinians, both in Palestine, Israel, and in the diaspora in Canada, including Winnipeg. For decades, they have watched their people being dispossessed of their land, driven away and not allowed to return. For 2.5 years, they have mourned the hundreds of thousands of fellow Palestinians killed, injured, displaced by the relentless bombing in Gaza. Their homeland is gradually being annexed by a regime that shows callous disregard for international law and justice. Our fellow Winnipeggers of Palestinian heritage are desperately trying to push against this tide of exclusion, erasure, and injustice. Through their public actions, they proclaim a dream where all can live in freedom, equality, and dignity. We already have laws that uphold the social infrastructure this bylaw purports to protect. The so-called nuisance demonstrations in Winnipeg have been overwhelmingly nonviolent, respectful of existing laws and law enforcement. In our experience, the organizers have worked cooperatively with the police. We have not seen eruptions in violence and intimidations. What we have seen in these demonstrations is a moral vision of compassion and justice for all. We have seen anger, yes, but anger directed at injustice, oppression, and violence. So are these demonstrations considered a nuisance merely because their messaging makes the powerful and the moneyed uncomfortable? Are truth and justice themselves the nuisance being targeted here? In a democracy, when justice and compassion are under attack, civil society is encouraged to speak out, and that will make some people uncomfortable. Dignity and freedom are a nuisance in a society where those values are challenged. The wide range of new and ambiguous restrictions around public demonstrations will only make enforcement an expensive nightmare for the city. Police officers, already stretched in their work, will have broad powers to make subjective decisions on when and how to intervene. There will be great potential for racial profiling. The courts will be bogged down in contested fines, sucking up taxpayer dollars and potentially feeding further unrest. Couldn't public resources be much more fruitfully employed to increase public education that nurtures respect, dignity, and equality? The optics of this bill are troubling. They smack of repression. They smack of overreach. This bill, if passed, will only nurture a culture of fear and distrust in our institutions and in our society as a whole. Winnipeg can do better than that. This proposal should be abandoned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rebel Burkholder. Good to hear from you today. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Okay, next up is Eileen Holoka joining us on Zoom. Following Eileen, Vivian Ketchum, Justin Coop, then Hudson Fricker, and Steve Rao.
Good morning, Eileen. Thank you. You can proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Dr. Eileen Holoka, and I'm coming to you today primarily as a protester against the proposed Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw. In my almost 25 years living in Winnipeg, I've attended dozens and dozens of protests against racism, against transphobia, in support of human rights, against genocide, in defense of disability rights, and more. Every single one has been predominantly peaceful. At times, there were counter-protests, but local community organizations such as Big Gay Wall always managed these exceptionally well, keeping us safe without police interference. These have been spaces of community rejoicing, song, chanting, conversation, laughter. Even outside this morning, I witnessed people dancing, singing, hugging, and celebrating. These are key moments of lightness in difficult times, moments of solidarity, change, and progress, moments that keep us free. I also come to you today as a descendant of protesters. My uncle, who was arrested for protesting the Vietnam War, my grandmother, who stood on Portage and Main with a sign saying "Ban the Bomb," who rallied in support of the Black Civil Rights Movement. I hope all of us here today can agree on the value of their actions now. Would these protests have been permitted under the bylaw you proposed? Would they have been able to be organized within restrictive confines and timelines of the proposed bylaw? What if my grandmother had been caught leaving the protest, even an approved protest, with her "Ban the Bomb" sign while walking through one of the 100-meter restricted areas? Many people will be outlining the flaws in the bylaw, and I don't want to belabor this. What I will say is that it would set a dangerous precedent, putting our freedoms, democracy, and community at risk. This is why it is getting so much pushback, and why you received over 700 responses, and why so many of us are here talking today. The vagueness of the bylaw makes it very easy to abuse, and this worries me. I'm worried about my rights as a queer and disabled person, but I'm even more worried about the rights of those who are houseless, who are Palestinian, Indigenous, trans, and all of those who are often most marginalized and targeted. And while I'm glad to see that you've backtracked on this proposed ban, I strongly suggest that Council not just take it back to the drawing board, but reject it entirely. We cannot take our freedoms for granted, and it is your responsibility to protect them. Thanks so much for the time.
Thank you very much for your presentation today. Really do appreciate you being with us. Any questions at all? Okay, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, next up is Vivian Ketchum in person, followed by Justin Coop, then Hudson Fricker, and Steve Raw.
Good morning. Thank you for being here today.
Hello, Mayor. I just want to, before I start, I want to explain why I got a red handprint on my face. Part of this. The hand over the mouth signifies silent voices, while the red color represents violence and blood. So I just want to explain why I'm wearing it today. Now, it's kind of find it ironic that I speak after a church person as a residential school survivor. I thought that was kind of ironic. Now, where the heck? Oops. I swear. Trying to find I was organized here, so don't start the clock yet. Yeah, now okay. Yeah, you guys don't believe in Indian time. Okay. Hello, thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts, which I don't like to refer this as a city hall. I like to refer it as the lodge of the people's voices. We're all here, we all have voices. I'm an event photographer. I often take pictures of protests, marches, and vigils of Indigenous people. We take over streets, sidewalks, and on occasion, buildings. Our drummings ring out, our voices sing out about injustice and lives lost, our brothers and sisters. I often hear the people shout out, "No justice, no peace." I fully understand that sentiment of those words. We sing and drum outside the Manwin more than once, on the sidewalk, mind you. We didn't take over the streets that time. We are protesting the living conditions of the hotel and the dangerous conditions our people were living in, and especially women. We brought the media into the building. The publicity we brought to the man helped shut it down. The mayor took the credit for closing it down, but I'll leave that comment alone. I'm sure you're a good mayor. Then there was the Morgan camp and the fight to bring Morgan home. So many marches and protests to highlight the cause. I took many pictures of Camp Morgan, posted them on my Facebook page. We took over streets with our drums and songs and our smudge, floated over the crowds. We got the publicity. It even got ugly, but the Morgan family brought them home. I've lost count how many vigils I have attended and took pictures of. And these vigils take place where the person has died, churches, schools, hospitals. So again, we walk down the streets with our drums and voices telling the world of our loss in the community. And orange shirt marches are a teaching moment too. I've walked with many Indigenous people to share my story. No justice, no peace. The public doesn't seem to care or aware of the violence towards us Indigenous women until we make it loud. With our drumming, our megaphone, making it inconvenient for people to get home. I've been a protester for over 50 years. I've been at the National Park blockade when I was 8 years old with my parents. Back then, it was dangerous to be a protester. This protest bylaw, if it goes through now or in the future, is going to silence our voices, our cause, blind the public from seeing what is happening in our community, because I won't be able to take pictures or tell their stories. Is this right for the Lodge of the People's Voices to do that? Silence us, silence me, no justice, no peace. This got to me thinking, I only make 10 grand a year. The first offense is $500, then up to $5,000 for previous offenses. I'm sure I'll be in that category. I don't quit at one time. I can barely afford bus fare or groceries. You think I can afford to pay the fines or get any money out of me for protesting? Do the math. If there's any future marches, rallies, or vigils that take up a street or block intersections, I'll be there with my camera. I might even bring my own drum or megaphone. This protest bylaw is violating my rights to have my voice heard, my cause to be seen and heard. I don't want my Indigenous voice silenced. I spent my early years with my voice silenced by the church and the federal government. I have found my voice. I'll still be out there protesting, alone or with my brothers and sisters. I'll gladly accept any fines, but won't be able to pay it. No peace, no justice. And today I am proud to say I am wearing my rights today. This was banned by the church. We fought to have it, and I'm proud to wear it. The face, my paint, and this, my ribbon skirt. I am proud to be wearing my rights today, and I don't want them taken away. Peace. Any questions?
So, yes, any questions at all? No, thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next delegation is Justin Coop. So I'm just going to remind people, if I'm calling your name, please come down to the bench. So Justin Coop, followed by Hudson Fricker, Steve Raw, Kakika Thundersky, and then Emmanuel Aliou. So if your name has been called, if you could make your way down to the bench.
Is Justin online? Is Justin here? I want to make sure we hear everybody who's come.
Okay, not seeing Justin, we'll move on. Hudson Fricker was registered to join us via Zoom, however, he's not in the room, so we'll move on. Steve Raw is joining us via Zoom. Steve, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself and turn on your video, you have up to 5 minutes. Following Steve, we'll hear from Kakika Thundersky, Emmanuel Aliou, Kristen Werman, and then Omar Abu Dahab.
So if any of those individuals, just before Steve begins, if Kakika, Emmanuel, Kirsten, or Omar are here, please just come down and take your seat on the bench in order there. Steve, thank you for your patience. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I want to thank the councillors and the mayor for holding this session and calling for the public consultation that I've been witnessing. It's a wonderful expression of the need to hear from people, the need for being able to speak out, and actually the value of protest in democracy. I just want to say that without protest in democracy, there would be no women's rights, because the women's suffrage movement moved to bring that issue to people through protest. There would probably be no Truth and Reconciliation Commission, because Indigenous people found themselves up against the wall and needing to demonstrate, to close highways, to protest the conversion of a sacred space into a golf course, and so on. As a Jewish person, I'm aware that when protest was shut down, it led in pre-World War II Germany to what were the conditions that later ended in a Holocaust. So the idea of ending protest, or of limiting it, or of saying that it is a nuisance, in fact, undermines one of the basic ways in which we as human beings find to protect ourselves. Further examples of that could be the protests in the 50s, late 50s and early 60s, that ended atmospheric nuclear testing and ended the irradiation of the entire atmosphere. Much more needs to be done. Today we have an arms race which is threatening us, similar to the one in the 80s, which required huge protests worldwide to find some breathing space from, and we're going to have to do that again. So this bylaw is endangering us in so many ways that should be considered dangerous, not only to ourselves, but to future generations. And I do recommend that you shelve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve, for your presentation. Any questions at all? Okay, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, next up is Kakika Thundersky.
Good morning, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Hello. Ani Buju, Kakike Thundersky Dijnakas, Winnipeg Nadunji Shegwa Poplar River, Benesi Dodem. Hello, my name is Kakike Thundersky. I am from Winnipeg, Manitoba, with family roots in Poplar River First Nation, and I am a part of the Thunderbird clan, and I work for Climate Action Team Manitoba. Before I begin, I request that you guys all pay attention to us delegates. This isn't our job, and I see some of you guys like on and off your phones. And a lot of people took a lot of effort to be here today. People took off work, and some people aren't too keen to public speaking, and their voices are shaking. And they did a lot of work for you guys to listen today. So I want to begin by saying I am Anishinaabe, and my ancestors have been on these lands since time immemorial. My ancestors have undergone horrific genocide and have survived. They survived through strength, resilience, and resistance. My ancestors have been resisting injustices on these lands long before Winnipeg was a city, long before Canada, and let it not be lost on us that Manitoba was formed out of resistance and rebellion. Without these acts my ancestors took, we wouldn't be here today, and we wouldn't have the rights we have today without protest and standing up for injustices. And this is why I'm here today. I am a mother, a community member, and a land and water and sky defender. When I look to the chamber, I see my daughter. She's right there. She's playing right now. And I see other children here too. And as a parent, it is my job to make sure that their future and their rights are protected. I advocate for my daughter and the next generation's rights through protest and exercising my right to assembly, my right to protest. It is our right to protest injustices and policies that threaten our way of life, our lands, water, and skies, and policies that put our realities and relatives at risk of harm. I'm concerned about the vagueness of this bylaw, and I'm concerned about the power that this gives police to deem what is a nuisance and what isn't. I'm concerned about police brutality, violence, and further incarceration of marginalized community exercising human rights. I'm concerned about my children being subjected to this bylaw. If their voice is being taken away, what else will be stolen from them? I hope that you see how many people showed up today, many who sense the importance of this by taking off work, bringing their children, and many who are here speaking through anxiety and with a shaky voice, but are still up here speaking to you today. I understand that you took your support away, but I hope nothing of this nature comes through again. And that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation today. Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay. All right.
Okay, next up is Emmanuel Aliou, joining us via Zoom. And following Emmanuel, Kristen Werman, Omar Abu Dahab, and Carol Chua, and then Logan Chibarak.
Hello, Emmanuel. Welcome. Oh, make sure your microphone is on, Emmanuel. There.
Hello.
Oh, there we go.
Can you hear
Yeah, we can hear you now. We sure can.
Great.
Go ahead, please.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
All right. So yeah, hello. My name is Emmanuel. I'm a current master's student at the University of Winnipeg. I'm a father, a partner, a friend to many amazing people who call Winnipeg home. I'm here today because of my love for the city and in clear opposition to the bylaw in question. So I oppose this bylaw for the reasons that it infringes upon charter rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. It promotes exclusion and divisiveness actually within our beloved city. Section 2B of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms protect freedom of expression, including speech and protest. Issues from, inappropriate demonstrations are already, covered by existing laws. This bylaw is, in my opinion, unnecessary and threatens our established rights, which have been repeatedly upheld by Canada's courts. As stated in a case in Ontario, R versus Capito in 1987, free expression is quote unquote, the very lifeblood of democracy. And I feel like this bylaw seeks to cut off that essential right. So although the bylaw claims to promote safety and inclusion in Winnipeg, it would actually hinder these goals. Protests are vital for highlighting unfair, discriminatory policies and actually fostering dialogue for positive change. And by restricting assembly and expression, this bylaw prevents meaningful conversations and it actually undermines inclusion. So I did a bit of research just on the trends in Canada and elsewhere of similar bylaws like this. And across Canada, similar laws have been introduced with the intention of preventing demonstrators from blocking access to abortion clinics and healthcare facilities. Abortion care is healthcare. And I think we could all agree on this part that healthcare should never be denied from people seeking it. However, similar bylaws and policies have also been used to restrict protests on other critical issues, such as the opposition to violence in Gaza and occupied Palestine, as in the case of the UK and Toronto. This demonstrates how such regulations can be applied beyond their original purpose to actually suppress legitimate dissent. If this is implemented in Winnipeg, these kinds of rules would hinder demonstrations that draw attention to infrastructure needs, and for instance, demonstrations that oppose alleged war criminals, echoing the limitations seen in other places as well. It's disappointing that residents are forced to protest these urgent issues in the first place. I think city leaders should step up to protect Winnipeggers by investing in our roads to make it safer and more accessible and ensuring that, those responsible for serious wrongdoing are held accountable. By simply replicating policies from other places, Winnipeg is failing to show leadership and progress. Even countries like the UK have reconsidered their approach to these restrictive measures. Winnipeg deserves better solutions that genuinely supports both safety and the right to protest. The ambiguous wording of this bylaw, especially the term nuisance, creates division by labeling those who seek change as troublemakers and punishing them with fines. And this discourages dissent and silences people who want a better Winnipeg. Right now, as we speak, we enjoy many civil liberties that are all the outcome of opposition and protest. We would not be enjoying these liberties if these protests were not direct, if they were not strategic, if they were not effective. A few examples, as was mentioned earlier, women's political rights, the right of women to vote. This happened out of direct civil disobedience and the protest of many women, including BIPOC women. Environmental protections and land defense. Indigenous water and land defenders have been at the forefront of protecting our water, land, and forest, almost always through protests and civil disruptions. So when you go camping and enjoy Manitoba's beautiful wildlife with your family and enjoy, clean drinking water, you have Indigenous land defenders and their direct protest to thank for that. There are many other instances I could mention, but in closing, I encourage you to consider what it means to accept restrictive protests while still benefiting from freedoms that those protests made possible. I oppose this bylaw due to its repression of charter rights, its promotion of exclusion and divisiveness in this beautiful city. This bylaw, in my opinion, is a shame. The nature of this bylaw is undemocratic. It's careless for the safety and well-being of Winnipeggers, and it's inherently just like a fascist bylaw. So I'll just stop there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions at all? Okay, thank you very much, Emmanuel. Before we go to the next delegate, just so everybody knows, so you can plan accordingly, we will break at noon or right around noon for about an hour from noon to 1, just so if you need to make plans, we will take a bit of a break, a lunch break. So thank you. We'll move on then. I'm going to turn the chair just briefly over to Councillor Lukes, and then we'll call our next delegate. I'll be right back. Thank you.
Okay. Our next delegation is Kirsten Berman, and then following Kirsten, we'll hear from Omar Abu Dahab, Carol Chua, Logan Chaborak, and then Eileen McDonald. So if your name has been called, please make your way down to the bench.
This one here. Mayor Gillingham, don't go. My name is Kirsten. I am a librarian. I have stood in front of many, if not all of you, before to speak of libraries, of community, of the value of equitable access to information for all, to intellectual freedom and freedom of expression. These are the values that guide not only me, but the profession of librarianship. Librarians are also really good at helping folks identify misinformation. I'm very pleased to see that the champion of this bylaw has withdrawn his support. I remain concerned, however, that the proposed bylaw might still go back to the drawing board, as we read in the press release. And a new version could still restrict fundamental rights to be able to protest for social and policy changes and to build community power in the interest of justice for all, even if you don't agree with what I have to say or feel inconvenienced. I have the privilege to be able to take time away from work to speak in front of the city committees and members of council. Not everyone is able to do this. And I appreciate that other delegates have said that this isn't easy. I always feel really nervous and voice shaking. The process of signing up and speaking as a delegation is also not simple, nor is it transparent for everyone to know the complicated rules or directives that guide these often very overwhelming and intimidating spaces. And yet it is one of the few ways, as the mayor said, to take our concerns directly to those in power in order to demand change. And I would also say that another one of the ways includes protests. The proposed bylaw identified libraries and community spaces as one of those spaces that will be protected from these nuisance demonstrations. Meanwhile, libraries are public forums meant for debate and the exchange of ideas. The bylaw undercuts the very purpose and strength and gift and asset and beauty of a library. I do worry that this proposed bylaw further restricts speech by Winnipeggers, including those marginalized and minority groups in our community. In addition to being counter to charter rights, the city's proposed bylaw is actually not really necessary in light of the already existing and well-funded roles of the police service. WPS already has the broad powers to protect access to property and to intervene in the event of a threat to human physical safety, including during protests. And these police powers have existed actually even before the introduction of the federal government's Bill C-9, the Combating Hate Act, which supposedly, as I read also in the press release, addresses a lot of what the city was trying to do with this bylaw. This is actually also a bit concerning. Bill C-9 has been described by many constitutional experts as threatening constitutionally protected expression and would lead to the chilling of necessary public debate across Canada. So while in this election year, the councillor who introduced this nuisance bylaw has now removed his own support for it, I remain deeply concerned that the motivation and the desire to restrict these constitutionally protected speech and protest, specifically from certain groups, remains. So as we go forward, and if you do indeed plan to go back to the drawing board, I have some questions. In exploring other jurisdictions who have attempted and have implemented these types of bylaws, there were processes of public engagement. Where were these leading up to this? I know Councillor Rowlands also brought this up. Will they be forthcoming if you pursue a new version of this bylaw? What are the budgetary implications of enforcement of this bylaw? Have you considered the inevitable costs of a constitutional challenge? And how on earth does this proposed bylaw uphold Winnipeg's commitment to becoming a human rights city, a status of the United Cities and local governments that the City of Winnipeg is striving for? As others have already said, I urge you to remember your legal obligations to uphold the Charter and protect our democracy. And if the goal is truly to fight against hateful or offensive speech, then I would suggest that more speech, more space for protest, more public engagement is needed, not less. Ooh,
Thank you.
that was right on
Good
time.
timing, good timing. Thank you. Thanks. Our next delegate, Madam Clerk.
Any questions? You didn't ask that.
Any questions? I'm sorry, any questions? Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is Omar Abudab, followed by Carol Chua, then Logan Chaborak, Eileen McDonald, and Peter Miller.
Good morning, Council. My name is Omar. I am opposed to the bylaw, the nuisance anti-protest bylaw. The facts, I will give you some context first. The facts leading to this bylaw proposal. I will then argue why it must not pass in this form, and I will conclude with some remarks. The facts. I identify as a Semite, a lineal descendant of Sem, son of Noah, an ancestor to Abraham, Ishmael, and Isaac. The majority of the Semites live in the Middle East, and many, though not all, are Arabic speakers. Some of the Semites are Jewish, some are Christian, some are atheist, some are Muslim, and perhaps there are other groups. My parents survived the upheaval of war. They were driven out of their homelands. I'm sorry, their country. They lost their farms, their stores, their houses, and most notably, their identities. My parents walked barefoot to safety, running from the bombs of the terrorists that attacking them. Some people were not as fortunate and died and continue to die. This was a horrific event that reverberated and continues to in my life and many others like me. To my understanding, the draft bylaw was triggered in part by a protest of two foreign combatants who came to Winnipeg to an event to propagate their vitriol, hate, and violent extremist ideologies. This apparently caused some people to allegedly feel intimidated. to see that our own citizens are peacefully protesting their presence and unwelcoming them to be in our country. The draft bylaw, I argue, suggests that protecting the freedom of foreign possible criminals to propagate their extremist ideologies amongst us takes precedence to our own citizens expressing and exercising their constitutionally protected right to express the worry, the fear, the intimidation, and disapproval of these combatants' presence in our country and city. The draft bylaw suggests that our own citizens are prohibited and deprived of their fundamental freedoms to peaceful assembly in their own country, in their own city, while the foreigner combatants roam free and assemble without hindrance. The draft bylaw suggests that protesters supporting those crying for help, for food, for shelter, to assist the starving infants, the women, the children, and the elderly are a nuisance. They are a nuisance, perhaps because they raised awareness and perhaps appeal to the dying conscience of the aristocrats, the royalties and nobilities, whose biggest worry is the choice from various forms of luxury. These people's conscience remains hibernating, or worse, possibly buried next to the dead children. Permitting possible war criminals to boast about their criminal activities and their murderous genocidal actions against innocent children, while prohibiting our own citizens peacefully expressing their disapproval, protesting these criminals' presence, and voicing their own intimidation, shocks the conscience of any decent human being. Many scholars will argue the constitutionality of this bylaw on the basis of Section 2, Section 7, perhaps other sections. I will not touch on that. My argument here is that this bylaw in its current format aims to cover up and stamp out, exposing the criminal enterprise of the colonialists around the globe. It is a true exhibition of the complicity of our elected officials in a continued genocide that the Semite, among others, experienced at the hands of the colonial powers. This bylaw is not just unconstitutional, Council, but an act of aggression against the citizens and residents of the city and our country. It's a true manifestation of intent furthering the end, targeting the criminal enterprise engaged in internationally and domestically prescribed conduct, not just putting preference of foreigners against our own. It's ironic and hypocritical, while the courts chant the impact of historic colonialism on the indigenous people of one country, our government stands silent on the ongoing colonial activity elsewhere, even complicit in doing so, in suppressing the speech, exposing it. For all those reasons and many more, I am opposed to this bylaw in its current format. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Omar, for your clear presentation. Any other questions at all? Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, our next delegation was Carol Chua, registered via Zoom. However, they're not in the waiting room, so I'll move on. Next up is Logan Chiborak, then Eileen McDonald, Peter Miller, Gustavo Zentner. Any of those folks in the gallery today? No?
Gustavo is.
Okay. Following Gustavo,
Do you want to just call them one more time? Logan,
Sure.
Eileen, Peter? We're just going to do one more call of the folks that apparently are not here. Just wanna make
Logan
sure.
Chiborak, Eileen McDonald, Peter Miller. Okay. Following Gustavo, we'll hear from Tammy Gadir, Riley McMurray, and Erica McNabb.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, thank you. Good morning, Your Worship, and members of the Executive Policy Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Gustavo Zentner, and I am here on behalf of the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, CIJA, the advocacy agency of the Jewish Federations of Canada, UAA, UIE. CIJA represents Jewish Canadians nationally and here in Winnipeg through the Jewish Federation of Winnipeg. We welcome this committee's consideration of the Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw. City staff and legal department have done careful, thoughtful work. This is a critical step in making Winnipeg a city where everyone can feel safe, and we endorse the bylaw. For over 2 years, Jewish communities across Canada and here at home in Winnipeg have faced repeated protests targeting places of worship, schools, and community institutions. These are spaces serving children, seniors, and other vulnerable individuals. While protest is a fundamental right, these demonstrations have often become intimidating. Families attending religious services, cultural programs, or educational activities should not have to fear going about their daily lives. Winnipeg is proud of Folklorama, celebrating multiculturalism and community. Yet, for years, visitors to the Israel Pavilion at the Asper Jewish Community Campus have faced harassment and intimidation, even during what would be a joyous celebration. The protests have featured deeply anti-Semitic slogans and chants, such as "From the river to the sea," "Go back to Europe," "Hamas is coming for you," and "Intifada revolution," all of which promote hatred and incite violence without any consequence. This is right here at home. This past summer was no exception. Parents, grandparents, and visitors asked me directly, why should families feel unsafe while celebrating culture? Why can the government or police do more to protect us? Who will be targeted next? These are urgent, heartfelt appeals, not rhetorical questions. While the Winnipeg Police Service has done a tremendous job providing support to the community, the reality is that constraints are limited, and therefore limiting their ability to protect us, our community, all Winnipeggers. Canada's promise, the promise that drew me and so many others to this country, is founded on justice, equality, democracy, respect. This promise guarantees the right to practice faith, to raise our children, and celebrate heritage safely. But fear is now part of daily life for far too many. Families hesitate before attending services or programs. Children feel anxiety working near community centers. Seniors feel unsafe in spaces that should offer comfort and connection. The toll is real, tangible, and lasting. Freedom of expression and assembly are fundamental, but not absolute. Cities like Calgary, Toronto, Brampton, and Vaughan have defined safe perimeters around vulnerable infrastructure, balancing freedom and expression with public safety. Section 1 of the Charter allows reasonable limits to protect the safety and the well-being of others. Institutions such as yours and instituting such a bylaw will ensure a Charter of Rights and also protecting those looking to use those vulnerable institutions. Here today, I listened to and I met with many Winnipeggers that are coming at this issue from different perspectives. Those perspectives must not erase my experiences and the fear that my community faces here today. Yesterday, we were notified that our submission will be taken as information only to inform focus around safety. There were references made to Bill C-9, the Combating Hate Act, which, with proposed amendments, we also support. A law-abiding community, the Jewish community here, we look to you, elected officials, to pass legislation and to work across all levels of government and law enforcement to protect our community and all communities. Accepting our submission as information and waiting for other governments does not protect us. Our shared values and a way of life in Canada are at stake here today. This is not about restricting lawful protests. It's about ensuring that demonstrations do not intimidate children, disrupt religious practice, or prevent residents from safely accessing community spaces. Manitoba must not become a home for hate. Every Winnipegger deserves to live free of harassment and free from fear.
Are you able to
The
conclude,
time to ask
Gustavo?
is, the time to act is now, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mayor, thank you for your time, attention, and commitment to keeping Winnipeg safe for all. And if you so wish, I'm happy to take questions right now.
Okay, thank you, Gustavo. Thank you. Any questions at all? Councillor Santos?
Just for clarity, you had mentioned that you'd worked with the police with respect to some of these incidences. What have you heard back from the police on why they could not arrest or deal with the hate that your community is facing?
Thank you, Councillor. Many of your colleagues right here at this chamber today have joined many of the events that I've mentioned today. They have also spoken with police, with officers that are there to provide safety and protection to community and prevent from escalation. That does not protect or instill sense of pride in our community, in any community. Let it be clear that this infrastructure and proposed bylaw does not solely focus on one community, but rather celebrates and ensures our rights and freedoms without allowing others to run them over. And when we have police presence at every single event, not only that's a strain on financial resources for the police in all communities, but also signals that here you can live freely and openly as long as the police is present, as long as we manage to invite a representative from any of the levels of government to join our community. So what we hear is that there is a need for more direct relation and alignment between all levels of government with law enforcement. That's why we have advocated as well for the legal system and for prosecutors to lay charges, to direct police, to charge offenders, not to silence voices, but to protect those that are most vulnerable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Council.
Okay, next up is Tammy Gadir, followed by Riley McMurray, then Erica McNabb, and Sean Jordan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm a resident of Osborne Village and a professor who has researched and taught on music, politics, and culture. Today, I'd like to speak in opposition to the previously proposed bylaw. I'd first like to put it on the record that I was wearing a Jews for Palestinian Liberation sweater above this shirt and a keffiyeh, but as I came toward the door today, I was told by one security guard that I couldn't wear my shirt because it's inflammatory. And I can't help but wonder if I'd been wearing a sweater that said Jews for Ukrainian Liberation, whether it would have been considered similarly inflammatory. On June 5th, 1919, the Mayor of Winnipeg, Charles Gray, made the following proclamation. By virtue of the authority vested in me, I do hereby order that all persons do refrain from forming or taking part in any parades or congregating in crowds in or upon any of the streets of the City of Winnipeg, and do hereby request of all law-abiding citizens the full compliance with this proclamation. This announcement was made after the city, the province, and federal politicians at the time received pressure from the business owners of Winnipeg to do something about the tens of thousands of strikers who had walked off their jobs and taken to the streets to protest their poor working conditions, long hours, and low wages. After the business owners had lobbied the politicians, a special police force was deployed to repress the workers on strike and their supporters, often violently. 101 years later, in 2020, people came out in force internationally against the police's public and brutal murder of George Floyd in the United States. It led to one of the biggest international mobilizations in a very long time in the movement for Black lives. And since October 2023, the millions around the world in solidarity with Palestinian resistance against occupation, apartheid, and genocide have taken to the streets, picketed arms factories, refused to load ships with weapons to the Israeli state, and risked their lives trying to get aid to Gaza by boat. I'm against a misuse of the concepts of safety and vulnerability. We've been observing what has unfolded in Toronto, in Ottawa, and other Canadian cities with bubble zones being enforced. We've seen what's gone on in Australia, the UK, and Germany in terms of repression of protest. We have watched in horror how our siblings south of the border are being targeted for opposing injustice. And most of all, we know who bears the brunt of these kinds of enforcement. the poorest, Indigenous people and people of colour, disabled people, 2S LGBTQ plus people. Even if this bylaw doesn't pass, because there are hundreds of people here who have been saying, we don't want this, I'm still concerned that the city intends to look toward federal law, Bill C9, to enforce through a different route the same basic repression that the bylaw was intended for. Rights, as many people have said today and no doubt will continue to say, including all the rights enjoyed by the people who work in City Hall, are created by the people who activate and exercise them. They have never been handed to us on a silver platter. The people who support policies of repression still use their wealth and status, just as they did over 100 years ago, to collaborate with those with political power in the service of degrading some of those hard-won rights. Protest, and free, open, unrestricted protest, is one of those rights. Although protest is a means rather than an end in itself, it's an essential channel that we currently have to oppose systemic injustices and to meet like-minded people who we can organise with further. And I will say that I've met some of my best friends in this city from being able to show up to such events. We cannot cede any ground to this essential right. If Bill C9 provides an avenue for our political speech to be categorised as hate speech, we will be mobilising just as emphatically as we did this week. And as people in Palestine have shown us over and over again, there are some contexts where the only true way to fight repression is to collectively defy it. Thank you.
Very much for your presentation today. Thank you. Any questions at all? Okay, thank you.
Next up is Riley McMurray, followed by Erica McNabb.
Good afternoon. My name is Riley McMurray. I'm here as part of a group called Manitoba Lawyers for Palestine. And subsequently, one of our members, Carl Gowenlock, will provide a bit more of a fleshed out address. I'm just here to make an appearance. My grandpa, he always said that if you actually write to your elected officials, they take note of that more than if you just send an email or something. And so I thought I'd actually come down here in person and just say that I'm opposed. I think that it's very important to have discourse in society. In law school, I took a class called Indigenous Legal Traditions, and I got to learn from a local elder named Harry Bone. And he was speaking with regard to incarceration, saying that just locking someone up isn't a solution to the conditions and things that have led to some type of disagreement in the community. And in a similar vein, I just think that we need to have public discourse, we need to have protests. It's important because just trying to suppress things is ultimately not a great solution in the long term. I know there's a lot of speakers on the list today, so I'm not going to take too much more of everyone's time. And I just wanted to say that I believe in each of you to make the right decision on this matter. And so thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Riley. Any questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Hey, Erica McNabb. And then we'll have time for one more. The last delegation before lunch will be Sean Jordan.
Okay, welcome.
Thanks. I'm so grateful to have the before lunch slot so we can all just digest over lunch. My name is Erica McNabb. My pronouns are they and them. I'm a parent. I'm a lifelong Winnipegger. And I'm an uninvited white settler to the territories that I live on, which are Anishinaabe and Innu land, and the home of the Red River Métis, who have gifted us a legacy of resistance in Winnipeg. Or what we now call Winnipeg. I was told to identify myself in this way by Dr. Barry Lavallee, who I want to acknowledge as somebody who inspired me to stop limiting my speech and to speak truth to power. And may he rest in peace and power. I am here because I oppose this bylaw, and not just this bylaw, but literally any future iteration of anything resembling this bylaw. Anything that is limiting or suppressing in any way any kind of right to gather, protest, speak out, and build community. Because at the end of the day, that's what a protest is a building of community. And I think a lot of times when people don't agree with that, it's because they haven't attended a protest in a very long time. And so while I only have a couple of minutes, I'm going to be focusing very specifically on one aspect of this bill that I oppose very much, which is a misunderstanding of what safety is and is not. Specifically when it comes to protesting and rallies and gatherings of this kind. So some things that are not actually unsafe are feeling uncomfortable, feeling challenged, facing disagreement with an idea that you hold personally dear, having a challenge to your entitlement to a space or a place. And while I'm very sympathetic to the trauma responses we all might face in certain spaces and places, I want to acknowledge that most people who experience those trauma responses are frequently told to suck it up and be quiet, and can't come before City Council and say, my specific community needs protection. And so I would like to acknowledge that. I also want to acknowledge that safety is something that is very important to every single person who's ever gone out on those streets. I know this to be true because it's kind of my life's work, building safety for community. I have been to hundreds of protests. Fun fact, my first one was a Save the Jets rally. So, we can't all paint each other with the same brush either. When we're talking about safety at community events and protests, when community comes together within our collective groupings of vast, diverse groups of people, we always do so with everybody's safety in mind, even those we don't agree with. I have seen things in the hundreds of protests that I have personally attended and been in charge of safety with a group of other community members. I have seen things that are really, really unsafe, like police sitting in vehicles and ignoring everything happening while civilians responded to traffic accidents, like watching police drive their cars quite unsafely close to protesters while people on the ground are yelling, no, stop, stop, stop. So I'd like to also just dismiss the fact or idea that police are always the go-to safety response, because unfortunately I've seen it happen the other way around. I also would like to share that concerns about infrastructure aren't necessarily valid at protests either. So for example, I have seen countless times where transit, emergency vehicles, etc., have been brought through a street-blocked protest faster than when vehicle traffic is in the way. And that's because we work together and we know how to do it. Really and truly, when we're talking about any protest, rally, encampment, community gathering that wasn't sanctioned, these are spaces of community building, of resource sharing, and even encampments that have been very unpopular have saved lives. Which I know is something dear to your hearts. So in closing, I just want to invite council and invite this group of people to stop working against the communities in this city who are the most passionate and caring for their community members. Make Winnipeg less protestable. Stop wasting time on trying to repress us, because as you can see here, it's not going to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation today. Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Sean Jordan is our last delegation before the break.
Hello. Thank you for letting us speak here today. And it's not something that is easy, and it's not something that I want to be doing, nor is protesting something that is easy, nor is it something that anybody really wants to have to do. And I moved here about 30 years ago, and I was really impressed by Winnipeg and the unique culture here and how many groups coexisted. And I could see freedom running very deep through this community, even though there was friction and inequality. It's defined by the waterways. But I see people coming together to support each other. The prairies will do that to you. But when I heard about this bylaw, my question is why, and why now? And it made me look at the city with apprehension and distrust, thinking that something was going to be coming after this bylaw that would require protest to maintain justice. It seemed like a cynical and draconian move that shuts some voices down, but is selective oppression. If injustice occurs, as it does, it happens, who is able to receive justice? People are often harmed by unfair laws crafted to benefit some but not others. And those who can afford lawyers or have pull will receive justice. But those who don't will be expected to put up and shut up. Is that it? Like I said, no one wants to protest. Another speaker mentioned fascism, and it is a slippery slope. It is built on actions like this proposed bill, and it is built on punishment and muzzling people out of fear. Just like a hammer isn't the tool for every job, the police are not the answer to every problem, especially if it is a systemic problem. And how is this fiscally responsible? Or is that what the fines are for? And again, not everybody can afford fines. $500 is nothing to someone, but for someone else, that is all they have to live on for a month. I want to live in a fair city, and I want everyone to have equal rights. And that's why I'm here, doing what I don't want to do, but I trust that you will do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation today. Any questions? Okay. Okay, thank you, everybody. It is noon. We're going to reconvene at 1 o'clock. Okay, thank you very much. We're dismissed until that time. Okay, thank you very much. We're reconvening our Executive Policy Committee meeting for Tuesday, February the 17th, 2026. I do want to take a moment to say Happy Lunar New Year to all those who are celebrating as well. I forgot to mention that first thing this morning, so Gong Hei Fat Choi to all who are celebrating. We are continuing on with our agenda here and specifically related to our delegations. And Madam Clerk, just before you call the next delegate, I will let folks know out of just respect that I do have to slip out of the meeting for a bit. Councillor Lukes at about 1:40 or so. Councillor Lukes will chair the meeting while I'm away, and then I'll be back. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have Ellen Karlinski, and then following Ellen, we'll hear from Kat Roberts, Orvie Dingwall, and Naomi Woodfield. So if I've called your name, please come down to the bench and wait for your turn. And just to let folks know, the list of delegations has been put up on the screen at the edge of the gallery there, so you can follow along.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Mayor Gillingham and city councillors, good afternoon. My name is Ellen Karlinski. I'm a member of the United People's Jewish Order, also called Jews for Social Justice. We are a secular Jewish group established in 1945 and are part of a national organization. We engage in cultural activities, but also work alongside of other groups opposing racism and working to advance justice in our community and in the world. The past few years has seen a rise of protests in our city. I have participated in many of these gatherings. I have never felt unsafe at these assemblies. No protest is monolithic in its message. There are many voices that come together to express opinions and advance ideas. It is a fundamental right we all have, freedom of expression and of assembly, even if we disagree with the message of the protest. This legislation or bylaw, nuisance bylaw that's maybe will come to life or not, I hope not, will result in the diminishment of these rights. The legislation wants to create a safer city through repression. We have seen the results of this kind of thinking and repressive policies south of us. People need to be able to come together in protest wherever and whenever it makes sense to do so. It's part of our civic duty to speak up and speak out. In my mind, this is what makes a healthy society. Banning protest creates fear of persecution. The nature of protest is to cause unease. This can be perceived as a threat to safety, but it's not a physical threat to safety. Protests are intended to raise awareness, to challenge our thinking, to prompt us to look at issues and loosen our attachment to old narratives. Protests make us think, challenge, and discuss. No place should be protected from these assemblies as long as they are peaceful gatherings and don't obstruct people's entry. Do we really have a problem in Winnipeg? I don't think so. We are not fragile beings. We are adults who should understand that our world is coming apart. It can't be made better by silencing and repressing people's needs and their right to dissent. How would our society enforce this kind of legislation except through aggressive and punitive measures, often against minority voices? What actually is the problem here that needs solving? I am a Winnipeg Jew who does not feel safe and protected by this bylaw, but who feels threatened by this proposal. My career was as an educator. If a peaceful protest is taking place near a school or in the city anywhere, it's a wonderful opportunity to engage children in conversation and critical thinking about issues of the day. Young people need to see their leaders on this council creating a city where freedom of expression and assembly is championed. Please be those leaders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ellen. Appreciate your statements today. Any questions at all? Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Okay, next up is Kat Roberts, followed by Orvie Dingwall, Naomi Woodfield, and Jay Richardson.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you. Dear members of the Executive Policy Committee, my name is Kat Roberts. My pronouns are they, she. I'm a resident of Winnipeg within the St. Vital ward and a community advocate focused on reducing homelessness through expansion of social housing across Manitoba. Much of my work is done through peaceful demonstration, community rallies, and public events designed to encourage constructive dialogue and policy reform. I'm here today because I believe that the Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw proposed by Councillor Evan Duncan, although I know that it has since been backtracked, would create barriers for community members, advocacy organizations, and residents seeking to engage with elected officials. After consulting legal scholars, I believe the proposed bylaw is a violation of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, where Section 2 guarantees fundamental freedoms that include freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. These protections extend to peaceful demonstrations, rallies, and marches in public spaces, including public areas of universities and colleges, legislative buildings and their grounds, as well as City Hall. Further, the potential prohibition of cultural expression through the elimination of round dances more closely reflects the implementation of the Indian Act of 1876 rather than Winnipeg's commitments to truth and reconciliation. Measures that limit Indigenous culture would be inconsistent with those commitments and would undermine trust between communities and civic leaders. Preventing property damage, hate crimes, and protesting around schools, daycares, and healthcare centers are covered under existing legislation. The proposed bylaw seeks to duplicate existing federal and provincial legislation, essentially banning all protests within its broad language. Should the bylaw be passed, it would not only limit the fundamental freedoms Winnipeggers are allotted under federal legislation, but would further silence marginalized voices. The right to assemble peacefully and express dissent is not a disruption of democracy. Is not a disruption of democracy. It is a cornerstone of it. So for those reasons, I urge the Executive Policy Committee to withdraw further consideration of the proposed Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw and further bylaws like it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation today. Any questions at all? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, next up is Orvie Dingwall.
Hello, welcome.
Thanks so much. I'm Orvi Dingwall. I use the pronoun she, her, and I registered on behalf of the University of Manitoba Faculty Association. I'm the current past president. So it was very welcomed news yesterday morning when we saw the news that you were not proceeding with going forward with this bylaw in its current proposal. So I will save you, the repeated comments about protecting charter rights, freedom of expression, and freedom of association, and also the particular carve-outs and protections that exist and are so essential on university campuses. So having been listening to the delegates all morning, I've been thinking a lot about what are the next steps then. We've heard from, I think, just one group so far about feeling fearful, and a couple of questions about, but what of children in schools and daycares? And I have 2 children. I take them to protests, and we participate in our democratic right, and also through their schools, and at some daycares, they also participate in protests. And sometimes, and they're not, the ones outside of schools, they're not violent, but they're about inclusiveness. They're used as education, and they're used in moments when, as citizens, something traumatic has happened, and you can do a public display to show your sympathy, to show that you're learning and you're trying, and they're really important elements of our society. So going forward, I hope that we just toss this in the garbage can where it belongs, the thought of it, and think instead about the laws that already exist to protect Winnipeggers and people within our city and within our province. We already have bylaws against and provincial legislation and federal legislation that helps keep us safe, and that already outlaws hate speech and hateful acts, violent acts. We already have the tools that we need, and we don't want to start having specific large restrictions or any other restrictions. As an academic, then the question does become, if we do continue to carve out spaces to say, we can't do protest here, this needs specific protections, then the question is, who gets to decide though? And at what point does that stop? Who gets to decide what's okay to be talking about publicly and what's not? That is just an inherent infringement on our freedom of expression, and we should just let people protest and share information as they were meant to do. Thanks so much for your time this morning, or this afternoon now.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience. Questions at all? Councillor Duncan?
Thank you very much for your presentation, through you, Mr. Mayor. We did hear from a delegation who I suppose would have an opposing view around your statement about protests at schools are peaceful, giving you a specific example of a school where it was not peaceful. What do you say to that protest, or to that delegation?
Sure, I didn't mean to imply that there have never, ever been intimidating or unpeaceful, as you said, unpeaceful protests at schools. I just was meaning to highlight that schools themselves do protests. They can be school organized or organized within community groups. And if things became unpeaceful in front of schools or anywhere else, I still think we have the existing infrastructures to keep everybody safe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, sorry, our next delegation is Naomi Woodfield. Following Naomi, it's Jay Robertson, Robert
Jay
Leland.
Richardson?
Oh, sorry, Jay Richardson and Robert Leland.
Thank you. Welcome. Go ahead.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. I wanted to begin by thanking you for taking your time out of today and allowing all of us to speak. My name is Naomi Woodfield, and I'm here to speak to you as an educator, a U of W student, a Two-Spirit trans woman, and a concerned Métis citizen. I'm here to actively oppose the Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw proposed by Councillor Evan Duncan. This bylaw is a flagrant violation of the right to protest listed within portion 2 of the Charter. Winnipeg is a city with a long and proud history of effective protest, and to implement this bylaw would to put that history to shame. From the 1919 general strike that shook the entire country and paved the way for workers' rights across Canada, to the Winnipeg Pride protests that have ensured the rights of thousands of 2S LGBTQIA+ Manitobans, to countless demonstrations that have only just begun to claw back what was stolen from Indigenous peoples. Our city has proved time and time again that protest is not only a benefit to society, but actively integral to a healthy one. Even the founding of our province only happened because of the power of many coming together in resistance, in protest. To then propose a bill that would fine all protesters daring to enter a 100-meter area within the listed zones, areas that conveniently include City Hall and the office of our Premier, go against the very nature of what it means to be a part of Winnipeg. Let's look at one of my aforementioned examples, Winnipeg Pride. While today it is often viewed as a parade rather than a protest, for what many within the community, such as myself, it is still actively a form of protest to ensure that 2S LGBTQIA+ people maintain our rights in the face of a world growing more and more intolerant. Pride itself has had a routine route going on over a decade, and though the city has attempted to change the route of the parade before, the Pride Marshal has ignored said order in an act of protest and went forward with the historical route given. If we were to follow said route and compare it to the charter-free zones listed within the proposed bylaw, at minimum 18 different locations block Pride's route, if not more. In fact, the whole of any feasible route downtown is blocked for Pride. And this is just one demonstration, never mind countless others that have already been listed by many of the other speakers we have had here today. But let us move on to the topic of schools and other institutions of learning. Across the globe, university students have proved pivotal in the advancement of civil rights. From Greensboro and Fisk in the fight for rights of Black Americans, to students in Munich fighting against the Nazi Party and their acts of anti-Semitism, to more recent examples such as Columbia students renaming Hamilton Hall to Hinds Hall in the wake of atrocities committed by the Israeli government against the people of Palestine. Student protest is vital in the fight for civil rights, one would be hard-pressed to argue that this inclusion of universities within the charter-free zones doesn't feel like an attempt at suppression, because that is what this bylaw feels like to myself and many other Winnipeggers, suppression. In order to be quiet, fall in line, or face a fine so prohibitively steep that it would send many into utter destitution. The title and wording of the law connotes a concern for the safety of citizens accessing the facilities listed, but fails to note that total blockage of public facilities is already prohibited. Harassment and intimidation are already crimes. Protest or these nuisances are not harassment. They are a demand to be heard. The bylaw communicates that this city no longer cares when we demand to be heard if it were to go through. To be mindful of many others who would like to speak today, I'm going to finish with the words of our own Prime Minister. A world of fortresses will be poorer, more fragile, and less sustainable. The Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw is an attempt to force control over a populace. It is an action that contributes to the world of fortresses that Prime Minister Carney warns us of. It is an affront to what makes a healthy democratic society and will actively harm our city in the long run. I would urge this council to not just shelve this bylaw like was announced yesterday, but to actively throw it and any other future proposed bylaws that act like it completely out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Naomi. Appreciate your time today. Thank you. Are there any questions at all?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and next up is Jay Richardson. Following Jay will be Robert Leland, Chris Kraljevich, and then Reem Hamid. Jay is not here.
Sorry.
I think that's Chris. That's Chris. Okay, so Jay, Robert Leland, Chris Kraljevich, Reem Hamid, Bethany Damon, Diane Zach.
You can come forward. Sorry. Yes.
No.
Please
Chris
just
is
state your
here?
name just so we got the right individual here. Thank you.
Sure. I'm Chris Kraljevich.
Okay, thank you very much. Chris?
Thank you.
Proceed, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Chris Kraljevich. I'm a resident of Charleswood, and I'm speaking today in opposition to the proposed Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw. I understand that support for this bylaw has been withdrawn, but the disconnect between its purported objectives and the contents of this draft made public last week deserves to be addressed. I believe that this bylaw fails to keep the people of Winnipeg safe and instead shields institutions from the discomfort of being protested against. Through the chair, I'd like to address Councillor Duncan's comments on CJOB last week. Quote, "The chaos that is unfolding south of us right now is a clear indicator that it's coming our way. And if we don't put these things in place to stop that, it's going to be your neighborhood next. It's going to be your place of worship next. And we don't want that to happen. We want to make sure that people want to visit these spaces, that they're safe, that kids can go to school, and that they don't feel intimidated or threatened." End quote. Frankly, the desired outcomes expressed by Councillor Duncan would not be accomplished by this draft. Instead, the bylaw would actively make the people of Winnipeg less safe. If we're inviting comparisons to events unfolding in the United States, I want to conduct a quick thought experiment on what the consequences would be if the city of Minneapolis enacted its own version of safe access to vulnerable infrastructure. Until very recently, Minneapolis has been the target of the Department of Homeland Security for citywide immigration and customs enforcement raids. During DHS's operations in the city, protesters and legal observers did everything they could to deter ICE from terrorizing their community, including being nuisances. Documenting ICE's unlawful acts, providing early warning for raids, making sure everyone was informed of their legal and constitutional rights, and lawfully demoralizing the agents invading their city. They were not the ones making their city less safe. ICE was. Protesters were not breaking into homes without judicial warrants. Protesters were not tear-gassing cars full of kids. Protesters were not abducting kids and teachers from schools. Protesters did not shoot Renee Good in the head. Protesters did not execute Alex Preddy in the street. ICE did. The presence of protesters and legal observers in the streets and neighborhoods of Minneapolis have demonstrably kept people safer from ICE than if they weren't there at all. However, nearly every single protest and legal observation against ICE would have violated this bylaw. In fact, the site of Alex Preddy's execution is within 100 meters of a healthcare facility. That would leave thousands of people financially punished for protecting their neighbors. I don't doubt that there would be fewer people willing to show up and legally protest and observe ICE if they could be out thousands of dollars for doing so. If that is the sort of chaos coming our way, then a deterrent against public protest, like this bylaw, will leave people vulnerable to state violence without community protection. If this bylaw comes before this committee again in another form, and it would still punish the people of Minneapolis for their bravery in the face of tyranny, I will be here speaking against it again, and I suspect I will not be alone. Continuing this comparison, the Bishop Henry Whipple Federal Building has been a target for many Minneapolis legal observers and protesters, as it is where DHS is operating out of in the city. However, a portion of the building and much of its public road access is within 100 meters of the Fred Wells Tennis and Education Center, a community center, and as per the text of the bylaw, a designated facility. I would not consider the Whipple Building vulnerable infrastructure in this case, but this bylaw is so overreaching that it would protect DHS from rightful protest and punish those who are trying to help its victims. It may be considered unfair to say that DHS would get blanket protection from protest, but this bylaw sets its bar for a public demonstration becoming a nuisance protest on the floor. If anyone brought a megaphone on short notice, or enough people showed up to fill the sidewalk, or just one protester had a sign that read, "Down with Stephen Miller's white nationalism," which could be considered an objection towards an idea based on race, then every protester and legal observer near the Whipple Building would get slapped with a fine. Even if every protester was abiding by these conditions, this bylaw easily allows for sabotage of ongoing protests. It is not hard to imagine an ICE agent joining a protest outside the Whipple Building out of uniform, then deliberately violating this bylaw to get all otherwise law-abiding participants fined. To bring this back home, the Winnipeg Police Service headquarters and City Hall are both within 100 meters of a designated facility. The most straightforward interpretation of this bylaw is that it would shield institutions most deserving of being protested against from the people's voices they should be hearing. These are not the outcomes we've been told that this bylaw should accomplish. It would not prevent the chaos that unfolded in Minneapolis from coming here. It would make things worse if that chaos arrives in Winnipeg. We do not want this bylaw to come back before this committee in another form. We do not want it scaled back. We want it defeated entirely. It will only make our city less safe. Thank you.
Well, first of all, remarkable time. You finished with 1 second left. But thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question, but Councillor Duncan,
Please go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
No, I just simply want to say thank you, and thank you for the examples you provided. I thought that they were helpful. I appreciate again that certainly, again, the intent was certainly never to shield City Hall. You can tell by the good exchange that's happening today, the number of people appearing in delegation. We appreciate hearing from everybody, this is the most open, accessible level of government when it comes to expressing, democratic rights and engagement. So thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Councillor Duncan?
Yeah, thank you very much. First off, for a local resident coming out and speaking directly to this committee and the mayor. Mr. Mayor, through you, it's unfortunate that that you received this as something that was, I suppose, associated with ICE when I referred to the chaos in the South. If you'd like to provide comment, I was more so talking about white nationalism, anti-trans groups, maybe those that are more extreme right in their ideologies. I mean, I don't want that, that's for sure, and I'll stand by that comment. I don't want that chaos.
You can
Are you
respond.
aware?
Respond to that. if you want.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware that you oppose those. I'm glad that you do oppose those.
Right.
I worry that you did not consider the consequences of enacting this legislation. In other words, the people of Winnipeg would catch strays in your attempt to curtail white nationalism and anti-trans bigots.
And a variety of lists through you, Mr. Mayor, that take place in the states that have definitely changed Canadians' viewpoints of our neighbors to the south, which is incredibly unfortunate. But I thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much today. Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation, Reem Hamid, was to be heard via Zoom. However, they're not in the meeting, so I will move on to our next delegation, Bethany Damon, also joining us via Zoom. Following Bethany will be Diane Zach, Oscar Romero, and Candace Bodnaruk.
Just 1 second, Diane. I think we've got Bethany first.
Yes.
By Zoom. Correct, Bethany? Do we have you here? We do, I think.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. You can go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bethany, and I'm a Winnipegger who has been fortunate enough to have attended dozens of protests throughout the city where I've been shoulder to shoulder with others who are gathering to peacefully draw attention to important issues related to justice, dignity, love, and human rights for all people. As a disabled woman, I know that so many of the rights that I have today have come as a direct result of protests that have been both peaceful and at the same time disruptive. Knowing how movements to protect rights have been won before, I regularly feel compelled to use my energy to try and protect the rights of future generations in a world filled with too much inequality, greed, and leaders who are more concerned about power than people. I want to paint a picture of the types of people that I see in crowds of local protests to clear up any misunderstandings and perceptions that people may have about who shows up to a typical protest in Winnipeg and what their intentions might be. I see Katie, a childcare worker who's deeply concerned about building a future world for kids that she cares so deeply about to ensure that they are able to thrive. I see a group of singing seniors who have witnessed countless injustices throughout their lives and now write songs about the world that they want to build for future generations. I see empathetic people like Natalie who work at nonprofits and social service agencies because they are deeply concerned about issues related to the housing crisis, climate change, war, and corporate greed. I see Indigenous land defenders like Clayton who are living with generational impacts of colonialism while trying to protect Mother Earth. I see a retired school teacher and grandfather, Jim, who will do anything he can to fight for a healthy and safe future for his grandkids. I see countless people who I would honestly trust with my life, people who know what it means to make the world a better place and who are aware that, historically speaking, protests that cause disruptions are a critical part of creating and preserving human rights for all people. As I think about buffer zone laws that are being proposed across the country, I think about the impact that they would have, or lack thereof, if I was gathering with Katie, the singing seniors, Natalie, Clayton, and Jim in my front yard, rather than in front of the Premier's office on a busy Osborne Street or in front of City Hall. I think about people driving home from work who wouldn't be able to, or who wouldn't be stopped and be forced to talk with friends and family about the issues that caused an inconvenience on their drive home. And finally, I imagine that this morning's protest wouldn't have left a mark in all of your minds the same way that it had if it had happened in the front lawn of my residential South Osborne home. Civil rights movements have been won because of hard work, and yes, at times, some people feel like these protests have been a nuisance or inconvenience. But I think that we can all agree that that's the way that powerful movements have been built, and I'm super grateful for this bylaw being withdrawn, but I think I would just encourage everyone to continue thinking about the impact of protests that we've seen in the past and where those have happened, as we've heard from so many other people today. So yeah, thanks for everyone for your time today and for listening to me talk about my experience with protests in Winnipeg and the super empathetic and loving, caring people who are behind them.
Thank you very much, Bethany. Appreciate your presentation today. Any questions at all? Okay, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Diane Zach, followed by Oscar Romero, who is supposed to be joining us via Zoom, and then Candace Bodnaruck.
Hello, Diane. Welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diane Zach, and I've been the coordinator of Manitoba-Cuba Solidarity Committee for the past 25 years. I've been a teacher in Winnipeg for close to 40 years in the public schools, as well as for Jewish Child and Family Service and the Adult EAL Newcomer programs at Winnipeg School Division, Red River Polytech, and the University of Manitoba. Like many in the social justice activist community in Winnipeg, I wear more than one hat. I've also been involved in solidarity with Palestine for a long time. I made a presentation in this very room in front of City Council's Human Rights Committee in March 2023 when it was considering adopting the much maligned International Holocaust Remembrance Association definition of anti-Semitism, which I and others argued against. I was very proud of the Human Rights Committee of City Council that day for not going forward with adopting the problematic IHRA definition. So now we are all here talking about this new proposed bylaw, quaintly referred to as an attempt to curtail nuisance protests and keep them 100 meters away from a wide range of institutions, locations, and sites around the city. As someone who's been to hundreds of peaceful protests, demonstrations, and rallies in Winnipeg going back to the 1960s, I strongly object to this bylaw. Many others will point out the specifics of how and why this is a blatant, unwarranted overreach and violation of our civil rights. I would like to specifically address the issue of intimidation that is included in the proposed bylaw. Apparently, if someone doesn't like the message being given by a particular protest, they may only have to say they are intimidated, and the protest could be shut down by the police. This is a terrifying but real possibility if this bylaw is adopted. For several years now, Manitoba-Cuba Solidarity Committee has carried out peaceful rallies at the corner of River and Osborne on the last Sunday of the month against the U.S. blockade of Cuba, carrying signs like "Let Cuba Live" and "Trump, hands off Canada means hands off Cuba." We have been well received at this corner. There has been no violence of any kind. Cars driving by show their support for our message by honking their horns. However, we are about 100 meters from a church, and there is a seniors' residence across the street from the church, so our usual corner would be off limits if this bylaw is passed. It will become increasingly difficult to find an outdoor public place to gather for ourselves and for so many other peaceful organizations who are simply acting on their civil rights to offer their views, to inform and educate the public. Doing so has become a norm in Winnipeg for many, many decades. The groups who volunteer their time to do so are not a nuisance to the community. They are an integral part of it. This is a proud part of our social landscape in Winnipeg. If some people don't like what they hear and see, they walk on by for the most part, accepting the diversity of the community and the right of people to express their views. For the past couple of years, the Palestinian community and its supporters organized weekly rallies opposing the Israeli bombing of Gaza. Yes, the rallies were loud. Many passers-by and motorists showed support by waving and honking, but there were some who objected and swore at the protesters. However, the protests were not interrupted by violence. The Palestinians and their supporters did not overreact to these attempts to intimidate them. They took it in stride. There are some organizations in Winnipeg and some politicians who support the Israeli war on Gaza and its population, calling it a war on Hamas. And these same organizations have called for this bylaw. They want a bubble to keep Palestinians and their supporters off the streets of Winnipeg. In my opinion, this is the impetus for the proposed bylaw. But the opposition to the bylaw has grown exponentially, as witnessed by many organizations and journalists taking a public stand against it. And we are hoping that the growing opposition will have an effect on this meeting of EPC and that you will not move forward with it or any adaptation of the bylaw. For my organization, Manitoba Cuba Solidarity Committee, it's an extremely important time now and in the coming months to take a stand, including in public rallies, against the U.S. attempts to destroy Cuba. We want to step up our work, not have it curtailed by such a bylaw. Please do not adopt it or another one like it. It will make things worse for the peace-abiding members of the community who want to gather to express their views on the issues of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions at all? Okay, thank you very much, Diane.
Okay, our next delegation was Oscar Romero. However, they're not in the Zoom meeting, so I'll move on to Candice Bodnaruck. And following Candice, we'll switch gears and hear from David Linton with respect to item 2 of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Gillingham and Executive Policy Committee today. And I just want to begin by saying to thank everybody here for your bravery today in the gallery, the people that are speaking out against this bylaw. So important to be here. I just want to start by saying that our rights are not a city council debate. They're guaranteed to us in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I love Winnipeg, and that's exactly why I'm here. We have an amazing community here who in seconds time can step up and be out on the streets for human rights, and that's what we've been doing for over 2 years now. I've been active in protests in Winnipeg for over 30 years, starting with the women's movement, then with the peace movement, with Peace Alliance Winnipeg, and with Palestine Solidarity. If Winnipeg is to move forward, we need to be expanding our rights, not restricting them. Spontaneous protests, people coming together in the streets of Winnipeg. We have over 100 years of such activism here. Protesting injustices, marching together in all weather. This is the cornerstone of tenet of our democracy and so important. And we must defend the rights to protest and against silencing, of course, of our protest. The fact that this bylaw has been paused and is not moving forward at this point is a great show of how powerful protest really can be, because as soon as we learned of this, so many of us mobilized, we took action, we started writing letters, we signed up to speak, people started making art, writing songs, talking to each other online about what we were going to do to respond to this. And again, this is a great example of how Winnipeg mobilizes in the case of repressing our speech. Over the past 2 years, I've stood with hundreds of others for Gaza to speak against genocide, and I can tell you there's nothing hateful about opposing genocide. Our demonstrations, they've tried to equate them with hate, but Winnipeg claims to be the human rights city, yet our own elected officials are prepared to take away our charter rights to speak against genocide. Obviously, this is wrong. And how can this be wrong? We're a great community. We come from many different places, but we all have one thing in common, an unwavering commitment to social justice. The fact that the EPC has tried to make our work about hate indicates how misinformed they are and how threatened they must be by the truths that we reveal. We're not nuisances. We are members of this community, and we also vote. Lastly, I'll say that human rights is not something for the city to use to promote Winnipeg as a human rights destination. It's not something where we can pick and choose whose rights we highlight. We advocate for these people, but we do not. But it's illegal to advocate for these people because it's popular. And the last thing I was going to say here was, how can City Council and the EPC promote Winnipeg as a progressive place that stands for human rights, yet at the same time be working to silence our speech just because they don't agree with this message? There's no right not to be offended in Canada, and I think that that's a very important point to make. We have to respect one another's rights to speak. It's part of fair debate, ability to disagree with each other, and in a democracy, that's what we should be defending. We should not be regressing. We need to be moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Candice. Any questions at all? Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Lukes at this time. Thank you.
Okay, next up is David Linton from the Manitoba Trucking Association with respect to item 2 of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works. And then just following David, we have a slight change. We're going to hear from Barb Guimond next, and then Bassam Hosema and Michael Miner.
Good morning, Mr. Linton, or afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Standing Committee Chairs and Mr. Mayor. My name is David Linton. I'm the Manager of Policy for the Manitoba Trucking Association, or the MTA. The MTA is very pleased to support the recommendations of the Public Service Report on the Chief Peguis Trail Extension Project. It is now nearly 7 years since the preliminary design study was completed and delivered to the city. The MTA supports the Chief Peguis extension for 3 important reasons: the immediate and direct improvements that the extension will provide for the flow of traffic across the north quadrant of the city, completing a regional arterial connection between the deindustrial areas of East Kildonan, St. Boniface, and Transcona with the industrial areas of Northwest Winnipeg and Centerport. We support the CPT extension for the benefits it will provide for goods movement, for trade, and the Winnipeg economy, including the job market. We also support the CPT extension for the new development that it will enable in precincts A, B, and D, and the benefit that it will also provide to existing areas. The MTA would like to commend the work of the Public Works Department for updating the traffic modeling and growth projections relevant to the Chief Peguis Trail extension. It is important to note that this work falls within the purview of the department, not that of the Deloitte peer review of the cost-benefit analysis. Updating the base year for traffic data is a practice that should be conducted for all road project assessments, including but not limited to the Route 90 refurbishment project. The MTA is also pleased to note that the Department of Public Works has updated its trip generation models to meet standard industry practices. The importance of applying these standard practices cannot be understated. As noted in the report, these revisions show a much higher estimate of traffic traveling to and from Centerport, which is the fastest growing employment area in Winnipeg and the surrounding urban region. As I've pointed out on other occasions, transportation is the land use that enables all other land uses. Like so many other capital projects, the Chief Peguis Trail extension is long overdue. A quick glance at Google Maps showing development in the north of Winnipeg reveals that land up to the CPT right-of-way is nearly all built out. If Winnipeg is to build on its competitive advantage as a transportation hub, it must continue to invest in transportation infrastructure. And with that, I thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Linton. Can you just recap what the trucking industry provides for jobs and the economy in Winnipeg? Do you have any data on your fingertips about that?
The data is difficult to discern because of the way it's collected by Statistics Canada, but it amounts to tens of thousands of jobs within the region of Winnipeg.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Have
Thank
a good
you.
day.
You too.
Okay, Madam Clerk, what are our next 3 delegations?
Okay, back to item 7. We'll hear from Barb Guimond, Bassam Hosema, Michael Miner, and then Jen Geeg.
Oh, 56. Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning or afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Barb Guimond. I would first off like to remind you that you're on Treaty 1 territory. I'm from Treaty 1 myself, originally from Saugeen First Nation. We often speak about truth and reconciliation. There's no reconciliation in my opinion. I'm a day school survivor. And my dad was a residential school survivor, and at these so-called schools, we were silenced. And as First Nations women, we were always told to be quiet. I still get told to be quiet, by my 85-year-old aunt who was not allowed to speak at these residential schools, where I was not allowed to speak. I have a voice. I now have a voice. I will not stay silent. I will continue fight for the continuing injustice of my people. I asked to speak here as a delegate because I felt that this bylaw was specifically targeted toward our people. The poster had our women wearing ribbon skirts and holding hand drums. I'm an independent advocate for the homeless, and on my WG2S, I also try to advocate on behalf of parents, grandparents who have trouble with CFS. I will not be silenced when speaking the injustices of our people, the corporate greed, etc. I speak about corruption in our community also. The work that I do along with others, including searching for missing people. We search for people no matter what race they are. We would look for any of your loved ones if it came to that. We have been targeted by racists. I'll give 2 examples. When we had the Tammy Bateman protest against the WPS, a Caucasian male attempted to drive through the protesters. Elders and children who could have been hurt, and who were there could have been hurt and killed. He was stopped, but not before he hit a woman on a bike, and a young man was injured. And excuse me. And he required surgery. The second time, the second protest, I forget what it was about, but another Caucasian woman was trying to drive through the protesters again. And I asked the WPS if these people were charged. They weren't. And why is that? The continued attacks on our people by security companies. I was told that I would be dragged out of a dollar store by a security guard. I have been banned from City Place because of speaking up for our homeless. There's no compassion for our homeless who are at times dressed inappropriately in this weather. I would like to invite each and one of you to come out with us one of these days. And the mayor too. I know I've asked the mayor to come to, I think it was the Manwin or something, when we had had protests for the Manwin to be shut down. Nobody responded to us. I believe I spoke to Vivian? Excuse me, we have a right to protest and have freedom of speech. And we are the First Nations people of this land. You remember, you are guests on this land. And we are the first people. Excuse me. The bylaw should be thrown out in the garbage as suggested by another delegate. And thank you for allowing me to speak. And that's my thoughts on the bylaw and all that. We have a right to speak, and I will continue speaking on behalf of my people.
Thank you, Ms. Guillemond. Is there any questions of Ms. Guillemond? Thank you. Thank you. Our next presenter, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Bassam Hosema, followed by Michael Miner, and then Jen Geeg. Okay, if none of those folks are here, keep going. Keep going. Okay.
And maybe just go to the next people, get them down.
Sure. Okay, so we have Michael Miner, Jen Geeg, Aaron Johnston-Weiss, Justin Lashinsky, and Amanda Gobey, or Gobeil, and then Frank Jans.
Yeah, if you've heard your name, come down. And if you haven't, if you're not here, keep going.
Adrian Guiyu and Mohammed Susi Guni. Okay. Okay, we've got a few on the
Okay,
bench.
all
so-
right. Okay, good afternoon. If you'd like to give us your delegation presentation, please.
Yes, I'm Michael Miner, he, they. I'm an instructor of Indigenous literatures at the University of Manitoba and father of two, resident of St. Boniface. I'm opposed to the recommendation of Winnipeg Public Service to approve the Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw because it's poorly conceived and a shameful affront to human rights, to belief, expression, and assembly. Page 3 of the draft bylaw includes what masquerades as a definition of nuisance demonstration. Item A is redundant, vague, and disingenuous. The specified characteristics it references are already protected by the many declarations and charters with jurisdiction in our city, as well as by law in the Human Rights Code of Manitoba. Where people with privilege, such as employers and landlords, are forbidden to discriminate based on protected characteristics. Every protest I've gone to, and an overwhelming majority of any protest I'm aware of in our precious city, have been specifically to advocate for the dignity of all persons and an end to all forms of discrimination against specified characteristics. It seems that this bylaw would be employed disingenuously by those who wish to conceal social and systemic injustices. These injustices must be loudly and publicly denounced. I'm deeply concerned that the reference to specified characteristics is telling of the true intentions of this recommendation and the bylaws other municipalities have so cynically adopted. These true intentions seem to be the curtailing of our human rights to belief, expression, and assembly. Too often, the most privileged among us count their minor inconvenience as a violation of their rights. It is no wonder that wealthy individuals and organizations would prefer not to hear how their monopolization of resources comes at the cost of human dignity and human lives. And so they lobby for laws such as this that can be used to characterize lawful expression and assembly as nuisance, so they do not have to feel the appropriate shame for the way that their privilege has come at the highest of costs to the oppressed. Finally, I cannot understate my offense that this proposed bylaw characterizes so many of our cherished venues for assembly and democratic discourse as vulnerable infrastructure. How poignant that this bylaw claims that the very bones of our body politic, of our city, our healthcare facilities, cultural landmarks, places of education and worship are vulnerable. Winnipeg must not become a place that is too cowardly to face public discourse in public spaces simply because of the uncomfortable truths this discourse reveals. As can be readily observed here today by the very, very long list of delegates, defenders of freedom in this city hold great pride in taking part in what this shameful recommendation could be used to classify as nuisance demonstrations. And whether they are amplified or not, we will not stop until our voices are heard.
Thank you, Mr. Miner. Are there any questions of the committee for Mr. Miner? No. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, next up is Jen Geig. And then following Jen, it's Justin Lashinsky, Amanda Gobeil, Frank Jans, Adrian Gliu, and Mohammed Susi Gooni. So if your name has been called, please come down to the bench.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Sorry. Hello, my name is Jen Geig, and I'm a student at the University of Winnipeg. I have never, ever felt unsafe, afraid, or uncomfortable due to a protest or demonstration done at my school or anywhere. What I am afraid of is the possibility of our charter-protected rights to be taken away. Government-issued permits on megaphones or microphones is something I would read in a dystopian novel, and I am frankly horrified to be here before you even entertaining the idea, even as information. We celebrated Louis Riel Day yesterday. Manitoba itself is a province founded due to protest and public demonstration, as Louis Riel himself was an activist, executed for his beliefs, and before then was seen as a nuisance. In 1919, citizens of this city held the largest strike in Canadian history right here, and it was seen as a nuisance. Protests and public demonstrations are meant to be disruptive, annoying, or nuisances. That's why they work, because by design, they cannot be ignored. Protests have been used throughout history to help win rights for countless people and issues in our world. For those who are Indigenous, racialized, and members of the LGBTQ+ community, for example, as well as protections for our environment. A friend of mine, Bronwyn, recently said to me that everyone, no matter which political party or cause they are affiliated with or aligned with, deserves the right to peacefully protest against injustice. This is not an issue of sides. And I know I would rather see someone protest something I vehemently, categorically disagree with and be able to counter-protest them than neither of us have the right to have our voices heard. This is an issue of protecting freedom of expression and association. With the terrible and frightening suppression of rights and freedoms we are witnessing down south, I implore you to remember your obligations as our officials to uphold the rights of Winnipeggers, protect the Charter, and protect our democracy. Do the right thing. Abandon this idea and future ideas like it and strive to be better, because it is only those who benefit from silence that fear speech. Thank you for listening, and I welcome any questions.
Okay. All right, committee members, any questions of Ms. Gegg? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Justin Lashinsky. No Justin? Okay. Amanda Gobi or Gobey. Frank Jans.
And who else is after him?
Adrian Guiyu, Mohammed Susiguni, and then Dana Smith.
Any of them come down? And if not?
There is someone on the bench.
Okay. Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you for having this hearing. The bylaw infringes on the freedom of expression under the Section 2B of the Charter. The proposed Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw directly restricts freedom of expression protected under Section 2B of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Protests and demonstrations, especially political and social protests, are among the most protected forms in a free and democratic society. By defining nuisance demonstrations to include expression of objection or disapproval towards an idea, person, or groups based on specific characteristics, the bylaw captures core expressive activity, including peaceful protests. Restrictions on where and how expressions may occur, particularly near places of worship, schools, and designated facilities, can constitute a clear infringement of Section 2B. Because the Charter infringement is established, the bylaw must be justified under Section 1 using the Oakes test. The Oakes test was created by the Supreme Court to use in these charter challenges. The government is bearing the burden of proving that it is compiled with the requirements of the test, and the infringement is therefore justified. There's four steps of the Oakes test. The government that infringed the Charter must explain the objective of the impugned law or conduct. The objective must be pressing is substantial. Step 2, the government must demonstrate that the law or policy is rationally connected to the pressing and substantial objective. If the law or policy is arbitrary or serves no logical purpose, then it will not meet the standard. The government must demonstrate that the law or policy is minimally impairing of the Charter rights. This means that the law must impair the Charter right as little as possible or within the range of reasonably supportive alternatives. And step 4, the government must demonstrate that the beneficial effect of the law or policy are not outweighed by its negative effects on the Charter. This is generally known as proportionality requirement. If the government fails in any of these steps within the Oakes test, the infringement is not justified. If this happens, the court will invalidate the law or policy on the grounds that is inconsistent with the Constitution of Canada. So, overly broad definition of nuisance demonstrations. This definition captures lawful, peaceful, and non-discriminatory protests, which lies at the core of Section 2B protection. The Supreme Court has repeatedly held that the Charter does not permit governments to restrict expression merely because it's controversial, uncomfortable, or unpopular. The bylaw's definition, intimidation, of intimidation includes conduct that could be reasonably expected to cause a person to fear for their mental or physical safety or deter access to a facility. However, the Supreme Court jurisprudence makes it clear that emotional distress or offense alone is insufficient to justify limits on expression. In Saskatchewan versus Watcott, the court emphasized that the harm targeted by the expression limits must go beyond hurt feelings and humiliation. Similarly, in Ward versus Quebec, the court held that emotional serenity or subjective emotional harm cannot justify restriction on expression. Instead, analysis must be focused on likely discrimination effects, not personal emotional reactions. By permitting enforcement based on perceived fear or emotional impact, the bylaws risks suppressing and causing discomfort rather than demonstrable harm. The lack of clear requirements grants excessive discretion to enforcement authorities. This uncertainty undermines the predictability required by rule of law and deters constitutionally protected expression, particularly expression critical of dominant or government-favored views. So in proportionality, this bylaw will suppress peaceful protests, marginalize dissenting votes, and erosion of fundamental rights to protest near symbolically relevant locations. The Supreme Court has consistently held that a free society must tolerate a degree and discomfort and offense to preserve freedoms of expression. The bylaw prioritizes emotional comfort over constitutional liberty, which is inconsistent with the values underlying the Charter. So, in conclusion, the proposed safe access to vulnerable infrastructure is unjustified infringement on Section 2B and should be cancelled. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Do we have any questions of our delegation? Thank you very much,
All
sir.
right, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Okay, we had Adrian Guiyu, but I don't see them in the Zoom meeting. So moving on to Mohammed Susiguni, and then Dana Smith, following Dana, Richard Robertson, Olivia Norquay, and Nikita Borisov.
Councillors, good afternoon. My name is Susie, and it's truly unfortunate to be here, and I'll be honest. The last time I stood before this council was at the beginning of COVID, when you were about to make a grave mistake, in my opinion. That was canceling the UPass program over an accounting error. Former UMSU President Jacob Sanderson pointed that out, and you rightly walked it back. I am here today because this council was about to make another grave mistake. And I'm relieved to see that it's now reconsidering it, but that's not enough. You must reject it. When I last stood here, I was an undergrad. Today, I'm a law student. But I'm not here to give you a legal opinion, though. I'm here to tell you that this proposed bylaw is an attack on democracy, an attack on marginalized communities, and an attack on the very principles this city claims to uphold. Let me be clear. Harassment, hate, intimidation, blocking access to hospitals are unacceptable, for sure, and they are already illegal. This bylaw is an attack on Indigenous communities. We must never forget Brian Sinclair, who died after systemic racism ignored him for 34 hours. If this bylaw were passed, it would make it a crime to protest the very racism at the very doors where it happened. You cannot claim reconciliation on Monday and then criminalize Indigenous protests on Tuesday. This bylaw would silence environmentalists protesting for your children's future. It would silence union workers demanding fair pay for honest work. It would silence our Black community fighting for accountability and justice. It would silence our Jewish and Muslim communities standing against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. It would silence students fighting for affordable education, against sexual violence, against global injustices on their own campuses. This bylaw did not protect vulnerable people. It silenced them. It turned nearly a fifth of this city into a protest-free zone in a democracy. It arms police with $5,000 fines to shut down round dances, climate strikes, and justice movements. And make no mistake, It would be enforced selectively against the very communities you claim to protect. Our budget is already stretched thin. Arlington Bridge is gone. We still don't know the future of Lewis Bridge. Property taxes are rising. The assessed values of homes are now going over $100,000, $200,000. We can't afford bridges. We can't afford roads. And if this ever returns in its current forms, Winnipeggers will be asked to foot the legal bill to defend it. You're risking millions we cannot afford in millions that should go to programs that this city desperately needs. And let me be clear, you are not fixing a problem with this bylaw. We already have the laws. The criminal code covers harassment and intimidation. We have traffic bylaws that require permits. We have noise bylaws that handle complaints. The rules already exist. The Winnipeg Police already have the tools they need. This bylaw, as it was drafted, is the solution in search of a problem. And it's going to cost us a fortune that we do not have. Years ago, you did the right thing with the UPass. Do the right thing again. Go back. Do not bring this in its current form. Draft something that targets harassment without criminalizing protest. Winnipeggers deserve better than a rushed, unconstitutional mistake. Protect democracy. Protect the right to speak up against injustices. Protect those who do not have a voice. And don't bankrupt this city, defending the indefensible. Do not accept this report. Reject it outright. I'm happy to take questions and/or comments.
Okay. Do you have a question? Counselor has a question?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Mohammed.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to put on the record one point of clarification. You mentioned jeopardizing, and you gave an example of a labor protest of some sort.
Yeah.
That was exempt under this. Clearly noted in the report.
Yeah. Wow. 1 out of 5. Well done, Counselor. Well done.
If you want another question,
Sorry?
if you want another question,
Well, I'm happy to take another question if you
yeah,
do.
I'm trying to deliver respectful comments to you. I appreciate the same back. but-
And I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
It would have been better if we didn't come here, you know? But
So,
here we are.
Okay,
Okay, our next delegation, please, Madam Clerk.
appreciate that, thanks.
Dana Smith is our next delegation. Following Dana, we'll hear from Richard Robertson on Zoom, then Olivia Norquay, Nikita Borisov, Dakota Barker, and Patrick Noel. Dana, if you want to come to the podium. If I've called your name and you're any of those folks, please make your way down to the bench.
Anyone else?
I can't see behind the podium.
Call some more.
More? Can we get more?
Yeah, call more.
Can we call more?
Giving me the time to come and share my voice. Just letting you know, this is not how long it actually is. It's just big font because I can't see it. My name is Dana Smith. I'm a resident of the city of Winnipeg, born and raised. I'm here to speak about the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, but also about public safety. A healthy democracy depends on the right to a peaceful protest and public assembly. We need to keep in mind protection for our most vulnerable. We need to keep in mind protection for our most vulnerable. The biggest question is, how is public safety pursued with respect for the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, not lost in the equation? The proposed bylaw is described as protecting hospitals, schools, and places of worship. But when you read the draft in detail, it goes down a much broader path that could end up being a slippery slope we potentially not recover from. Healthcare takes place every day in hospitals, clinics, and other healthcare settings where people intentionally go to receive care and support, including in the communities and neighborhoods they live in. It's not if they're not in isolated areas. Beyond healthcare, the bylaw also applies to other spaces such as places of worship, schools, libraries, cultural centers, and community centers. These are not in rare or isolated areas. These are tightly woven throughout our neighborhoods and communities with no clear distinction or boundary at times. There's a lot of overlap in these areas. These individuals should have a safe space to go and not expect disruption or feel unsafe. However, when demonstrations are restricted across this many public spaces, it becomes unclear when people are actually allowed to gather and use their voices. It is also important to recognize that when people have concerns about the various governments themselves, peaceful demonstrations near government buildings has historically been one of the most direct and legitimate ways for the public to be heard. If restrictions were to expand outward from vulnerable spaces into broader public spaces, each change may seem small on its own, but over time the impact becomes significant enough that meaningful civil expression can be reduced to something we don't recognize until it's been lost. As Canadians, we expect better. Our democracy has come at a huge cost. We have a long way to grow within our own democracy, but approving this bylaw will set us back where we have come from. We want our democracy to be built on discussion, accountability, and respect for rights and freedoms for all populations. That means having honest conversations about safety, setting healthy boundaries in ways that strengthen democracy, not quietly and slowly omitting it. This is part of what makes Canada distinct and worth protecting. Having lived experience with disabilities, health issues, and gender-based violence, this has shown me that my voice does matter and that advocacy begins when people are able to use their voice in a democratic way. The temperature in our current global dynamic is getting way too hot. We need to tread lightly, but also be the example of what our Charter of Rights and Freedoms actually represents. Democracy is a very fragile thing that we can't take for granted. I am grateful to be in a country that doesn't take away freedom of expression, right to not be afraid to stand up for oneself or others.
Can you wind it up, Dana, in a couple
Yep.
sentences? Thank you.
Okay, just one sec.
Yeah, I know.
This is not an argument against safety. It's a right and freedom of expression for balance and compromise. This is the example we must show for our students, our country, and the rest of the global communities. If demonstrations are limited and restricted, they must be defined diligently with great wisdom, clarity, and most of all, with the right agendas that makes a difference for all populations. A healthy democracy defends both safety and the right healthy democracy defends both safety and the freedom to be heard.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith, for your presentation. That was a very impactful, well-thought-out presentation. Do we have any comments or questions from the committee members? No. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you so much.
Yeah. And now our next presenters are, do we have?
Our next delegation is Richard Robertson joining us via Zoom. And then just for the folks in the gallery, following Richard, we have Olivia Norquay registered, Nikita Borisov, Dakota Barker, Patrick Noel, Alan Sajkoshi, and then Sharon Felix. So if any of those folks are here, you can make your way down to the bench. Richard, you can go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Richard Robertson. I'm B'nai B'rith Canada's Director of Research and Advocacy. B'nai B'rith is the country's oldest human rights organization. Our organization, which was established in 1875, is dedicated to eradicating racism, anti-Semitism, and hatred in all of its forms and championing the rights of the marginalized. I'm here today to address item number 7 on the agenda, the Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure Bylaw. Canada's Jewish community is under attack, suffering through a crisis of anti-Semitism. Since 2022, anti-Semitic incidents have increased nationally by over 124%. Jewish institutions and other infrastructure in Winnipeg have been the targets of caustic protests. This includes the Radi JCC, a hub for Jewish life in the city, in this year's rendition of Folklorama, both of which would be protected under the draft bylaw. Amidst the rising levels of division and incitement, the right of Winnipeg's residents to access vulnerable infrastructure must be protected. The right of every resident to enter and make use of such infrastructure must not be treated as secondary to the rights of nefarious actors to engage in nuisance protests. The right to peaceful assembly does not include the right to intimidate, harass, obstruct, or otherwise compromise the ability of others to exercise their own rights and freedoms. These rights are not absolute and must not be seen as paramount in comparison to other constitutionally entrenched and quasi-constitutional rights. The constitutional validity of analogous legislation has been affirmed by provincial legislators and the courts. It is B'nai B'rith Canada's submission that this is demonstrative of the ability to protect vulnerable social infrastructure without unreasonably limiting or infringing upon constitutional rights. In the case of R.V. Spratt, the British Columbia Court of Appeal unanimously upheld the constitutionality of British Columbia's Access to Abortion Services Act. Similarly, in February of 2025, the Safe Access to Abortion Services Act was proclaimed in Manitoba to protect access to abortion services. It creates safe zones around clinics and places that provide these services, protecting both people accessing and providing abortions. Multiple municipalities in Canada have passed vulnerable infrastructure bylaws. B'nai B'rith Canada participated in the respective consultation processes and is well positioned to provide input on the successful elements of these bylaws. It is B'nai B'rith Canada's opinion that a 100-meter buffer zone is most effective. This buffer zone would be in line with that utilized by the majority of municipalities that have adopted vulnerable infrastructure legislation, including the City of Calgary, City of Vaughan, and City of Brampton. To mitigate concerns regarding constitutional validity, B'nai B'rith Canada recommends that the committee explore the refinement of the definition of nuisance demonstration found in the draft bylaw. The definition of specified protests found in Section 1 of the Town of Oakville's bylaw can be utilized as an example. For the sake of time, I will not read the section on the record, but note that it clearly illustrates what conduct constitutes a nuisance demonstration and will therefore be prohibited. I would also like to clarify that vulnerable infrastructure legislation what vulnerable infrastructure legislation does not do. It does not prevent individuals from protesting, congregating, or expressing themselves within the buffer zone. It does not prima facie infringe on human rights or charter rights. It does not create protest-free zones. It only prevents conduct that meets the prescribed definition of nuisance demonstration from occurring within the defined geographic parameters. It would not prevent an anti-Israel protest or any other protest from occurring anywhere in the city, provided the protest did not devolve into a nuisance demonstration. Any other implied consequences of the bylaw, quite frankly, amount to inaccurate hysteria. Consideration of a municipal bylaw, contrary to the assertions of many delegates, should be void of deliberation on foreign conflicts or geopolitical issues. This committee meeting is not the proper forum in which to debate the Israel-Palestine conflict or the right to protest in relation to it. Such debate is irrelevant to whether or not the municipality should protect those accessing vulnerable infrastructure from nuisance protests. Further, allegations of the weaponizing of anti-Semitism are unfounded when the bylaw would equally protect all vulnerable infrastructure within the municipality. We urge committee members to support the adoption of the Vulnerable Social Infrastructure Bylaw with the recommended refinement. Thank you. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, all right. Councillor Santos has a question.
We've heard some of the delegates that the Criminal Code of Canada actually covers harassment. Do you have any responses to that?
Yes, absolutely. The criminal code does cover harassment. The criminal code amendments, I should say, the criminal code are also being explored under Bill C-9 that would make intimidation and obstruction of those trying to enter vulnerable infrastructure a criminal offense. However, much of the conduct that we see that forms a part of a nuisance demonstration does not fall within the parameters of the criminal code. Vulnerable infrastructure bylaws are seen as complementary to criminal code provisions. And in fact, the Minister of Justice, when announcing Bill C-9, implored provinces and municipalities to adopt their own legislation that would complement legislative amendments to the criminal code.
Thank you. And then just a follow-up question. Sorry, I don't have time to follow federal politics, but where are we at? Are you able to kind of give a quick synopsis of where we're at with the amendments? Is it at committee or is that voting at Parliament?
It's presently before the Justice Committee, Bill C-9.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Councillor Duncan?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I would have liked an opportunity to ask this of past delegation, but I'll ask it of you, Mr. Robertson. Do you have any objections to under the reasons for this report that defines nuisance demonstration as a protest that involves an expression, objection, or disapproval towards the idea or an action related to race, religious beliefs, color, gender, gender identity, gender expression, physical disability, mental disability, age, ancestry, place of origin, marital status, source of income, family status, sexual orientation, by any means including graphic, verbal, or written? And do you have any objection to specifying that nuisance demonstration include, but are not limited to, harassing or intimidating another person, obstructing the passage of a pedestrian or motor vehicles, thereby rendering passage impassable? Or do you have any issue with defining harassment as engaging in conduct that knowingly and without lawful authority causes another person to reasonably, in all other circumstances, fear for their safety, and intimidation is using threats, violence, or other unlawful means to cause fear, compel behavior, or deter another person from exercising their lawful rights?
No objection, Councillor. However, it's the submission of B'nai B'rith Canada that that definition in the draft bylaw can be further ameliorated by adopting language used in other jurisdictions that further clarify what behavior at a protest would constitute the harassment, the intimidation, etc., which is already codified in the draft bylaw.
And are you aware that, through you, Madam Chair, are you aware that this draft bylaw was never meant to stop peaceful protest, and that in fact it would allow for peaceful protest in all of these locations if they were not subject to any of the corresponding report letters that I read out?
Absolutely. And unfortunately, this is an issue that has marred attempts to create vulnerable infrastructure legislation right across the country. Vulnerable infrastructure legislation, as I said in my submission, is not designed to create protest-free zones and is not designed to prevent peaceful protests. It is simply meant to prevent nuisance protests from occurring within specific geographic parameters. And it's unfortunate that there is such a misunderstanding around what constitutes vulnerable infrastructure legislation and what it is designed to do.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Eady?
Just a quick question. You're quite immersed in this. Do any other cities or whatever in the bylaw, so 100 meters means no protests at City Hall here because Red River campus is across the street. Have you seen any wording where it would talk about unless separated by a public right-of-way or anything like that?
I haven't seen such language in my experiences, but I must correct you, Councillor. Just because the bylaw would be applicable to infrastructure within 100 meters of City Hall does not mean that there could not be protests at City Hall. The buffer zone is not a protest-free zone. All that it means is that within those 100 meters, nuisance protests would be prevented. So only protests that obstruct, intimidate, or harass or cause individuals who have a right to access the vulnerable infrastructure to fear for or feel as if they cannot safely attend to the infrastructure. So there is nothing in the legislation, based on my reading of the legislation, in my experience with vulnerable infrastructure legislation, that would prevent protests from continuing at City Hall. That is a protected charter freedom.
I just want to clarify though, so the pro-Palestinian rallies have been happening at City Hall, so they'd be prevented?
No, they would not be prevented from occurring. They would be allowed to occur. Vulnerable infrastructure legislation does not prima facie prevent any protests from occurring. Only nuisance demonstrations, and there's specific language around those. So unless somebody within that protest was intimidating, harassing, or obstructing someone from entering the Red River campus, there would be no issue with that protest at City Hall.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, or Madam Clerk, our next presenters, please.
Okay.
Go through the list.
We had Olivia Norquay registered to speak via Zoom. However, they're not in the meeting, so we'll keep moving on. Again, Nikita Borisov, Dakota Barker, Patrick Noel. Okay, we've got Patrick. I'll just keep naming a couple names, Patrick. Alan Sajikoshi, Sharon Felix, Daniel Jordan, Amanda Layton, and Masha Stur. If any of those folks are here, if they can come on down. Patrick, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for giving us this opportunity. I'm here wearing many hats. I'm a St. Boniface resident. I'm a history professor at St. Boniface. I'm the president of my union. And perhaps most importantly, I'm here as the president of the Manitoba Organization of Faculty Associations, which represent more than 2,000 academics, professors, librarians in Manitoba. Before I follow my script, which won't bring any much new items, but as a professor, I feel it's good to repeat stuff. It works with my students anyway. I really cannot believe that we're considering this bylaw. Maybe I have a vantage point from a historical perspective. Where would be Manitoba without protests? Louis Riel. Manitoba was the first province to allow women to vote, and that came with protest. 1919, for God's sake. On to my script. I'm speaking to you today to express my shock and alarm at the City of Winnipeg's consideration of the Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw that would restrict our charter-protected rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. It is for this reason that I am in staunch opposition to the proposed bylaw. This bylaw, or any iteration of it, would limit the fundamental freedoms Winnipeggers have used to advocate for many social and policy changes that we currently enjoy as a community and even as a nation. From vigils and rallies to round dances, public demonstrations have been used to help win rights for workers and tenants, Indigenous, Black, racialized, and 2SL LGBTQIA+ community members, as well as protections for the environment. If passed, or any future iteration, I'm concerned that this bylaw could not only infringe on constitutional rights, but silence marginalized communities' voices, lead to police overreach, and result in inadequate options for responding to hate. The city's proposed safe access bylaw would not do anything to further prevent property damages, hate crimes, or violence from taking place, acts that are already criminal. Instead, peaceful protests would be severely limited. This type of draconian and undemocratic curtailing of our freedom of expression has no place in the city of Winnipeg or in Manitoba, which has been striving towards the status of United States and local governments human rights city since 2018. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association has expressed concerns that broad rules such as these may unfairly restrict charter-protected peaceful demonstration and free speech, and that such laws often harm marginalized groups who rely on protests to advocate for social change. This is an issue of protecting freedom of expression and association, a crucial cornerstone of a free and fair democracy. Given the alarming suppressions of rights and freedoms we're witnessing south of us, I urge you to remember your legal obligations to uphold the Charter and protect our democracy. I implore you to drop any further consideration of the proposed demonstrations bylaws, and I'll end by saying that I have been into many protests as a student, as a unionist, but also as a Francophone defender. And we organized a protest in September, last September in St. Boniface, and under the current bylaw, our protest would have been deemed illegal. Thank you very much. I'll take questions.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. You just sparked my interest. What part of it would have been illegal?
Too close to critical infrastructure.
That's not the bylaw that's proposed before us.
Well, I followed the presentation of this morning, the 100 meters.
Yep.
We were within that space.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, would it have met the definitions of nuisance demonstration?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so then it wouldn't have fallen within this bylaw.
If I may, who defines nuisance here?
The reason for the report, nuisance demonstrations are any protest that involves expression or objection of disapproval towards an idea or action related to race, religious beliefs, color, gender identity, gender expression, physical disability. I can go on if you'd like.
Isn't that already covered by the criminal code?
Pardon me?
Isn't that already covered by the criminal code?
Under this nuisance demonstration for the city to act on the demonstration. But you said that your demonstration would have been affected, so I'm just getting clarity on that.
Well, my perception, I may have been wrong, but we were too close to critical infrastructure. I cannot predict it was very jovial, everybody was smiling.
Okay.
But then who defines nuisance?
There is a definition that, Madam Chair, just through you, I'm not trying to be confrontational here with you, sir, but there is a definition right here. That's what I'm trying to point to in the report. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your presentation.
Are there any other questions? If there's no other questions, Madam Clerk, our next speaker. Thank you very much, sir. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, I'm going to read out about 7 names. Alan Saji Koshi? Nope. Sharon Felix? Nope. Daniel Jordan. Daniel was joining us in person, but he's now on Zoom. So just before you begin, Daniel, I'm going to read out a couple more names. Amanda Layton, Masha Stur, and then David Grant. Okay, Daniel, you can go ahead. Oh, you have to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. How was that?
There we go.
Good. That is why I tried to do this in person, but I have a 1.5-year-old. So thank you for allowing me to pivot and speak to you from home instead. I grew up in Charleswood. I operate a business 2 blocks from where you're all sitting right now, and I live in the riding of Councillor Rowlands. I do acknowledge that you're sitting here today listening to us, the retracting of the proposed legislation and some of Councillor Duncan's clarifications. However, I hope you realize as a result of this, the deep mistrust that has now taken place for many of us with the EPC, its operations, and its goals. The rushed nature of this begs the question of why. Why was this so rushed and why now? Who was the consultation done with? How extensive was it? Why was that not made public? Was there looking into the legal ramifications of all of this? And especially when, to quote from proposed legislation, the Labour Relations Act, the Human Rights Code, both provincial statutes of Manitoba, already restrict protests near vulnerable social infrastructure and prohibit demonstrations that promote violence, hatred, discrimination, or terrorism. Why was this necessary on top of all of it? The nebulous wording and broad nature of so much of this bill, especially on the definition of nuisance, leaves much to subjective discretion, especially police subjective discretion. And that is something that is hugely troubling to many of us, as you've heard. Also troubling is the geographical overreach and broad nature of this bill. It leaves me wondering, did the EPC not understand the scope of what was being proposed, including that much of downtown and City Hall would be included in this? And if not, why was that? Either way, it is concerning that either it was understood how broad it was, or if it wasn't, either one of those is concerning to me. I stand against hate, as I guess most people in that room and on the Zoom call do. For 18 years, I delivered anti-hate program, anti-bullying program called Safety in high schools and junior highs across this city, over 1,000 presentations. So I believe the way we get towards anti-hate is through education, robust education. We can enforce the existing laws as necessary, and if it is necessary, stopgap measures like the NDP government $1 million security enhancement fund designed to help religious and cultural institutions such as synagogues and mosques protect themselves against hate-motivated crimes, vandalism, and intimidation didn't receive the kind of pushback this did, because I think that is the kind of thing that people understand is going to help in the short term. Robust debate and free expression of our rights is essential, and suppression of protest at a democratic rate is not the way to keep anybody safer. I also think most of us would understand having discussion out in the open, not driven underground, is essential for shining light on potential dark ideology. In the land acknowledgement this morning, I heard mention of the Métis Nation, Shoal Lake, and land defenders from many of the nations of whose land we're on. All of those people had to advocate for the rights through nuisance protests, and many of those rights, of course, are still being withheld in terms of human rights and treaty obligations. All of our famous protests were nuisances to the government of the day. Louis Riel, the 1919 general strike, largest in the world, 6 weeks straight, shut down the city of Winnipeg. Round dances at Portage-Main, and most recently, of course, the Palestinian Solidarity. By definition, all of these have been effective because they have been nuisances. The broad nature and ill-defined nature of the wording of this make me wonder what else would have fallen under this legislation. That also raises the question, as does Bill 9, can this type of legislation not then create bubbles for hate speech? I consider specifically an aforementioned incident where two members of a foreign military accused of genocide were presented by a group that self-avowed itself as not religious. And if they're allowed to do that and then cry sanctuary because of the building they're in, that creates a huge problem. When you have an overtly political message, you need to be able to protest it. I am for the enforcement of existing human rights laws in cases of hatred. However, this is very concerning to me as something that could be a possibly unintended byproduct of legislation like this. So, and that also makes me think of the time when children's shoes were left on church steps to protest residential schooling. I feel like that is a very valid form of protest. Finally, to bring it home, I grew up in Charleswood. I was the valedictorian of 2003 at Oak Park High School, which I believe is Councillor Duncan's alma mater. We probably shared, although he might have beaten me by a couple years, we probably shared the English Lit class taught by Mrs. Hill, one of the finest educators who ever educated. In it, required reading was Brave New World, in which John, a protagonist from outside a dystopian government, is finally able to confront the ruling government of the day, who maintains their order by limiting anything that might cause distress or conflict. When he asks about the suppression of unpleasant truths for the sake of comfort, the controller replies, "You just abolish the slings and arrows. It's too easy." Greater minds than us have considered issues like this, be they authors, teachers, or history itself. And in a time of authoritarian rise, the brutal crackdown on protests all over the world, be it Iran or just across the border, I highly expect and recommend this council reject this proposal and any future that even come close to encroaching upon the vital democratic right of protest in Winnipeg or beyond. This is a bad look in a time when we should be coming together and protesting for the rights of all. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Any questions or comments from the committee? I see none. Thank you very much for zooming in. Much appreciated.
Thank you for letting me do it that way. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that too.
All right.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Next up is Amanda Layton, Masha Stur, then David Grant on Zoom, then River Woods, Lindsay Brown, Astrid Grigofsky, and Sandra Somerville.
Thank you. Called. And if you'd like to start your presentation, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for having me. My name's Amanda Layton. Live here in Winnipeg, and I've been a frequent attendee of gatherings and protests since my teenage years. The right to peacefully gather, take vigil, dance, or bicycle for any one cause or another is inherent to Winnipeggers, and I think I hear you agreeing with that. These gatherings are creative outlets that channel the passion of our city and call attention to important issues. In my experience, these gatherings are respectful. They aim to compel others to act in accordance to the needs of others, whether that be how a bike jam speaks to the environment or how a vigil silently speaks to the needs of a family looking for their daughter. These examples are beautiful responses to important needs in our city, responses that this proposed bylaw could hinder. So I'm here to express my opposition to this draft as it is currently written. I am most concerned with the language of nuisance demonstrations. What defines nuisance, which I know you've responded to? Who decides what a nuisance demonstration looks like or sounds like? And I guess I'm going to add now, because I've been listening for a while, what does that implementation look like? And then I guess my last question is, will there be a feasibility assessment done to thoroughly examine what is at stake? It is important that these questions are thoroughly answered before a bylaw like this is put in place. Quote, any government action, such as a municipal bylaw or policy that purports to restrict, limit, or infringe on a fundamental freedom or right guaranteed by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is only acceptable if such limit is reasonable, prescribed by law, and demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society pursuant of Section 1 of the Charter. Therefore, it will be crucial to seek legal guidance and review relevant case law in the development of regulations to ensure that any restrictions serve important municipal purposes are proportional and minimally impair freedom of expression. This is from Ottawa's May 2025 feasibility assessment on this very same bylaw. I'm going to conclude with a quote from the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, at the World Economic Forum last month. He said, among many things, Canada is a pluralistic society that works. Our public square is loud, diverse, and free. Let's work at keeping it that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Any comments or questions from committee members? Thank you. All right, our next delegation,
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Masha Stur? No, could be saying that wrong. Seeing no one, we'll go to David Grant to be heard with respect to a number of items on Zoom. Following David Grant, we'll go back to in-person for River Woods, Astrid Grigofsky, and Sandra Somerville. Okay, David, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You have my deep respect in showing such patience in these hours of listening. I think back on the days when I was your only delegation, trying to bring attention to problems no one had thought of. On topic 2, report 2, much of the city's infrastructure was made of reinforced concrete. Each piece of this is a disaster in waiting. Unless the steel in these pieces was made invulnerable to rust, moisture will creep in and cause them to swell. This will burst the concrete, leading to failure. As a young engineer, I once thought of concrete as permanent. I know better now. I see no special note made in the risk part of report 2 to mitigate the cost in time and money of this problem. I see typos that do not belong in a report like this. I believe the city should plan for the failure of any of its reinforced concrete when working with such old pipes and structures. We should budget for surprises. Calgary suffered from concrete failures. let's have a pop-up here I have to get rid of. Let's take active steps to avoid, this is very annoying. Anyway, no, I have pop-ups up here on my laptop. It's very vexing. Anyway, Calgary suffered from concrete failures. Let's take active steps to avoid this here. On the welcoming, topic 6, I believe my written comments are valid. I won't waste your time reading them. On topic 7, the protest bylaw. I do not like this idea. I support everything Mr. Wyatt said. For years, we have seen protesters breaking the law, taking over buildings and blocking roads. You've heard delegations today blatantly admit that they violated the law. Many of us ask, why have you not used existing laws to mitigate this unlawful activity? On topic 10 and 11, safety. I've always been a strong supporter of community safety. Because of the rampant ambiguity of these documents, I was forced to tick the opposed box in applying to speak. After reading all of your supporting documentation, it's not clear what this group's purpose is. In all these pages, why is there no clear explanation of why this exists? On topic 16, CCO, your construction officer. The purpose of, and I spoke in favor of this when you were debating hiring such a person. The purpose of having a CCO is largely the reports. The process that's been suggested for a member of council to pose a question is clumsy, in my opinion. There's no solid reason that this person cannot attend the EPC meeting at City Hall or by Zoom. While attending, it will be simpler for a member of EPC to ask and learn about projects. Please change the annual report line of the document to read every EPC meeting. Topic of human rights, report 17. I've been working to assist the Human Rights Committee with the age part of their agenda. I append below my written comment, and the chair says she will incorporate that in her report. I must remind you that this committee has failed to actually advise you of situations where actual human rights violations are alleged. To better respect the rights of our residents, I suggest that this committee provide advice to the mayor on every instance of city actions that raise concerns of a rights violation. Every concern of a human rights violation raised at a committee meeting should be deliberated by the Rights Committee. Mitigating such concerns early is far better than letting things fester and become complaints to the Manitoba Commission. On community number 2, pool name, City Hall has rules and procedures. They're cumbersome, but they do bring order to city governance. When a member of council decides to violate those rules, should they get an automatic letter from the ethics judge? Ethics rules usually include internally generated complaints. Why don't yours? There's a growing trend in government to ignore rules. We see the federal government wanting to exempt all of their people from any violation of any law in Canada. That's dramatic and radical. Anyway, this one with the pool name is just the latest example. If EPC decides to vote in favor of rule breaking, it will hurt the public image of City Hall, and a lot of us do think very highly of City Hall, as a place that both makes and follows the rules. And thank you very much for my 3 or 4 minutes here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Grant. Any questions or comments from the committee? No? All right. Thank you very much for zooming in with your list and keeping it within the 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Our next delegation is River Woods.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time today. I am here to speak in opposition to the proposed safe access to vulnerable infrastructure bylaw. I am a Mennonite, a member of Charleswood Mennonite Church, and I have found myself imagining how the proposed bylaw could impact those of us who are members of religious communities. In addition to being a Mennonite, I am also queer. I know firsthand what it feels like to face injustice at the hands of the church and the government. My right to marry a same-sex partner was only granted in 2004, well into my adulthood. My church's first gay wedding was my own about 20 years later. These were things that I and others had to fight for, even against my own church and government. I don't take my right to protest lightly. We have to admit that churches and other religious institutions sometimes get things wrong,
and we need to be able to protest those things. The history of residential schools is another example of churches getting things very wrong. Calling a church to justice about a specific issue does not make me or my protest anti-Christian. The same holds for any other religious group. We must be able to hold each other accountable and call each other to greater justice for all. Finally, I want to draw our attention to the emergency siren that passed us earlier this morning. I'm not sure if you remember it. It was about 10:30. A siren came by the wall here. The sound of the siren was momentarily disruptive to the meeting. I couldn't hear what people were saying in that moment, but that nuisance was nothing compared to the emergency that the ambulance or fire truck was responding to. Similarly, a rally that blocks traffic may feel like a nuisance to those who have to take the long way around, but their inconvenience is greatly outweighed by the importance of the right of all people to gather and raise their voices together against injustice. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you for your presentation. If there's no questions from the committee members, thank you, River. Our next delegations are.
Okay, our next delegation is Lindsay Brown joining us on Zoom. So Lindsay, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself and turn on your camera, you can begin your presentation shortly. Following Lindsay, we'll hear from Astrid Grogowski, Sandra Somerville, then back to Zoom for Vicky Poirier, following Vicky, Chavi Deer, and Carl Gowenlock. So if I've called your names and you're here, please come down to the bench.
So folks, with the indulgence of council, I'm wondering if I can turn my video off. I'm literally in the middle of a hair appointment with a bag on my head and it's really distracting. So if that's okay. Yeah.
It's okay. You can turn it off. You look good.
Amazing. Okay, awesome. Thank you. All right, am I good to start?
Yes, please.
Okay, fantastic. So good morning, or I guess afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about my concerns related to the bylaw regarding safe access to vulnerable infrastructure. So as was mentioned, my name is Lindsay Brown. My pronouns are they, them, and I'll be speaking here in my role as a classroom teacher in the public education system here in Manitoba. But to be clear, I'm expressing my own views, not the views of my employer, the Seven Oaks School Division, or my union, the Manitoba Teachers Society. There's two central concerns that I have with this proposed bylaw. And I think it's important to start by saying that I can only speak to what I perceive to be the potential impact of this bylaw as currently written, rather than the intent. So first of all, as many previous speakers before me have noted, I find the vague language and broad implications of this proposed bylaw to be incredibly troubling. While I understand the challenge and complexity of writing policy or language that is specific but not too specific, in this case, it appears to me that not only are a significant number of spaces in the city of Winnipeg impacted by this broadening of the definition of vulnerable infrastructure, but also the broad definition of nuisance really minimizes what citizens are able to take issue with. And in the case of students in public schools specifically, it's important to emphasize that one of the major purposes of education is to help young people develop a voice, to see themselves as members of a democratic society who have the ability to make change, whose voices matter, and who are empowered to speak truth to power. And there have been many occasions over my 20 years of teaching where students have taken an issue with an idea or policy put forward by the school, the administration, the school division, or by the provincial education department. And some of these ideas have been, quote, related to specific characteristics, specified characteristics. Policies or ideas related to dress codes, for instance, often have implications on the protected category of gender expression. So while there have been a range of responses taken on and a variety of tactics used by young people, the ability to protest, to make visible their concerns on the school grounds has been essential in providing these youth with an opportunity to engage, to be active in the decisions that directly impact them. So it is my fear that a bylaw such as this, with the stated purpose to protect those most vulnerable, actually neglects to understand that students are incredibly powerful and have autonomy and should have the ability to make their concerns known through respectful, civil, active protest. While I presume it is not the intention to strip these young folks of their ability to assert themselves, particularly when they're developing such critical skills as engagement in the democratic process and critical thinking, I believe that a bylaw such as this will have a chilling effect deterring young people from making their voices heard. So it's my belief at this moment in time that it's the voices of young people that we need more than ever, and they should be encouraged to raise their voices rather than being deemed a nuisance. So if this bylaw were to return, I encourage city councillors to vote in opposition to the bylaw regarding safe access to vulnerable infrastructure, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. If I have no questions from committee members, thank you, and we'll hear the next presenter, please.
Okay, Astrid? Perfect.
Hello, my name is Astrid Grigowski. My pronouns are she, her. Good afternoon. I am here to strongly oppose the proposed bylaw. As a trans woman and a member of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, protest is deeply ingrained in my community's history and identity. This is an attack on our civil liberties, guaranteed by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Citizens of Canada have the right to freedom of expression and assembly. The attempt to limit said freedoms by establishing nuisance protest zones, as the bylaw puts it, makes it illegal, punishable by fine to protest anywhere important that might be heard or seen, putting cracks in the foundations of one of the pillars of a functioning democracy. If this is intended to protect vulnerable communities, tell me, councillors, why do you intend to make it illegal to protest on behalf of one of the most vulnerable populations in the world? You can't take away the right to voice disagreement just because it makes you uncomfortable or inconveniences you. That's the point of a protest. This bylaw should be thrown out. In conclusion, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the next presenter, please.
Sandra Somerville? Sandra's not here, then, oh, Sandra's here. Okay, following Sandra, we'll hear from Vicky Poirier, and then we'll move back to in-person with Chavi Deer, Carl Gowenlock, and Norman Rosenbaum.
Okay.
Members of the EPC, Buddha once said, "Yesterday is a memory, tomorrow is unknown. Knowing happens now." I know that in 1919 in Winnipeg, people protested injustice and inequity all across Winnipeg, and outside these chamber doors, people died, history was made, and part of Winnipeg's soul was created where we have legitimate protest, demonstration, and response. I know that in 1947, on May the 1st, the first human rights legislation in North America, and maybe in the world, was enacted by Tommy Douglas's government in Saskatchewan. I know that about a year and a half later, December the 10th, 1948, the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights was created, and it was drafted by a Canadian, a lawyer, John Peters Humphrey. Both his parents had died of cancer before he was 10. His arm was amputated because of a very bad burn and subsequent injury. He was bullied relentlessly at school by his schoolmates, but he figured out how to prevent bullying. He drafted the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, and he worked with Eleanor Roosevelt to get it through that august assembly in New York. I know, from my perspective, that this council, EPC and your subsequent council members, needs to figure out how to invest to build a cooperative, peaceful, constructive, thoughtful conversation in our community. I want to thank you. I want to thank you, honestly, I want to thank you for facilitating one of the most meaningful community responses I've seen in my life. I'm 75, and you know what? It was really good to see the people out today. An incredible outpouring of Winnipeg citizens' support for Winnipeg's future. Human rights, free speech, freedom of association, charter-protected rights for the freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. I am protesting any infringement or any restriction on civil liberties. So, what's on our horizon? What kind of a city do we want? What kind of a city do you want? I want one that's peaceful, nonviolent, kind, selfless, thoughtful, caring, creative. Citizens who are compassionate and conscious, informed people. We need people to focus on issues like reconciliation and providing affordable, accessible housing for all our citizens. If you are interested in anything about that kind of philosophy, I urge you to read a newly published book. It's called The Economics of Kindness, written by Guy Dauncey, who used to work here in Winnipeg with me and many people in the community. I rise in opposition to this regressive, harmful, and anti-democratic proposed bylaw. I know that when one Googles the words vulnerable infrastructure, which is part of the bylaw, it refers to essential physical or digital systems like the power grid, like water supplies, like transportation and communication networks that are susceptible to damage, failure, disruption from natural disasters, from aging, or from security threats. Those weaknesses create significant risks to public safety, economic stability, and national security, resulting in cascading failures across interconnection sectors. To me, I think the term vulnerable infrastructure in Winnipeg should probably include the big, deep potholes. They're dangerous, and they're all over our city, and they cause real damage to the cars, and they cause people to swerve and cause car accidents. I think vulnerable infrastructure should include things like the sewer drains that dump excrement into the rivers and the lake. The lead pipes in 23,000.
Wrap up your presentation in a couple sentences?
I'm sorry?
Your time is up. Could you wrap up your presentation,
I certainly will.
please? Thank you.
I certainly will. I'm also concerned that the bylaw includes fines of $500, $1,000, $5,000, and in order to appeal, you have to first pay your fine and then pay another $500 for the right to appeal. Doesn't feel democratic to me. And I really hope the city invests in helping build cooperative, constructive society. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your
Any
presentation. Are there any questions or comments? If not, I think now what we'll do is we'll take a 10-minute break. All right?
Thank you.
We've got people lined up when we come back. We'll come back at 3:15. 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back to our committee, the Executive Policy Committee. Now, Madam Clerk, our next speaker is?
Up next is Vicky Poirier to be heard in opposition to item 3 of the SPC on property and development, and Vicky's joining us via Zoom.
Okay.
Before Vicky begins her presentation, I'm just going to name a bunch of other folks who might be here in person. So Chavi Deer, Carl Gowenlock, Norman Rosenbaum, Luca Georgica, Jennifer Rocio, and Lakshmiri Marar. So if any of those folks are here, please come down to the bench.
Okay. All right. Maybe we'll name a few more.
Okay, sorry, Vicky, just 1 second. Molly Vanderwater, Louis Stevens, Andrea Von Wichert.
There you go. You got 3. Okay. Okay, Ms. Poirier, you can begin your presentation, please. And I think you're muted. You're muted.
No, I'm not muted.
No, now you are.
Okay. Hello, bonjour, bonjour. I know you have a busy day ahead, so I'll only be 3 minutes. I am a card-carrying First Nation, status Indian, and Canadian citizen, distant cousin to Louis Riel, That side of my family has lived here for 214 years since 1812 when Jean-Baptiste Lagimodiere first arrived in Manitoba. I do not share the concept that you all are guests on this land. You are friends or neighbors and our representatives. The city says it supports infill on every possible property to provide much needed housing. Every one of you has agreed to build on every available property. If you don't build on Sherbourne, you are violating the promise you made when you agreed to the HAF, Housing Acceleration Fund. I enjoyed walking my dogs in the Frylands in South Osborne. It got developed like crazy all along the west end of Morley and all the way to the fire hall and behind it, and still more buildings, even bigger ones now, are going up there along Argue. The message is clear, infill must go ahead everywhere. I also like to go to the Zoo nightclub, the Pemby, and the Montcalm, but they have all turned into apartment blocks. Those great hotel bars are all gone. They are a much greater loss to communities than some grassland on Sherbourne. Even smaller residential lots must be approved for multi-family buildings. This big lot on Sherbourne could support a large multi-family apartment block. The suggested parkland zoning change is a violation of the city's agreed zoning policy. Please change this zoning to multifamily to support your housing strategy. 546 Sherbourne is a triple wide lot. It is the perfect size for a large apartment block. Please let it happen. The province is working hard to bring more people here. We will only be ready if you approve every available lot for construction. Thank you. Merci, Miigwech.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Poirier. Does anyone have any comments or questions on her presentation regarding item number 3? If not, thank you very much. All right. Okay, now we'll have our next presenter, Madam Clerk.
Chavi? No. Carl Goenlock? No, Carl?
He's around here somewhere.
Okay, Carl? Yes. Okay.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Carl Gowenlock. I'm a resident of the City of Winnipeg. You've heard dozens of delegations before me who've really done an outstanding job explaining the many reasons this bylaw is both completely unnecessary and a bad idea, so I'm really going to keep it to the point. I'm here speaking on behalf of Manitoba Lawyers for Palestine. Now, I'm not here to give you a law school class on the Charter and the democratic values that underlie it, but I am here to speak on a coalition of over 40 lawyers of diverse ideological and political backgrounds with decades of experience litigating charter cases between us to say that this bylaw as proposed is blatantly unconstitutional. And I can't be clear enough to stress it would almost certainly result in costly litigation for the city, with the bylaw ultimately being struck down. As lawyers, we are well aware that the rights of freedom of expression and peaceful assembly have limits. But there's a well-developed body of jurisprudence around what these limits must look like. Any law restricting key democratic rights must follow some basic principles to pass constitutional muster. Before all else, it must be necessary. It must address a pressing need that current laws fail to do. It must be targeted, focused on the actual problem without sweeping up a lot of other collateral activity. It must be minimally impairing, go no further than needed to achieve the targeted purpose. And it needs to be proportionate. The ends must ultimately justify the drastic means of limiting freedom of expression that are being taken. Like a surgeon wielding a scalpel, incisions or amputations must only be undertaken when there are no reasonable alternatives. And when we decide to cut into our body politic and limit those democratic rights, the intervention must be done precisely. It must be effective, and we must cut no more than is reasonably needed to achieve the purpose of the intervention in the first place. And ultimately, that intervention must be worth the risks of the surgery and any long-term side effects that come from it. And I think you've been hearing all day, in very eloquent terms, precisely why this bylaw fails in each and every one of those requirements. It is a surgeon wielding a chainsaw, not a scalpel. And I should point out, I haven't heard it being addressed, that unlike all of the other laws covered in the jurisdictional scan, this one is audaciously seeks to regulate protests at post-secondary institutions. So in addition to all of the many charter issues with it, I think there's a very arguable case that this law is ultra vires the city, and the city doesn't have the jurisdiction to regulate what many see as a core aspect of post-secondary education, namely how protests are conducted on those and around those grounds. Now, the sponsors and supporters of this bylaw claim it is all about safety and not targeted at any specific protest. But if that were true, why is it so ridiculously overbroad? No one would propose a law simply banning pro-Palestinian protest. It would be too obviously unconstitutional to get through the door. But if one were seeking to ban the kinds of pro-Palestinian protests that have taken place in Winnipeg without making specific reference to their pro-Palestinian content, the bylaw would have to be drafted so broadly that it would include just about every other form of protest, because that's the only way to capture what's been happening without specific reference to its content. It would just be so broad to encompass things far beyond any issues with limiting right to access and intimidation. It would be as broad as this bylaw is, so broad that it would arguably prohibit Martin Luther from nailing his theses to the cathedral door. So on behalf of Manitoba Lawyers for Palestine, I strongly urge this committee to reject this bylaw, not simply table it, and not waste any more of a scarce, very scarce city budget on what, again, I can certainly stress would be guaranteed costly litigation. Subject to any questions, that is my presentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do committee members have any comments or questions of our delegation? I'm seeing none. Thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Norman Rosenbaum.
Good day, Council,
Good day.
Chair, and the Mayor. I'm here talking about further to my written brief. That's provided in written form to the Council. I won't get into a lot of specifics there, but I agree with the last lawyer that appeared to say that this bylaw could not possibly meet a charter test. And I want to talk about one thing that Mr. Robertson said. He referenced Spratt. Spratt, and I'll further to Councillor Brawadi's asking about, well, to Ms. Sorelli, or rather to Ms. Rollins, about, well, you know, we have prohibitions against bubble zones around abortion clinics. What are abortion clinics about? They're about a woman's right to privacy in medical treatment. They're not dealing with political discourse. The Spratt decision has to do with privacy of access to abortion services. It's not about general talk about, and I'll just quote from this bylaw, since we're here, and since I think Councillor Duncan said, well, what has this got to do with Israel, Palestine, or whatever? I agree. We shouldn't be importing, in terms of political chilling for this council, to promulgate a bylaw in that regard. But since we're on the subject, page 3 of my brief, and in terms of the definition of nuisance demonstration, it's regarding an idea based upon national identity. Now, The last lawyer said, well, you throw in the kitchen sink so that you can say, well, this is not about particular protests, which included, by the way, marches down Portage in Maine. And right outside this building, without taking a measuring tape, the education facility is within 100 meters. So the way you drafted this thing, or whoever drafted this thing, I don't know who, we don't know. I don't know if he had outside legal opinions. Nobody's seen the report. But it's within 100 meters. That's the end of protests before a council. In any event, I'm just going to talk about a phrase, and I'll talk about how political this bylaw is. Between the sea and Jordan, only Israel shall have sovereignty. Terrible phrase, isn't it? Seems to be anti-Palestinian. Well, Mr. Zedner said, a phrase from the river to the sea is blatantly anti-Semitic. So you tell me on this council how one is verboten, impermissible, and the other from supporters of a conservative, we'll say, outside state, how that is fine. I pointed out in my brief that in theory, these we'll call them bubble zones, can essentially ban both pro-Israeli as well as pro-Palestinian protests. What is this council doing? Proscribing ideas. And that's the core of this bylaw. It was totally unnecessary. But while we're on the subject, in terms of unconstitutional vagueness, something that may reasonably be interpreted as discrimination. Well, I'll ask this question. What is the common good in our society? And in a diverse community, who can agree on the common good? That gets back to the issue of objects and proportionality. If we have a contested object, a demonstration in which people are protesting for rights of one group versus another. The other group wishes to protest that. Well, who defines what is a nuisance? In fact, even the term nuisance is value-laden. So, we have a situation where there is a contest here for a capture of this council. We have, as has been pointed out, and I'll be very quick.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenbaum. Can you wind up your presentation?
I'll wind up in about 10 seconds.
Thank you.
We have a complaint that the report on which this draft bylaw was prepared, and we'll say the legal opinion, may be bound by a lawyer-client privilege. I won't interfere with that. I'm quite well aware of that as a lawyer. But we don't have sufficient information. Why now? And why in this extraordinarily broad, explicitly political document that this council is being asked to consider as law in breach of our charter?
Thank
Subject
you.
to any questions.
Thank you. I did just want to clarify, we don't write bylaws, our legal department writes bylaws.
I
So-
appreciate that, but I'm also pointing out that this has apparently been in the works for months. The public has had only a few weeks to comment. I became aware of this about 3 working days ago. And this is no way to make policy at all.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Duncan?
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation.
Yes.
Through you, Madam Chair. This was first tabled at EPC in September of 2025. The motion itself, which clearly gave direction to the public service to draft a bylaw and a subsequent report with it.
I have one response to that. When was it promulgated for public comments?
And if I may, Madam Chair, just to your point there, sir, that that was a misstep on my behalf, that there should have been more communication and public consultation, which has leaned me in the direction of asking the committee here to receive it as information.
Respectfully, you've been quoted in the press as saying that there's been a huge amount of misinformation here. And it seems to me that it's incumbent upon you to say exactly what you mean by misinformation. Because we have a whole bunch of citizens here who have raised bona fide, good faith concerns about this. Not misinformation. They have a right. This is not misinformation. If you had said this was to prevent white supremacist demonstrations, you should have said it. You didn't.
Okay, Councillor Duncan, you want to comment? Or
Yeah, I
no?
just appreciate your comments
Thank
there.
you.
I don't think that it's generalized to those that came to speak in delegation today. We received hundreds and hundreds of letters, all of which had their own opinions in them, some of which were a copy-paste email. However, the common theme was that peaceful protests across the city of Winnipeg would be banned. That is not accurate.
Well,
And that
there
was,
are-
Mr. Rosenbaum, if I may, that was communicated through advocacy groups. That is misinformation. I'm not going to call it disinformation because I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they did not read the report in its entirety, but that would be misinformation, Mr. Rosenbaum.
We've had approximately 75 presentations here that disagree with you, sir.
I appreciate those.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, our next presenters are?
Luca
Thank
Jorkica.
you. Thank you, Mr. Rosenblum. Thank you.
If Luca is here, if they want to come down to the bench. Not seeing them, we'll keep moving. Jennifer Rocchio, Molly Vanderwater, Louis Stevens, Andrea Von Witchert. Molly?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Molly Vanderwater, and I would like to make a few brief points as to why I believe the proposed bylaw, Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure, has wording that undermines its aims to prohibit nuisance demonstrations and intimidation of persons at a designated facility. Though the proposed bylaw would allow for substantial penalties against non-peaceful protests and gatherings that threaten the safety of persons in and around designated facilities, the bylaw's current wording exercises a degree of caution that risks extending the reach of the bylaw too far, particularly because of the fact that in its current state, the bylaw penalizes any protest by any means that displays an objection or disapproval based on or related to any specified characteristics. Most notably, protests in the current state of the bylaw need not be discriminatory in nature, meaning a peaceful, lawful protest that is in favor of protecting the human rights of a minority group could be penalized in the same manner as a non-peaceful protest that is condemning that same minority group. I believe the fact that the bylaw does not account for this context should be carefully evaluated and reconsidered. Another matter of context and reach is that of the scale of designated facilities. Given that each designated facility, according to the bylaw, would have an 100-meter area around it in which a fine could be accrued for protesting within it, it could become quite difficult to enforce this law on the basis that mobile protests do exist. Shall every person who chooses to protest have to keep in mind the relative location of any and all designated facilities they may pass by? Shall law enforcement have the resources to keep track of such protests, and shall they additionally have a list of all designated facilities in the 100-meter areas around them, such that they can cross-reference each one for every protest and every individual member of those demonstrations? It appears a state of constant vigilance will be required for the bylaw to be properly enforced in its current state. My final point is more a matter of subjectivity, but I would be remiss to not include it. Winnipeg is a city that has had key political action for Canada. The Winnipeg General Strike most easily comes to mind. Yet protests in Winnipeg are not a matter of the past, as is demonstrated by the Brady Road and Prairie Green blockades, and even the rally that occurred here at City Hall earlier this morning. Winnipeg is in the center of our country as a city with the Canadian Museum of Human Rights as a key part of its identity. Protests are thus key to our city. I believe we must be careful regarding how we address and handle the matter of protests and demonstrations, and dutifully consider the implications of bylaws like safe access to vulnerable infrastructure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do we have any comments from committee members? Or if not, thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, Louis Stevens. And then Andrea Von Witchert, and then we'll move on to a bunch of folks on Zoom.
Okay. Louis? Mr. Stevens?
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Welcome.
Yeah, wow. Sorry. Apologies. I'm feeling a bit intimidated right now. My name is Louis. My pronouns are he, him, and I thank you for having me today. It fills me with much pride to take part in the rally outside this morning and to spend my day listening to strangers and loved ones so eloquently put their opposition to this bill. I also came here today to voice my opposition. As an arts administrator working in the downtown core who spends much of my time inside of and commuting to community spaces, my ability to witness such caring demonstrations when folks feel they need to express their opinions boldly is an important piece to my ability to feel safe in our city. A sense of discomfort is not equal to acts of unsafe behavior. This bill is too vague, and it will lead many misinterpretations by law enforcement that will inevitably lead to real issues of unsafety if it is passed. It concerns me that there are people in power who view their peers' grief and expression as nuisances and not as the beautiful demonstrations of community, creativity, belonging that they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Any comments or questions? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Please make it a bit more accessible to sign up for this. Have a paper at City Hall or anything. I talked to some members of community that don't have access to the internet, and that would be greatly appreciated. So thanks for your time.
Point taken. Thank you. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, who else do we have here? Okay.
Andrea?
Andrea Von Wishart. Hello.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, Madam Chairperson. I want to thank you for listening to this long day. I've been here since the beginning of speaking, as you have all, and it is hard to sit and listen with attention this many times. So I thank you for listening to us. I'm speaking in opposition to this bylaw. I am not a lawyer, but I do, in all transparency, I have 1 year of legal education in the University of Victoria. So I think on the balance of probabilities that my 1 year of legal education gives me an up on the average citizen to understand what the law might be, in the same way that I believe it's incumbent upon elected officials who are charged with creating laws that affect the citizenry to be aware of what laws exist in this country. And the Constitution of Canada, it's available online, you can get it in a book, it's in both official languages, is the supreme law within this country. Now, the two lawyers who spoke before me and the gentleman who just spoke before me addressed much of what my presentation would be, and they address it with a far greater authority than I have. However, what I have been listening over the course of the day has made me realize that primarily this seems to be an issue of enforcement as opposed to the need for a new law. People are concerned about bad actors within various protest situations. Yet, the criminal code has laws against hate speech, harassment, obstruction. There exists laws on the books that deal with these bad actors. Why are they not properly being enforced? And why is not the focus on educating those responsible for enforcing laws to know what the law actually is and what their obligations as public servants are in terms of how they treat the public? This doesn't seem to be a bylaw issue at all, and it seems to be a huge waste of resources, time, money, emotions about something that we already have a legal structure to deal with these things if enforcement is focused on. And it seems like many problems in the city that happen between administration and the citizenry revolve around enforcement issues. So why are we focusing on a bylaw that's not going to pass any charter violation? It will not pass the Oakes test. A gentleman outlined what the Oakes test was previously. You've had two esteemed members of the legal profession tell you that that's not the case. So why are we wasting our time and money with this nonsense? This law potentially
could be used by the interpreters of the bylaw or any bylaw similar to it as a tone policing method for the aggrieved. The loss of privilege is often interpreted as violence amongst those who are privileged. And aggrieved people who are tired of being oppressed can sound intimidating to those who have never experienced that type of oppression. The most beautiful thing that has happened was that at our recess, there was a dialogue between members of the public who are on opposite sides of this issue. And you know what? They sat down and they talked to each other. And they listened to each other in a respectful manner. And I thank you, because finally the actual solution to the problem is happening in the gallery. And you know what? It cost you nothing. It's very, very hard to not be emotional about this issue because it seems disingenuous that all of us had to come here today to speak when there's not a problem with bylaws or the laws that are on the book. The problem is with the enforcement of those laws, and the solutions are creating community dialogue. That's not something to be legislated. Part of the Oakes test that people were referring to is that...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Okay,
That's okay if she doesn't.
Our next few delegations are joining us via Zoom. So first up, we'll hear from Jacqueline Pelland, and then Alan Mankiewicz, and then Alexandria Anderson. Following those folks, we'll go back to in-person with Chris Clasio.
Sure. Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, Councillor Duncan wanted to make a comment, but the delegation left.
Sure.
So.
Well, first off, thank you to the last delegation that appeared before us. I have heard several comments about enforcement. I'm happy to take those forward to the Winnipeg Police Board. I'm the now vice chair of the board. All valid points in our last delegation and throughout the day today. So I appreciate those. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Jacqueline, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself and turn on your video, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Pelland. I am Murder of Métis, born and raised in Winnipeg. I'm also a criminal defense lawyer who completed my articles in Thompson and Winnipeg in 2023. I've mostly represented Indigenous youth and adults facing criminal charges and bylaw offenses. And before law, I worked with children and youth in daycares and after-school programs. All that being said, I'm firmly opposed to the Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw or any bylaw that prevents people from protesting freely and safely in their community spaces. Thank you to everyone for your tireless advocacy, both before and during this bylaw forum. I'm so incredibly proud to witness your words and commitment to one another in society. I'm actually being reminded of SCC hearings where interveners, or also known as groups of people, or individuals with a stake in the law being argued, speak up and offer their expertise and opinions on the law. I'm also frustrated and saddened that it took our rightful concern and outrage to get the City Council to rethink its attempted legal overreach. Yesterday, Councillor Duncan withdrew his support of this bylaw, which he originally proposed in September 2025, and now instead supports the adoption bill of Bill C9. However, Bill C9, as you've heard, is already drawing criticism and concerns of unconstitutionality from legal experts nationwide. Regardless of Bill C9, we must continue holding the City Council to account and finding better alternatives to addressing hate in our city. Now, regardless of intent, the impact of this bylaw is an overbroad muzzle on peaceful public protests and a paywall placed on civic engagement in an already tiered justice system. And I speak from experience. I've assisted countless presumably innocent people either delayed or denied bail in Manitoba and Alberta because they couldn't afford to pay the cash deposit for their release from remand detention. I also often advocate for my clients at bail, trial, and sentencing using charter cases. The cases arise from local and federal law enforcement's misunderstandings and misapplications of municipal, provincial, and federal laws, either due to honest human error or negligence that ultimately infringed defendants' charter rights and required enormous amounts of time, money, and people power to rectify. And even then, People still have their charter rights ignored and violated by law enforcement all the time. As mentioned earlier, these violation fines cost money many Winnipeggers don't have. And then there's the ticket aftermath. Going to court requires time off work, childcare costs, bus, gas, parking fees, and self-education on court procedure if you can't afford a lawyer. Appealing a fine costs $500 too, and means a whole other costly trip to the courthouse. And also, it goes without saying, what political environment does this create for young people who inherit this city from us? I also have to wonder, are they subjected to bylaw tickets too? I personally don't know any 12 to 17-year-olds with $500 to spare. And will they still want to protest knowing this kind of law is on the horizon? Now, you've heard that protest is a basic act of civil engagement. You don't need a university degree or an important job title, a seat on city council, or the quote, right connections to make your voice heard. I've attended and co-organized protests on a variety of social issues faced by marginalized youth and adults living in Winnipeg, or people who cared about our people and those issues. I also do have to specifically speak to Mr. Duncan and Councillor Duncan, I'm sorry, regarding his platform that he ran on in 2022, citing his experience with vulnerable youth and adults, and can't help but make the connection between that aspect of his campaign and also the bylaw that was proposed by him. Now, the whole reason why we protest is because letter writing, boycotting, writing op-eds, and meeting with officials who promised one thing pre-election and did another post-election just don't really seem to cut it. So we get together outside in public where we can't be ignored anymore. And we do that courageously at risk of our safety and stability. Now, let's say that this bylaw passes regardless of our opposition. Well, I guess it'll look like several months or maybe a year of protesting at house parties and alleyways or on boats, planes, and trains to advocate for its removal. And I wonder what would happen to the collected fines. Would they fund programming and resources that fix the problems being protested? Or would they be used to pay city staff to handle the new wave of bylaw violations? As Councillor Rollins said earlier today, Council has a process that it must follow in drafting, proposing, and passing bylaws. I believe that as people with direct influence within systems that either grant or withhold people's rights, we have a privilege and responsibility to lead. When we are elected or sworn in, as I was as a lawyer, into institutional positions of power, we have a duty to the people we represent. We must be humble, courageous, and accountable to those who put their trust in us. We make the knowing and willing sacrifice to honor the needs and rights of many above our own and personal interest.
Thank you.
Today we are gracious.
Could you, your time is up. Could you wind up?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions then from the committee members on the presentation? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, our next delegation, Angela Lammy and then Faruth Mahari, were both supposed to join us via Zoom. However, they're not in the meeting, so we'll move on to Alan Mankiewicz, who is joining us via Zoom. Alan, if you want to go ahead and turn on your camera and unmute yourself, you have 5 minutes.
Alan Mankiewicz, we know it very well. You know him? Very well. He's in a wheelchair.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alan Mankiewicz, and I'm the Interim Executive Director of the Manitoba League of Persons with Disabilities, or MLPD. I'm here to speak against the Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw, which I understand which will not be going forward. MLPD was founded in 1974, and since then we've used various ways to assert our rights, including protests. To give you an example you can all relate to, in 1979, when Portage and Main was closed to pedestrians, the issue of accessibility was raised as only 2 of the 4 corners at the time had elevator access to the concourse. Several times over several months, City Councillor Joe Zukin organized protests that at times included wheelchair users and other members of the Manitoba League of Persons with Disabilities. The group would jaywalk across all 4 corners of Portage and Main after it was closed to pedestrians. If this bylaw had been in place back then, it could have easily been considered a nuisance protest, as they would have been blocking traffic, and each member of that group would have been fined simply for protesting their lack of access to public infrastructure that non-disabled people would have been able to use. This type of bylaw has no place in the city of Winnipeg, a so-called human rights city. The bylaw defines nuisance demonstrations as any protest that involves expression of objection or disapproval to an idea or action related to a number of protected characteristics, including physical disability and mental disability. I can assure you that instead of protecting people with disabilities, this bylaw would actually be harmful, and any future attempts by the city of Winnipeg to pass a bylaw that places any restrictions on our charter right to protest should not be done under the guise of protecting us and will be met with intense resistance from the disability community. I can think of much better ways you can protect members of the disability community if you're actually serious and sincere about that. I'm not here today to tell you this bylaw needs amendment or further consultation, like some individuals or organizations might tell you. It deserves to be sent straight to the garbage can where it belongs, or maybe the recycle bin if you're trying to help the environment, never to be resurrected. Thank you for spending your time listening to the community today.
Thank you, Alan, for your presentation. You always bring very good, robust presentations on whatever topic you're here speaking to us about. So thank you. I don't know, Councillor Eadie has a question.
Just one question. I mean, there are noise violation bylaws and such, but I think of an example of the anti-vaccine, the whole protest that happened outside the Manitoba legislature where you had semi-trucks pulling and running their horns, which are very amplified, for like 5 minutes straight. Do you, in this bylaw, it talks about permitting and different things like that, which would oversee, would have some element. Do you not see running a fire truck loud or even louder horn for 5 minutes is good for persons with disabilities who can't see trying to navigate the sidewalks?
I actually don't understand your question.
I am a person with a disability, and I was actually close to there, but thank goodness I didn't have to cross the street when a semi-truck at a protest in front of the legislature was blasting its horn for 5 minutes straight, rather than a 10-second blast by. Do you think that that has an effect on persons with disabilities? And in this bylaw, it does talk about amplified invasions on people.
Community safety is an important part of any protest, and there's always an aspect of community safety to any protest I've been part of. I remember one specific example where a road was being blocked and someone in a car said they had a medical emergency and they were trying to get to a hospital. So a lane of traffic was opened up for them and they were allowed to proceed. I can't speak for the organizers who organized the protest at the legislature that you're referring to, but maybe they should have taken that under consideration as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Mankiewicz. Madam Clerk, our next presenters.
Alexandria Anderson, also on Zoom. And then we have Catherine Durkin, Amy D., Amanda John, all folks registered via Zoom. However, they're not in the waiting room, so we'll ask the folks in person, Christopher Calacio, Natalie Mark, Donovan McIntosh, to come down. Okay, Alexandria, you can go ahead.
Okay, can I begin? Okay.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, thanks for, I know it's been a long day. Even waiting at home for my turn, it's been a long day. I'm here to express my opposition to the proposed Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw. I feel this proposed bylaw has significant issues. First, it overreaches on what is considered a designated facility, and the buffer zone is far too large, resulting in many key areas of the city, such as City Hall and areas of the Manitoba Legislative Building grounds, falling within buffer zones of these facilities. Andrew Cohen spoke to this very well this morning in that presentation, and he had the maps. My second thought is that it's too broad on what would be considered a nuisance. So, for example, amplifiers are often necessary at large protests to adequately communicate instructions and messages to the crowd, especially like when you're near traffic and that kind of thing. Third, individuals who show up to peacefully protest, even as defined within the scope of this bylaw, cannot control the actions of others and should not be swept up in the punishment of being at a nuisance demonstration just because someone else brought an amplifier or is holding a prohibited sign. Fourth, the intimidation activities prohibited in the bylaw are already considered crimes under our current legal system, and their prohibition can be enforced without the addition of this bylaw. This proposed bylaw would do nothing further to prevent property damage, hate crimes, harassment, or violence from taking place. And fifth, restricting the content of a protest, peaceful or otherwise, based on specified characteristics is a blatant suppression of freedom of expression. As much as I would love if people couldn't protest against things that I care about, it's not okay to only support freedom of speech when people are saying what you agree with. Freedom of speech is a two-way street. I assume you had good intentions when drafting this bylaw, but the potential for the bylaw to be misused is far too great. I fear the combination of designated facilities, buffer zones, the nuisance definition, and specified characteristics could be abused by dark parties to undermine democracy. I find this bylaw particularly terrifying in light of the attempted suppression of rights and freedoms we're witnessing in the United States, which are in large part being carried out through the bending and selective enforcement of laws. I also fear that having a bylaw like this in existence would make it so that many people are afraid to attend peaceful protests at all in case they turn into a nuisance demonstration through no fault of their own. This places an unnecessary barrier before people's rights to demonstrate. Like it was mentioned by another delegate that like it's easy for someone who's not on the same side as you to show up with a sign, like a prohibited sign or a megaphone, and have your demonstration turned into a nuisance demonstration, even if your group didn't intend it to be that way. I just want to thank you for withdrawing your support. I was happy to see that. But as many people have also said, I ask that you please do not entertain even like a modified version of this in the future. I think it's important to just throw it away. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Andrea. Are there any questions, comments? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is Chris Clacio.
Hello, Executive Policy Committee. Today, I'm here to speak on item 7 on today's agenda. For me, I've spoken inside City Hall saying I don't always agree with the decisions or motions that go through this City Hall. But I think this is the first time I passionately and 100% passionately disagree that this motion should have been put through this City Hall. In my delegation, I would like to keep a perspective on the item. I'm speaking on the idea of civic engagement. How I see protests, rallies, or demonstrations are a form of civic engagement. When I think about civics, it's about knowing your rights, responsibilities, duties, and values about a place, a community, a city you love. My whole life, I've always struggled to figure out my own cultural identity of being Filipino, my own connections to the Philippines, and why I grew up on Treaty 1, on the Stone Fort Treaty. But it was through a community building event called Meet Me at the Bell Tower that helped me gain a perspective of who you see today. Meet Me at the Bell Tower, the creation story of it began in November 18th, 2011, in minus 40 degree weather. The Bell Tower event began because of urban Indigenous young people saw violence happen in their community, the neighborhood, the streets, to their relatives. But the point is, the Bell Tower event started as a Stopping the Violence rallies. At the beginning of its creation story, part of the years, but as the years went by until the pandemic happened, the space was known to be about building better relationships between urban Indigenous young people and many different communities. Examples like the Bell Tower welcomes the Filipino community. The Bell Tower welcomes the Muslim community. The Bell Tower welcomes the Jewish community. The Bell Tower welcomes the Palestinian community. It was at that Bell Tower that I was first gifted a kafia and was shared a teaching about what the kafia represents. If you undo the kafia, it looks like a fishing net. Because Palestinian communities use the water, use catfish, and the teaching I learned about water from indigenous communities here is that water is life, and water represents women. When I think about my own relationship to the land and back home to the Philippines, I did not know many of the historical impacts that my own government has done to my own community back home. When I think about the statement of Palestine to the river, to the sea, it has a different meaning to me as a Filipino. But I think that is why I find you see me speak today it's because of rallies. Rallies are more than just protests. Rallies about, someone spoke earlier, was about community building, community engagement. And this is a teaching that I always put through when I speak at this city council. I don't always agree, but I just want to say thank you for your service. But I think the people have said what they feel, and I think we can find a bridge to really address a lot of the issues that I think every community wants to deal with. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for your presentation. Thank you. Any comments or questions for our delegation? No. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Next up is Natalie Mark, followed by Donovan McIntosh.
Good evening, City Councilors. My name is Natalie Mark. I am a resident of the Waverly West area. I am an arts educator. I am on the board for the Prairie Comics Festival, a member of the Cartoonist Cooperative, and I am also a part of the International Coalition for Human Rights in the Philippines. I am the artist who has created the neighborhood banners up in Chinatown, as well as the Year of the Dragon and Snake that debuted at prior Chinatown New Year's banquets, which many of you attend annually. I would also like to note that I'm taking time out of the biggest holiday for my culture to be here today and speak because of how important rejecting this undemocratic bylaw is to me. As an educator, arts and culture worker, I am not protected by this bylaw. My students are not protected by this bylaw. The bylaw is positioned as protecting art, culture, and education infrastructure, as well as many other civic and vulnerable infrastructures. But gathered here today are so many educators, arts and culture workers, and people from all walks of life who are in opposition to this bylaw. It should have never been proposed, and I can't even believe that it is up for discussion. Over the summer, I was teaching an art class with middle schoolers during an ongoing demonstration at my workplace. It was actually quite simple to be able to speak to my students about the issues that were being protested and the youth who often feel powerless to the unfair decisions of adults. They understand more than anyone the need to demonstrate for our rights to make progress. The youth are not ignorant to what happens in the world. In fact, I have taught refugee and newcomer children from places like Ukraine, Iran, Eritrea, some of whom are from countries where it is impossible for them to go to school or participate in civil society. It would not matter if the protests were peaceful or nuisance. Winnipeg policies must not reflect the restrictive political environments that they come from. They need to know that there are people fighting for their rights, freedoms, and that Winnipeg remains democratic. A restriction on some protests and civil liberties is a restriction to all of them. Students themselves of all grades, university, college, high school, otherwise, They will organize walkouts. Teachers also go on strikes. You can argue that it would not be used in these cases, but the vagueness of nuisance protest leaves plenty of room for the subjectiveness and abuse by authority. When I was a student, I was a part of many demonstrations in support of other students who were sexually or physically assaulted by their peers due to the universities and the law enforcement's negligence and aggressive attacks towards the victims in handling the matters. I and many other students demonstrated for the welfare and improvement of resources and policies for those who experience gender-based and sexual violence. These breakthroughs would not be possible if students were fined for rallying and demonstrating at their own schools. This bylaw does not protect people. It will not prevent things like hit and runs. It will not prevent hate speech. That's through, socializing and education. It just protects the status of buildings. It will not stop violence. It only prevents progress, or at best adds a financial barrier to existing in a democratic society. This bylaw infringes on the rights to demonstrate, workers' right to strike, and Indigenous peoples' right to gather under the guise of protecting cultural, education, religious, and infrastructure. However, I'm today as an educator and arts worker to oppose this bylaw that will no doubt be used to infringe on the civic rights of all Winnipeggers and will inevitably be abused by law enforcement. Demonstration and gathering and protest is a healthy part of civil and progressive society. As long as there are rights to be fought for and abuses against people, there will be protests. Dictating and controlling who has the right to protest, lest they be punished or fined, is something only carried out by authoritarian regimes and corrupt politicians. It is for the comfort and interest of those who benefit from such abuses. As long as there is justice to fight for, abuse to resist, and oppression, protests will continue whether you like it or not, whether you are comfortable or not. This bylaw, again, does not protect people. It enables abuse of power and protects property. Only people power protects us and our rights. You are either in support of a democratic, free Winnipeg, or you are not. So I really urge to scrap and reject this entire bylaw.
For your presentation. Any comments or questions? No? Thank you very much, Natalie, for your presentation and for taking time out and for your beautiful artwork. Thank you. Okay, next presenter.
Donovan McIntosh. And following Donovan, we'll go to Mark Gabbert on Zoom, and then Georgia DeFair, Sandra Lind Delaronde, Jesse Waters-Wolf.
Keep calling.
If
you heard your name, come down.
If none of those folks are here, I'll just keep going. Anna Weir, Jim Vickers, Libby Weir, Ariel Villarin.
There you go. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, sir. If you could begin your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. I'm here speaking against the bylaw in question, both as a bylaw and as a form of information, and as any subsequent bylaw following the same structure and principle. Both in principle, but particularly in the implementation. So I can dig into it, sorry if I speak fast. Firstly, it's been brought up many times before, I won't stress it. The broad wording of nuisance demonstration, it's rife with opportunity for unequal and unfair enforcement. The definition presented in the bylaw is long and seems extensive, but is really sufficiently vague to still allow such unfair treatment and spotty implementation, arguably to the detriment of the ability of this bylaw to keep the public safe. Banning the use of amplifiers and microphones entirely is somewhat oppressive towards any sufficiently large gathering that requires microphones in order to organize large groups of people, whether for organizational sake or for safety's sake. Particularly, I'm very involved in the bike community. In these large group rides, safety is very important to be able to reach the people in the back. Sometimes you need to use a megaphone. That's truly just a matter of safety. This also, ironically, implicitly targets many of the least intrusive forms of protest, including the use of music and dance, which isn't to speak of the cultural importance of those forms of protest. So perhaps the most shocking part to me was the of the bylaw was the 100-meter radius from any medical, educational, community, or religious building. 100 meters, that's not the sidewalk in front, that's not the street in front, that's across the street. 100 meters is about half a small city block. This bylaw would bar areas of protest from the other side of the block entirely, in any space that happens to be, the park space happens to be near a church. I live in Wolseley, that's pretty much the entire neighborhood. Like in any case, getting 100 meters from a church. Or unrelated, unconnected buildings that happen to be 2 streets up. These unrelated, unconnected buildings often include public offices of many elected officials to which we have a right to accountability. This includes our current Premier's office, City Hall, massive portions of the Manitoba Legislature, as well as the offices of many elected officials around the city. The inclusion of any educational institution is effectively a blanket ban on student protest altogether. I don't need to give you a history lesson of the importance of student protest and activism, but to ban it altogether is not only unfair and unjust, it's a direct attack on young people's ability to engage in their communities and to engage in our democracy. And finally, the appeal structure in Clause 10 explicitly targets and disadvantages the very social disadvantage that at times this bylaw claims to protect. A $500 upfront fee in order to file an appeal is oppressive and unrealistic, effectively just a deterrent to defending against any unfair usage of this bylaw. Furthermore, Clause 10.3 is extremely vague in wording and does not technically guarantee that a successful applicant, one who is their, I get the term, has their appeal accepted, is not actually guaranteed to get that $500 back. So you're doing the math, you get in a situation, you're charged with a $500 offense, you pay $500 to appeal it, you get it overturned, and you're still out $500. The fact that that's not a guaranteed refund is a major problem. And in conclusion, both in spirit and in technical details, this bylaw is overly oppressive to legitimate protesters, but it doesn't actually increase protection against genuine harassment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thanks for waiting and for coming down in person. Any questions, comments to the delegation? Thank you.
Okay, our next 2 delegations were registered to join via Zoom, Murray Goldenberg and Robin Dick. However, they're not in the meeting, so we'll move on to Mark Gabbert, also joining us via Zoom.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Mark.
Hello, good afternoon to you. Thanks very much for the opportunity to say a few words about this, although much that's very eloquent and to the point has already been said over this last number of hours. I'm entirely opposed to the measure that's before the executive today. As has been said repeatedly today, but I'll repeat it, members of the executive are quite aware that there already exist legal protections against the abuse of our constitutional rights to free expression and peaceful assembly, by which I mean that hate speech and incitement to violence are already prohibited. No further measures are necessary. The current proposals, however, are of a different order. They would allow the police to determine when a public assembly had become a nuisance or intimidating or had unacceptably targeted an idea or action or group. It is left to the police or special constables or other deputized city employees to determine when this all too vague law has been violated, and then to impose penalties. And the penalties are significant, as has been pointed out. Finally, a significant portion of the city's area would be unreasonably declared to be off limits to demonstrators. City Hall, the Premier's office, the universities, these are all places where political expression is part of the institutional reality, which needs to be preserved, but which is threatened by this measure. In short, these proposals would constitute an unacceptable restriction on our charter rights to free expression and freedom of assembly. They would most assuredly have a chilling effect, which would undercut the public's sense of its right to exercise its charter-protected freedoms. Who wants to run the risk of this kind of police action, serious potential for financial penalties, and so on? No doubt the exercise of rights of free expression and rights to assembly will sometimes create a nuisance. If by nuisance what we mean is an irritation to those who may disagree with the expression in question. But enduring the discomfort that comes with being confronted by ideas you may find wrong-headed or even abhorrent is part of life in a democratic society. It is our duty to put up with that sort of stress. And using the law to repress ideas and sentiments that we find offensive is not an acceptable alternative. Keep in mind, too, and we've heard some of this today, that the expression may well come from a minority, which may have very few of the privileges or other ways to convey its concerns or discontent, aside from exercising its right to protest. By contrast, those who exercise power or enjoy social and material privileges may be particularly in need themselves of wake-up calls revealing the distress of their less privileged fellow citizens. In conclusion, in my view, the proposal before us should be junked. It cannot be fixed by some crafty strategy of revision. Its provisions represent a harmful attack on the constitutional rights of the constituents of every single member of City Council. No public good can come of such a measure. Once again, City Council should not in any way undercut the democratic rights of Winnipeg's citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. As I see no questions from the committee, have a good day, and we'll have our next presenter, please.
Okay, Liz Carlisle was also registered to speak via Zoom. However, she's not in the meeting, so we'll keep moving. Georgia DeFair, followed by Sandra Lind Delaronde, Jesse Waters-Wolf, Anna Weir, Jim Vickers, Libby Weir, Ariel Villarin.
Good afternoon. My name is Georgia DeFair. I'm a Winnipeg resident, a lawyer in Manitoba, a former intern at the Centre for Law and Democracy in Halifax, Nova Scotia, which is a nonprofit organization working internationally to provide legal expertise on human rights that are foundational to democracy, including freedom of expression and freedom of assembly. And I'm a member of Manitoba Lawyers for Palestine. I'm speaking today in opposition to the Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw because of its infringements on the rights to freedom of expression and freedom of peaceful assembly, which are protected by sections 2B and C of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I share the concerns expressed by Alexander Surgener, who is counsel for the Canadian Constitution Foundation. This is a national charity that defends Canadians' constitutionally protected rights and freedoms. Counsel Surgener states in his letter dated February 12, 2026, that the, quote, bylaw is unconstitutional content-based speech restriction. The Canadian Constitution Foundation has been involved in 2 legal challenges to similar bubble zones, and we are prepared to bring a legal challenge to this bylaw should Winnipeg Council proceed, end quote. For clarity, the content-based restrictions that Counsel Surgener refers to are the activities that are explicitly exempt from the bylaw's application, such as labor-related picketing. Content-based restrictions are highly suspicious in a democratic society, Counsel Surgener argues, because when the government decides what topics can and cannot be protested, the right to freedom of expression loses its meaning. The interim litigation director for the Canadian Constitution Foundation, Josh DeHaas, has called the Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw application one of the most egregious proposed restrictions on freedom of expression and assembly in Canadian history. Winnipeg's history includes strong movements that have used the rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly to advance social and environmental justice. The overturned streetcar monument across from City Hall reminds us of the 1919 Winnipeg General Strike, which was one of the largest strikes in Canadian history and pivotal in the development of Canada's labour movement. Respectfully, the City of Winnipeg should be building from this history and not regressing from it. Situated on Treaty 1 land, the city should also be engaging in meaningful dialogue about this bylaw application and any similar bylaw applications in the future, together with the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. Grand Chief Kyra Wilson states in her letter dated February 13th, 2026, that, quote, "Of particular importance to the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs is the potential impact on First Nations peoples and grassroots movements who rely on public assembly and protest as lawful and historically grounded forms of expression, often in relation to treaty rights, land stewardship, environmental protection, and the pursuit of justice. Even where not intended, regulatory frameworks that restrict proximity to public institutions or define protest activity in expansive terms may disproportionately affect Indigenous-led advocacy depending on location and enterprise," end quote. Grand Chief Wilson continues that, quote, "Our objective in raising these matters is not to oppose the city's efforts to ensure safety, but to support the development of a framework that is clear, balanced, and respectful of both public access and fundamental freedoms," end quote. I understand that it's for these reasons that the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs requested an opportunity to meet with the appropriate city officials to discuss the bylaw and, if welcomed, to constructively contribute to the drafting process with the aim, as Grand Chief Wilson notes in the February 13th letter, of enhancing clarity and minimizing unintended impacts on lawful protest and assembly. I look forward to seeing how the information gathered from this meeting will be used in the future, and I thank you for the opportunity to provide my comments. I would welcome any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions or comments from the committee, so have a good day. Thanks for waiting for your presentation.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, who's up next?
Sandra Lind Delarond? Are you Sandra?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, councillors, for this opportunity to speak in opposition to this motion. I'm here this afternoon representing Gaganawe Mananig, which is formerly the MMIWG2S Implementation Committee. We are representative of 14 frontline organizations within the City of Winnipeg boundaries, as well as representative political organizations from the north and south, the Manitoba Kiiwetinoong Okanagan MMIWG Liaison Unit, and the Southern Chiefs Organization. We also have membership from communities of the Paw and Cross Lake. And it's important to note that because many of our family members that are resident in the city or have been evacuated come to the city. So there is much movement across jurisdictions in this province. And so oftentimes we don't see our public work as protest, more of a recognition of our relationship to the land as responsible relatives to the land. And we are opposed to this particular bylaw because oftentimes as women, as Indigenous women, the right to move publicly, to gather publicly within this city is the only option that we have to create recognition or public awareness of the issues facing us. For 20 years, we walked the streets of the city and many cities to call for a national inquiry, and we finally got one. And that national inquiry, the final report, had recognized the importance of human rights instruments and the application in our individual work. And with Winnipeg being a UN safe city, we want to ensure that those applications and those instruments apply to all bylaws that are written and enforced within the city of Winnipeg. I can say, as a person that's, marched in these streets from a very young age, that the only change that we have seen, certainly in this city, is because we have taken to the streets. For example, for Tina Fontaine, when she was recognized that was one of the largest gatherings in the city of Winnipeg. And then, after her court case, again, there was another large gathering that really wanted to put justice in front of everyone, that justice was necessary for Indigenous women and girls and gender diverse people. And I would be remiss not to talk about the landfill and say how important it was to create public education and public discourse by, having an opportunity to gather. And I'm sure that, there will be many times to come in the future where we will again have to, make our voices heard and put our bodies in the street to create change. Because I can say that of the 231 recommendations from the National Inquiry, only 2 have been implemented. And we want to ensure things like the red dress alert are, an opportunity for, for change in the city, but sometimes we have to do that through public gatherings and public recognition. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Sandra. I see no questions from committee members. Thank you. Madam Clerk, our next.
Jesse Waters-Wolf? Nope. Anna Weir?
Call a few of them.
Anna?
Oh my God.
And then Jim Vickers, Libby Weir, Ariel Villarin, and then we'll go to Judith Morrow on Zoom.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity today. I just wanted to let you know that Libby Weir is at home sick, and so she's not able to delegate today, but she has delegated in front of you before. She's my daughter, she's 10 years old, and she wanted me to bring some words on her behalf because she can't be here. And she was thinking about this potential proposed bylaw, the Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw, and she was thinking about it in the context of governments. And so she said to me, Mom, governments don't always make the best decisions, and we need to be able to protest to let them know that they need to change. And so that's what she wanted me to bring here today. I'm very inspired by all the people who have come today, who have taken off time from work and from their days, or who have been sitting doing work at home and listening to the video feed so that they can present on Zoom when appropriate. And it's just so great to hear what other people have had to say. And one of the things that I've noticed is a number of presenters who've talked about protests that they've been involved in that would not be allowed under this legislation. And there's been some discussion about that. And so I just wanted to kind of go back to the proposed bylaw, the wording in the draft. And the wording talks about nuisance demonstrations as a the definition means any in-person protest or demonstration occurring in view of the public or in a location ordinarily used or frequented by members of the public that involves A, the expression by any means, including graphic, written, or oral, of objection or disapproval towards an idea, action, person, or group based on or related to any specified characteristics, which are also there. Then B, obstructing the passage of pedestrians or motor vehicles without an application permit issued by the city. And then there's the word or, which actually means that any of the things listed here are enough to trigger the nuisance demonstration definition. And then the last C, there's A, B, and C, is the use of amplifiers or microphones without an applicable permit issued by the city. So any of those characteristics, the obstructing the passage of pedestrians or motor vehicles, using amplifiers or microphones, or the expression by any means, including graphic, written, oral, related to any specified characteristics, any of those can trigger this definition of nuisance demonstration. And so that actually brings into play a lot of demonstrations that a lot of us have been involved in. That brings into play the demonstration we had this morning because we used amplified sound. That brings into play the vigil that I was at in November when Rosalie Tennyson was killed on Osborne, because that vigil happened a few days after she was killed. We didn't have time to apply for any permits. It takes at least 2 weeks to apply for a permit to obstruct the passage of pedestrians and motor vehicles, although we were trying to not obstruct the passage of any pedestrians or motor vehicles at that vigil. But we did, to communicate with each other and to kind of talk to each other about this awful thing that had happened in our community, we did use amplified sound. And it requires at least 4 weeks to apply for a permit for amplified sound with the City of Winnipeg. So there are a lot of really, really important community gatherings that we come together for, that I go to, that Libby goes to, that are so fundamental to our democratic process, but also just like our ability to interact with each other as community members, our ability to mourn the loss of a community member that would be impacted by a bylaw like this. And so I am very pleased that Councillor Duncan has pulled back on bringing this bylaw forward, and I hope that no other bylaws similar to this come forward through EPC or go to council. Thanks so much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions or comments from the committee, so thank you very much for spending your time here today.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I think what we'll do is do we have another person down on the floor here?
There is someone there. Is it Jim? No. Okay.
Okay, do they want to speak? Who is it?
Ariel?
Okay, so maybe we'll let Ariel speak, and then we'll take a 5-minute break, okay? All right, okay.
Oh, it's been a long day. Hello, Councillor Eadie, Councillor Brawadi, Councillor Duncan, Councillor Lukes, and Councillor Santos. I have never known anyone who chooses to protest because they want to. It's always been because they have to. I, like so many others from all these different communities across the city who have come to speak, don't want to spend all day here at City Hall, but if the alternative is to have our chartered rights and freedoms impinged upon, well, here we are. And so, like so many others, I am here to speak in opposition to the proposed safe access to vulnerable infrastructure bylaw that was put forward by Councillor Duncan. Protests, peaceful protests, are meant to disrupt. And whether or not you view them as a nuisance reveals a lot about what your values and priorities on social justice are. For many others, protests are not a nuisance, but a form of resistance in a world that has been built to enact violence, whether overt or systemic, physical or financial, upon them and their loved ones. Regardless of your intentions in passing this, the language of the proposed bylaw, as it is drafted, is so broad that it threatens our chartered freedoms of expression and assembly, and similar legislation in other Canadian cities are under the scrutiny of the Canadian Civil Liberties Association for being unconstitutional. Just because volunteer advocates and law experts are able to understand the anti-democratic implications of a bylaw that the person putting it forward cannot, does not make it misinformation. The wording of the bylaw, specifically the broad definition of what counts as a nuisance demonstration and the 100-meter buffer zone of the designated facilities that preclude protests in the appropriate public forums, including and namely Winnipeg City Hall, give authorities discretionary power to stamp out any dissent that makes them uncomfortable simply by labeling it as an act of intimidation. As Erica McNabb earlier said in their delegation, there is a difference between discomfort and anger and danger. This bylaw would prevent discomfort and deprive us of growing and changing for the better. That's how we learn. We have to face discomfort. As the many lawyers who have delegated today have said, the Criminal Code of Canada is in place to tackle the latter, the harassment, the intimidation. I implore everyone here on EPC to follow Councillor Duncan in withdrawing support for this item, but also to discard it completely instead of bringing it forward to council, even as information, and demonstrate the leadership afforded to you by protecting our chartered freedoms and ability to challenge injustice. Thank you. Before I take any questions, I'd like to thank all the efforts to dissent throughout history that let me and so many others be here today. It is through them, through ourselves, and not the grace of the systems that would have passed this bylaw without a second thought had it not been for our showing this morning that we are here today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ariel. I guess just a point of clarification, this doesn't go to council, it ends here, is that correct?
Yep.
Yes, so it ends here, it doesn't go to council.
Lovely.
Okay, and I see that Councillor Edie has your hand up. Councillor Edie, did you have a question?
It ends here, right?
Yeah, it ends here.
Okay. I was thinking it had to go to council.
No, he was just clarifying that.
Okay.
Lovely. Thank you for
Okay.
your clarification.
Anyway, we do follow rules around here, according to how our clerks explain to us how it's supposed to go, so.
I'm sorry, was that a question, Mr. Edie?
No, I'm just saying, did you know that we have to follow a lot of rules when it comes to
Absolutely.
various
I
reports?
am an engaged citizen and I have been to City Hall many times. Thank you.
Good to end it here,
Okay.
but I don't.
So what we'll do now is we'll take a break and we'll reconvene at about 5 to 5 o'clock, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay? Okay, I'm reconvening our standing policy, or our executive policy committee today on February 17th. And Madam Clerk, who is our next delegation, please?
Judith Morrow on Zoom. So Judith, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself and turn on your video, you have up to 5 minutes. Before you begin your presentation, I'll just announce a bunch of names so you can come down to the bench. Robert Johansson, Lucky Adams, Achilles Peliquin, Diane Bousquet, Calantha Jensen. If any of those folks are in the gallery, if you can come down to the bench. Okay, Judith, you can begin.
I'd like you to tell me, I'm in Halifax visiting my family here, and I am just typing up on a piece of paper that's on the computer, and I don't have a printer as I go. So can you see me if I am just reading from my paper? If I put this paper in front of me, can you see me?
Yes. Yes, no,
Okay.
we can see you and hear you, so begin your presentation.
All's good then. Super. Well, I am not totally very organized, but let's just do as quick as I can and get through before, so you don't get bored. Okay. First of all, I've been listening closely, but the Lodge of People's Voices, I just thought, wow, that resonates with me. In the Lodge, this is the Lodge of the People's Voices, and I think we are. So in the Lodge, we can experience that deep inner growth that comes from the gift of deep listening when we're not preoccupied with how we're seen and with the next point to argue. So that's my opening line. But just a little aside, listening to today's presentation, one of the just recent ones, I was just struck by the connection between police forces left to determine who is guilty and the image of ICE. So that was struck me. Steve Raw and myself share an MSW, and we've both worked in the area of trauma. So trauma is one of our specialty areas, and I've been a family and child therapist for many years. That was my first degree or second degree at the university. And I just want to say one of these things about trauma and in regards to this. So human beings are very naturally, well, some are compassionate, but when human beings bear witness to other humans committing atrocities to other human beings, and we're helpless, when we're helpless to do anything to stop it, it's extremely traumatizing. Now, when you experience trauma and you don't talk about it, it's very dangerous for your mental health, but it's also dangerous to it can destroy families. If there's trauma that goes on and they can't talk to each other about it, secrets happen and things are never said. And it's very critical for families, communities to be able to talk to reduce trauma, okay? But trauma is silencing and chilling, okay? So if you witness that, you must take an action and speak out, just not only for the civic responsibility that's involved in that, but for your own mental health. Joining together in community can build healthy community for emotional reasons as well as political. It's not a straightforward political stand, but we really need to connect with each other when we're experiencing trauma. And so those of us who don't choose to shy away from it and watch and witness the slaughter of children and mothers holding babies in blood-soaked cloth, juxtaposed against our own well-being, it can be extremely debilitating and harsh reality for us to do that. Many people just cannot do it. And they say, I'm an empath. I can't sleep at night if I see this stuff. And so it's easier to not do that. When people see that and don't hide from it, and they come out in the streets, they really need that support emotionally to connect with other human beings who are sharing some values. That's just one statement. Okay, so differing identifications create conflicting views or different ways of seeing things. Some Jewish organizations identify with peace and justice for Palestinians and an end to the military occupation. Some believe in holding conversation that is essential to achieve any kind of lasting peace. Led by a woman from Israel whose parents stopped protesting in Israel when they were in their 90s and could no longer handle tear gas, is one of the many of these organizations I hold in high regard, and that's Manitoba Friends of Standing Together, which has been a really important support group for me emotionally and for me finding my voice to be able to speak out to you today, as well as all the information they offer me about peace in Israel and how to do that. So other groups have different identifications in regards to Israel. This isn't a judgment, but the reality is. The mission statement stated in their websites says that they support Israel in whatever way they can. The political arm for this view is the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs. It is their responsibility to both hold these views and present these views. Now, the recommendation was, I'm just going to go back to the City Hall, and this is a little bit, the City Hall, City of Winnipeg, in 2023, your Committee of Human Rights held hearings on this issue, on the issue that's touched upon, the political part of the issue and the identifications held by people.
You've had you've had 5 minutes. Do you want to wrap up your presentation?
Can I do that just very quickly? Okay.
Like very quickly. We've got a lot of delegates yet.
To further conversation between all affected parties who's holding identities that are different, to further address the goals of discrimination and racism among all racialized groups. So there's 4 hours of hearings demonstrated listening and helpful questions from the committee before they drew that conclusion. So that's my recommendation, is to follow up with what they had recommended and find ways for us to do that as a community with the support perhaps of city council, provincial government, or whatever organizations can pick up that challenge of 4 years ago.
Thank you. Committee members, are there any comments or questions? If not, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. We'll have the next presenter, please, Madam Clerk.
Okay, our next delegation is Robert Johansson. Nope, not seeing Robert. Lucky Adams. Okay, following Lucky, it'll be Silas Kulak on Zoom, and then Achilles Peliquin back in person.
All right, hello, everyone. Before I start my delegation, I just would like to say that Robin Dick, who was registered to delegate over Zoom, said she didn't receive a Zoom link. Maybe I could speak to the clerk afterwards about trying to get her to be able to give her delegation, if that's all right. I'm not quite sure who to speak to about that.
Okay, our clerk will look that up. You can begin your presentation now.
All right.
Lucky.
So I'm here to express my strong opposition to what's called the Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw. I was alarmed 1 week ago when I saw that my home, the place that I work, and where I go to school are all within the 100-meter buffer zone that's stated in the report and the draft bylaw. I was relieved to see that Councillor Duncan had withdrawn his support for this becoming law, but I still don't want to see it received as information to the relevant committees. Our motivations were questioned publicly. We were questioned whether we are opposed to this due to being hateful, but that does not reflect us. And if you look at the bylaw and what it says, as well as the report, it is not an anti-hate speech bylaw. What it does is it goes so far beyond that and even refers to anything related to race or gender identity or disability as being off limits. And I'm going to quote the report. And it's important to pay attention to the word which is operative, which is action related to. So the report says it defines nuisance demonstrations as any protest that involves expression of objection or disapproval towards an idea or action related to race or religious beliefs or color, gender, and many other things. It says related to. The protests that happened this morning, people spoke about how their faith drove them to oppose this bylaw. They spoke about their indigenous ancestry and how, as disabled people, they did not support this bylaw. And as it is written in the report, and as it is stated in the draft bylaw, that speech would be criminal. It's really a true shame that it even came to this, that hundreds of people have submitted comments and opposed this, that it was even a question. And there's been regret expressed. Regret that this has been proposed, but no apology. In closing, I would like to say that because of just how broad this is, that no amendment can salvage this bylaw. If you get rid of the ban on unpermitted speakers or the ban on blocking traffic, there's still no preserving this because of just how broad it is. I yield the floor, and I welcome any questions.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Lucky, for your presentation. Are there any comments or questions? Councillor Duncan?
Yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation through you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to clarify. I'm not sure. I would assume that when you stated that there was regret, I would assume that was directed towards me. Just a question for you.
That is correct.
Okay.
It was your public statement that was made yesterday.
Fair.
The press release.
I just want to clarify this, and again, not to be combative. I do not regret putting this forward. I think that this is a great forum to have these discussions. If anything, I would have had more consultation to allow for these voices to be considered in the writing of the bylaw and in the report, and consult more with the community on that. So I just wanted to clarify that. I don't regret doing this. It just could have been done better.
That's more of a comment than a question.
Sorry.
Did you
Did you
know?
know? I
Did you know?
apologize, Lucky.
There's the apology.
All right. Okay, if there's no other comments or questions, thank you very much for your presentation. And Madam Clerk, we'll have the next delegation up, please.
Okay, Silas Kulak is joining us via Zoom.
Thanks very much. You can hear me okay?
Yep, you can go ahead.
Great. Thank you. I'm going to be very quick here and probably a little disorganized, so I apologize in advance for that. But I don't feel like there's any point in beating a dead horse. I'm also a lawyer. A lot of lawyers have come out to speak against this bill. I'm not going to get into the law or the legal aspects of it at all. I think other people have done that quite well. I just want to bring up a couple very quick points. First of all, I'll point out that this was actually tried before. The 2020 Conservative government, one of their provincial government, one of their last acts was trying to pass a similar bill. It got held up, and as a result of protest, it didn't go anywhere, and it fell when the provincial government fell. It was a bad idea then. It's a bad idea now. And there's all kinds of problems that you could bring up with it. But for me, this is my second point, probably the worst problem with it is it's very, very typical for laws and bylaws to be inequitably enforced. Even if it's a law that's passed with good intentions, targeting something which should be regulated or anything like that, it's still left in the power of people who are responsible for enforcing it. The police already have broad powers to fulfill their mandate when it comes to safety, and it's been said that this is about safety. There's no new bylaw needed for that. Their powers are more than broad enough. At one point, Councillor Duncan indicated that under this bylaw, protest was still allowed. And of course, in my respectful submission, this is missing the point. The point is that officers, individuals, are arbitrarily being given the discretion to decide what constitutes acceptable protest speech. And once you cross that line into someone like that being able to decide what is acceptable, what is a nuisance, or vice versa, it's no longer freedom of speech. My last point, and again, I'll be very quick here, but disruptive and nonviolent protest isn't a bad thing. It's part and parcel of a vibrant, functioning, and even a safe democracy. True safety doesn't come from bylaws or laws. It comes from strong communities. And this has been touched on before by other delegations. And just like they were explaining, it was mentioned about demonstrations related to Tina Fontaine, about demonstrations around the landfills and searching the landfills. I'll add the Justice for Black Lives movement, the environmental movement, about the disability rights movement, which was of course mentioned. And those movements are about safety, and those demonstrations are about safety. They vitally change the conversation around the issues that they're trying to bring into the mainstream. And it's demonstrations like that which actually make our communities safer, and not a bylaw like this one. So in short, I just think that the bylaw is a step in the wrong direction, if that's the goal. And like I said, given the circumstances, I'll cede the rest of my time, barring any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Silas. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm looking to see if there's any questions or comments from the committee, and I don't see any. So thanks for your patience and waiting, and thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, our next delegation is?
Okay, Achilles Peliquin.
Okay.
And then I'll just say a couple more names, just Diane Bousquet, Calantha Jensen, Ashlyn Hagland, Andy Vale, Park Young, and Morris Broder.
Anyone here? Come down if your name has been called, please. It's like the price is right. Okay. This one, okay.
Hi, everyone.
Hey.
My name is Achilles Peliquin. My spirit name is Walking with Turtle. I am a graduate of the University of Winnipeg in Urban and Inner City Studies with political science. I am also the founder and starter of a prayer camp at the Legislative Ground that lasted for more than 200 days. And I am here to speak on this bylaw because I am not in support of it. I am not in support of it also, and I'm going to add some more to my introduction. I am also a proud member of the James Bay Cree Nation, AUSG, in Northern Quebec. And I have been studying and living in Winnipeg for close to 8 years. Since I moved to Winnipeg, because of my Cree Nation has financial economy, financial sovereignty, I have had it into the gross economy of Winnipeg and Manitoba, and I now live under the soil of poverty, under the line of poverty. I can speak on the fact that these bylaws are dangerous. They are dangerous because in politics, we learn that we may talk about legislation at the federal level, at the provincial level, but it's in the streets of cities that people die. And right now, I am very exhausted to see how disconnected this assembly is from the reality in the streets. People are protesting for basic decency. They're protesting for safety and security. They're protesting for the right of their children to have hope for the next generation. And if you ask people that are affecting those safety, if you go and ask the people that are reinforcing whatever authority you say you have, because there's no jurisdiction on Turtle Island outside of the one that's imposed by genocide. If you go and ask all the police officers, all the security guard, all the people that impose bylaws in the city, what to do, why are children being thrown in the street, why are women being marginalized, the answer they'll give you, it's not my fault, it's the bylaw. When are we going to take accountability for her city? Because the first statement that I read in this bill is, whereas Winnipeg welcomes healthy and thriving community. That's not true. We bait them if we don't take accountability for the misery that we fabricate in our street. The level of poverty that have emerged, this city needs to take it seriously. And this bylaw just reassert federal authority over marginalized people. It just reassert that police officer with 6-month training will be able to marginalize degree-holding citizens. That means that if you're not sitting in the chair that you are right now, connected to the relational, capitalistic, corporated democracy that we're currently feeding, you are not protecting your children. You're telling them that their protection comes at the expense of others. And right now, children are witnessing us. And the crimes are rising up. And it's not because of a failure of individual. It's not a failure of individual having the capacity of fighting systems. Systems are now mountain. It's a failure of systems and of the people that move them to create systemic kindness rather than systemic oppression. So this is what I have to say to this chamber today. I am open to your questions. I also want to assert that I am a sovereign individual whose quality of life has been strongly affected by intergenerational oppression, intergenerational trauma, and the consistent perseverance of the colonial state of continuing to devalidate my people and my relatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Do we have any questions at all, or comments, or feedback? Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Thanks for waiting.
Okay, just Diane, Calantha, Diane? Okay.
Good day. My name is Diane Bousquet, Shining Flowering Thunderbird Woman. I am a Métis woman of the Bear Clan. I've been standing in this chamber for about a year now, and the last time I was here, I said something important. I said our work here isn't done, and I meant reconciliation. I meant structural change, and I meant ensuring that we govern in a way that does not repeat the patterns we say we're trying to repair. I do not enjoy standing in front of you. This is not something that's comfortable for me, but sometimes presence is required. I come here not as an adversary and not as an enemy, but as somebody who carries lived experience. In my traditions, when something difficult is learned, we share it so others do not repeat that harm. And in that spirit, I stand here as a teacher. My ancestral history has always been long embedded in civic duty in this province. Long before many of us were born, people in my lineage stood up for the rights that helped shape Manitoba as we know it today. My mother spent decades fighting for equal rights. Later in life, she joined a union and continued advocating for equal pay and fairness in the workforce. Advocacy in my family has never been abstract. It has always been lived. I come from a long line of people who understood that responsibility to community is inseparable from responsibility to justice. That is a history. That history is not something I claim for status. It is something I carry as an obligation. We've come far from the days of jailing people who fought for our freedoms, many of which are taken for granted. And yet here I am again today. At the Lemay Forest in St. Norbert, we gathered in ceremony. We prayed, we fasted, and we sang. We were forced to abandon our sweat lodges. Sorry. We were forced to abandon our sweat lodges. Sacred fires were carried, and responsibilities to the burial grounds were upheld just outside of the Lemay Forest. At that time, our presence was described as a protest. It was not a protest. It was ceremony. Soon after, the injunction came banning us from entering our ceremonial lands. It was not a protest, it was a ceremony. Soon came the injunction banning us from entering our ceremonial grounds. Our prayer camp in many ways became a case study in how Indigenous ceremony could be interpreted through a protest framework, and how wrong that, and how that can, and how that can, What began as land-based responsibilities was processed through enforcement language. That experience should shape how we draft laws going forward, because language shapes response. Before intentions is understood, language frames perception. If a drum is heard as a disruption instead of prayer, if gathering is interpreted as pressure instead of responsibility, if Indigenous presence is labeled an obstruction, then enforcement follows interpretation. That is not a theory, that is lived experience. And this is not new. There was a time in this country when our ancestors built prayer camps outside of residential schools. They gathered near institutions not to intimidate, but to pray for the safe return of their children. People have gathered in visible ceremony near institutions for generations, not as a tactic, but as a responsibility. I understand the desire for safety, and no one here wants intimidation or harm. Sorry. But when a law creates a buffer zone and with broad definitions without clearly distinguishing Indigenous cultural presence, it creates a space for misunderstanding to become enforcement. This is something I've lived. Public space is often the only place where Indigenous people can fulfill our responsibilities to our ancestors, to our lands, and to future generations. Discomfort is not intimidation, visibility is not aggression, and ceremony is not extremist. Section 2 protects peaceful assembly. Section 35 affirms Aboriginal and treaty rights. And UNDRIP...
Sorry, the time did go, but do you have a few more sentences to just wrap up with here?
Just about done.
Okay, thank you.
UNDRIP calls for meaningful consultation before measures that affect Indigenous people. I oppose this bylaw, not because safety doesn't matter, but because without clarity and protection for Indigenous ceremonies, such a law risks misinterpretation, disproportionate enforcement, and harm. I strongly urge you to reconsider. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take the chair again. Thank you very much, Councillor Lukes. Okay.
Kalantha Jensen.
Hello, welcome.
Hello. This is my first time at a City Hall meeting, which is intimidating and exciting, but I'm happy to be here. My name is Kalantha Jensen. I am a tree planter. I am a children's entertainer. I'm also a graduate of the University of Winnipeg's Human Rights and Conflict Resolution programs, during which I spent 6 months living in Bethlehem in the occupied West Bank. So I am here today to speak for myself and on behalf of my loved ones and my communities both here and around the world. I am here to oppose and express my disgust at the agenda item number 7, safe access to vulnerable infrastructure. This proposed bylaw is an embarrassingly transparent assault on Winnipeggers' charter rights of freedom of expression and assembly. The ambiguous language is dangerously unspecific. Indicators of nuisance or what is intimidating is subjective, giving authority to bylaw officers to issue fines based on their discretion of any group with a message gathered in public runs an enormously high risk of misuse of power, which is a very familiar story regarding our police department. Not only is this bylaw attempting to silence any sorts of dissent in our communities for legitimate and justifiable concerns, but we know that fines disproportionately impact already marginalized communities who rely on demonstrations as a tool to have their voices heard. We must understand just how slippery this slope is that we are considering. Drawing attention to injustice and oppression is our moral obligation as citizens. It is our responsibility to question the narrative, to hold our leaders accountable, and demand that you use your positions appropriately. These were rights that were protected and agreed upon by our ancestors because they understand the importance of resistance to oppression. Protests are not meant to be convenient or comfortable. If we could trust that our representatives would do the right thing, we would not have to gather in crowds to demand that our leaders pay attention and take action. We already have laws addressing any and all legitimate safety concerns when it comes to accessing facilities in our city, protections from harassment, criminal conduct, hate crimes, etc. And we have fundamental rights to gather and speak to one another about issues that concern us. We need to remember where we are. Just across the street is an art installation commemorating Bloody Saturday during the 1919 general strike. We are home to the Canadian Museum of Human Rights. This land that we live on and the water we drink come from the colonized lands of our Indigenous communities. We are on treaty land. We do not own the earth. Protests and demonstrations have always been a part of Winnipeg's history, and they have molded and shaped Winnipeg. The problem isn't the protests, it's what we're protesting. Every time our movements are successful, it builds Winnipeg into a healthier city. And I define success in this context as things getting better and not worse. We shift the Overton window about what kind of society we want, changes that benefit everyone, but we're far from where we need to be. The fact that this bill is being considered at all screams of hypocrisy for our city. We are now watching our neighbors to the south organizing their resistance to an administration fully descending into fascism, while also bearing witness to the hostilities that our government is both active in and complicit with across the globe. Preventing or attempting to deter dissent is both out of touch and shameful. Expecting no one to raise their voices about what we see is quite honestly delusional. We have borne witness to a genocide live streamed from our phones for 2.5 years. We are still reeling from the mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge. Social media has allowed us the ability to be informed in real time about the escalating oppression globally. We are now aware that we belong to a system controlled by people who have brought innovations to their evil, with their corruption, brutality, cruelty, and depravity. This is a reckoning for our species. It is about accountability and culpability. Now is not the time to be attempting to silence a population or to police how or what we express. I am here out of love, but also I am angry. I am here because I live in this city, I love people in this city, but I love people around the world as well. Having the right to make our distress and dissent heard is an essential part of a functioning democracy. Using our critical thinking skills and pattern recognition makes it clear what this bylaw is really about. I am lucky to belong to committees driven by care and the love that we have for one another. That love is not a threat. We want better for ourselves and for those around us. It's easy for me to see myself in others, and I wish that was more evident from all of you in your decision-making. The imperial boomerang has swung around violently in the States, and I am horrified that we are so closely connected and that certain sentiments are not contained within borders. Love will always outlast hate. If seeing people gathered to bring attention to issues makes you uncomfortable, you need to sit and process that discomfort. That's your responsibility. It does not take priority over our rights and everyone's well-being. I implore you to reject and discard any consideration of this bylaw and anything resembling it. We will not be silenced. We can and need to do better. And I want to end with something I remind all the little ones I work with on a regular basis, is that we are capable of doing hard things. We can have difficult conversations. And we need to prioritize bravery, kindness, and compassion as fundamental values of our shared humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalantha. Thank you.
Any questions?
Sorry, any questions at all? No, thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
Okay, Ashlyn Hagland? Nope, seeing.
Ashlyn?
Andy Vale? Okay. Pak Leung? Okay, Morris Broder?
Thank you for your patience, Morris.
Well, thank you for taking the time out of your day as well to listen to us. I'll not be very long. I confess that I tend to ramble from time to time, and I'll try my best to keep on point and keep things moving along. I just want to bring up my notes. After listening to quite a bit of rhetoric throughout the day, it seems to me that we're missing one very important point. One thing that I feel compelled to bring forward, and that is this bylaw that has been proposed is not reinventing the wheel by any stretch of the imagination. The wheel, however, that was put on was perhaps not the right one. Basically, I see that bubble bylaws, as I stated, have been around for a long time, and consistently, well, basically, by fact, upheld by the Supreme Court of Canada, that who's never ruled that they were unconstitutional. That being said, appellate court after appellate court has upheld these bubble bylaws. And it goes on to say, the research that I conducted, that they're generally considered to be a justified limit under Section 1 of the Charter, balancing freedom of expression, and we've heard a lot about Section 2B, there we go, freedom of peaceful assembly, Section 2C, and therein is the operative word. Folks have glanced over this. They've brushed past it and they've mentioned it, but the operative word in all of this is peaceful. Go ahead, have your vigils, have your demonstrations, have your protests, but the word peaceful means everything. So to answer Councillor Duncan's earlier question in the day, April 1st, 2025, there was a horrible incident at the Grey Academy, Rady JCC, involving what proved to be a group of thugs, a mob that presented themselves with the most horrific, it's tough. I'm the child of a Holocaust survivor, so you'll appreciate that this is very, very close to me, to have to listen to what my mother, was put through 80 years prior to all of this. And that is, they're calling for the death of Jews. They're calling for the annihilation of a nation. Well, you know what? I don't see anything peaceful about that. I really don't. And it really cut. Add to that, there was a significant police presence. So now, if you have laws that are in existence that are enforceable to put an end or a stop to a mob, which is really what it was, why was nothing done? Now we get to August 16, 2025, outside of Folklorama. Same group, same mob, same threats, same intimidation. Nothing. So where I'm really going with this now is this bubble bylaw has its place. It is an adjunct to the existing laws that we have and gives you one more layer of the ability to ensure, and I'll come right out and say it, the safety of the Jewish population of Winnipeg, because we are the target. And I am unapologetically and proudly Jewish, and I will stand for my community, which is why I'm here talking to you. And I'm going to beg of you that you not shelf this piece of this bylaw, that you go back. One thing that I've learned over time, I may not be a lawyer, but I am certainly a pretty good analyst, one who is responsible for reviewing, analyzing, and taking apart legislation, redrafting it as may be necessary, reintroducing to various levels of, provincial governments, acts, changes to acts and regulations. So I know what was proposed and with the best of intentions didn't quite hit the mark. I've seen it. You draft legislation with the best of intentions, and you get these unintended results. Well, that's what we have here. That's what we have now. So I beg of you, go back and fix it. You need to provide whatever protection you can to the Jewish community of Winnipeg, and that's where we'll start, because that's where this all began, on those, basically, from how I see it, those two incidents. Go one step further. Protesters in front of the superstore, not in support of the bring the hostages home, but the Palestinian community. They're screaming again, death to Israel, death to the Jews, but what makes it even worse is the Hasidic Jews walking from their homes, I'll be really quick, from their homes to their place of worship were heckled, obstructed, and nothing. So while the bubble bylaw wouldn't apply to that, I'm letting you know, you have a problem. And me personally, I will continue to advocate for my people to make sure that we are kept safe in this city.
Thank you, Morris. Any questions at all? Councillor Duncan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the delegate, are you familiar with the proposal of Bill C9?
I am, and it is just that. It is a proposal, and it'll never see the light of day. And that's been my experience when I'm working with legislation. Once it hits the shelf, that's it. It's done. But here's the thing. Even if Bill C9 was enacted and was put in place, what I found a bit bothersome with all of that was, there was a statement, with all due respect, was it does much of what you're looking for. Well, you know what? Much doesn't cut it. It either has to do it or not. And again, that's where the bubble bylaw comes in. It certainly adds that layer. So you have existing laws, tie this bylaw to the Municipal Act and to the prevailing legislation, hate legislations. Word it such that it really makes sense, that it hits the targets that you're looking for. I'd be happy to help. I'm really good at it.
Thank you. Thank you, Morris. Oh, sorry, Councillor Santos?
It seems like you've had obviously personal experience of what had happened in the past. Is that correct?
I was there. I have hours and hours of videotaping.
So I guess, were you also involved with the interaction with the police?
Interaction with the police?
Yes.
Yes.
And could you, I've asked a previous delegate about the interactions with the police. He kind of glazed over the conversation, but are you able to kind of explain to me how come the police could not use the criminal code to arrest people who were obviously chanting some very horrible statements?
You're not going to like the answer.
Well,
I can tell you that right
I'm
now.
asking.
They were asked at various levels. One officer said, no, you need to talk to my supervisor. There were liaison officers. There was everybody there. And I can't recall specifically, to be honest with you, on the April 1st incident, which, by the way, occurred during school hours and then carried on. But we were told by the police officers that they were instructed to watch, take their notes, go back, and that something would happen afterwards upon review. Well, these folks, these thugs, as I call them, continued to spew hatred, and and some of it was personal. Like, they looked right across, and so I'm pretty thick-skinned. I don't think anything's come of this. Notes or no notes, there's just no accountability, nothing. And again, you owe the Jewish population of Winnipeg more than what happened on those two occasions.
Thank you for your honesty. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you, Morris.
Okay, next up is Sadaf Ahmed joining us via Zoom. And following Sadaf, we'll hear from Patrick Nealon, Ren Robertson, and then Lloyd Johnson on another matter, and Jeff Lieberman.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, or good evening, Mayor and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We at the National Council of Canadian Muslims support the motion before the Executive Policy Committee today to receive this report as information and not proceed further with the proposed bylaw as it stands at this time. We begin by acknowledging the thoughtful work and good intentions of council and city staff that such a revision suggests. The objective of protecting vulnerable communities is one that we share. Individuals must be able to attend places of worship, schools, and hospitals free from harassment, intimidation, and certainly violence. Our central submission is that further and transparent consultation is essential before any municipal legislation proceeds in this area. The issues engaged here, freedom of expression, public assembly, and protection from intimidation, are not only constitutionally sensitive, but evolving at the federal level. A measured approach that prioritizes consultation with impacted communities, legal experts, law enforcement, and civil liberties organizations will better ensure that any future framework is effective and legally sound. And I appreciate that much of what I'll be saying this evening has been stated earlier today. Experience elsewhere, however, offers a cautionary tale about the risks of advancing municipal legislation in this area too quickly. Some have suggested that municipal bubble zone bylaws are necessary to fill a gap between local enforcement tools and federal legislation, whether C9 or the criminal code itself. However, that premise has been publicly rejected by Ontario's Solicitor General, Michael Kersner. He has stated that similar municipal bylaws enacted in the city of Vaughan and elsewhere in his province are not only ineffective, but likely unconstitutional. In other words, the very gap these bylaws purport to fill has been publicly announced at the provincial level to be neither workable nor constitutionally sound. Winnipeg's proposed framework is materially similar in structure and scope, and the case of the city of Vaughan illustrates the legal and practical consequences one can anticipate here. Vaughan enacted such a bylaw and is now facing a charter challenge supported by various civil liberties organizations, including ours. At the same time, and has been said already today many times over, Parliament is advancing Bill C9, which proposes criminal code amendments without geographical boundaries, addressing intimidation and obstruction in relation to a range of protected institutions. That federal framework is deliberate and situated within established criminal law principles and jurisprudence. Proceeding now with parallel municipal legislation risks duplication and confusion, particularly where federal law may address the same conduct with greater precision and consistency. Consultation, therefore, should include careful consideration of how any local action would interact with that emerging national standard, or with, of course, the criminal code itself. Several features of the draft bylaw further reinforce the need for robust consultation. For example, the definition of a nuisance demonstration includes the expression of objection or disapproval toward an idea, action, person, or group based on specified characteristics. But I'd also like to highlight that nuisance, in the context of Canadian law, has not historically been used to regulate protest activity, nor has such an application been tested in this context. Expanding it in this way creates uncertainty and increases vulnerability to constitutional challenge. Similarly, the definition of intimidation relies in part on perceived effects and potential outcomes, as has already been gestured to today, which can create uncertainty about what conduct exactly is prohibited. The proposed 100-meter buffer zones around a broad range of sites, including places of worship and schools, can also include sidewalks and public streets that have traditionally served as sites of lawful assembly. Such broad restrictions can, of course, significantly limit peaceful expression and public participation. Taken together, these elements raise concerns about overbreadth, vagueness, and enforceability, and these concerns are only heightened when federal legislation is advancing and when comparable municipal models have already been proven legally vulnerable. Receiving this report as information allows Winnipeg to take a measured path, to consult widely, and to ensure that any future action is narrowly tailored and constitutionally sound. Our shared objective is to protect vulnerable communities from harm, and a deliberate and consultative approach is the best way to achieve that goal while safeguarding fundamental freedoms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadaf. Any questions at all? No? Okay, thank you for your patience and your presentation today.
Okay, next up is Patrick Nealon joining us in person. Following Patrick, it is Ren Robertson. Fanny Humes is no longer able to join us, and Camilla Algiada is not in the Zoom meeting. So then we'll hear from Lloyd Johnson on Standing Policy Committee on Public Works, item 2, and then Jeff Lieberman.
Hello, Patrick.
Hi, Tansei. Bonjour. How's everybody doing? It's been a while. Yeah. There's a few things that people left out. If anyone didn't tell how much appreciative it is for being here, it's very appreciative. I love every single one of you for here. I've been enjoying the conversations that's been going up there. And like the other lady was saying, there is conversation going on there that's actually more valid than what's going down here. Putting in these things just construe things. For instance, I come from the background of SCABE. So like I end up at these, what you call protest camps, which are actually ceremonial, and they get misconstrued a lot. I personally have been arrested multiple times for Sacred Fires because they said it was a protest. And this is where I see that going. And we don't need that. What we need more is talking together. In fact, this whole thing could have been avoided if we all just sat down and talked, all the communities. Because in reality, we're all relatives. We're all the same people. I see all this division here, and up there was none. They were all sitting there talking to each other. And that's what we got to get back to. Yeah. Protest is very, very important. Without those protests, without those search the landfills, those women would still be there. And those families would not heal from that trauma. And that's the other thing that was brought up was trauma. We got to break that cycle. It's a cycle inside the city. It's in the CFS system. It's everywhere. But what will help is we start going back to ceremony and talking to each other. Like I said, we're all the same people. And I always hear this division between Palestinians and Jewish. Well, Kathy Merrick, which is the one that we should actually be listening to because we are in Territory 1. Kathy Merrick wanted coexistence, and that's what we should be doing. Peace and respect to all, Robert Akiao, and I cede my time to whoever's next. Everything that was important that needed to be said was said. And I hope that everybody here in this room and everyone listening and watching will come together and talk to each other, whether they're Palestinian, Jewish, Indigenous, Canadian, doesn't matter. Let's sit down, let's talk, and let's make this city better. Peace and respect to all, Robert Akiao.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any questions? Are you good?
Any questions at all? Thank you.
Great. Ren Robertson.
I had a prepared statement that so much has been said, so much better, and it started good morning, so it doesn't feel relevant anymore. If today has clearly demonstrated anything to me, it's that democracy is not efficient. Democracy is, in a word, a bit of a nuisance. It takes time to get where we want to go if we go together. I'm shockingly sweaty, as tired as I anticipated, and nothing I've thought to say has been said better. But I'm really grateful that we could all take the time to hear each other today. I'm not a lawyer or a professor or researcher, but I'm fairly confident my opposition to the proposed bylaw is not born of hysteria, as was characterized by a delegator who supported the bylaw. I won't appeal to the authority of those experts who already delegated. It's not really my wheelhouse. Instead, I will invite us all to be a little vulnerable and appeal to our own hearts. What is at the core of our fears? Please bear with me, this is a little bit cringy. I want to live in a city where I live within my love for the city and not a fear for my neighbors in my community. We have agency and we can build the safety we want. I would love if we can recommit ourselves to the healing of our social fabric rather than rending it into easily regulated and controlled strips. I think that we're strong enough to do that, and that's all I have prepared. Thank you.
Thank you, Ren, for those words. Any questions at all? And thanks for your patience today. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to hear from Lloyd Johnson joining us via Zoom, and Lloyd is joining us with respect to item 2 of the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works.
Good evening, Mayor Gillingham, and all the rest of the councillors that are there. I'm here today to speak to the Chief Peguis extension from Main Street to Route 90. My direct concern, while not falling directly within the city of Winnipeg proper, is the Chief Peguis project walks hand in hand with the future development of the Centerport Highway connection. This connection directly affects Little Mountain Park, a city-owned park, and surrounding business and homeowners. I have tried to address the concerns about the destruction of habitat and lifestyle to many levels of government and business. I have taken my concerns to the Manitoba Trucking Association and heavy trucking industry. I have received communications from Centerport Corporation, the City of Winnipeg, the province of Manitoba, and the federal government regarding this matter. The original concept drawings provided by the MMM and WSP group include environmental protections for the wetland area near the water treatment plant and the Ferrier Forest area. Most notable concern to myself was the Chief Peguis Trail extension was to terminate at Jefferson and Route 90. The Centerport Highway extension that was to connect Chief Peguis Trail was drawn to bisect through Little Mountain Park. I was informed by the Centerport Corporation at that time that it was taking just a little piece of the park. I was informed by the RM roster that it's, at that time, the Queen's Highway and will go wherever it wants. And by the City of Winnipeg, that Little Mountain Park will remain a park until it's no longer financially viable to keep it as a park. This is when the stage that I got involved in protect our valuable green space areas. Members of our park united to manage to redirect Route 90 intersection point to half a kilometer north, so it now falls between Mullard and Jefferson Avenues. This redirection has saved Little Mountain Park from being decimated. However, the future Centerport connection is still drawn to come down Klemke Road. It's a lane and a half gravel road, which is going to be extended to fit a highway. Where would this land come from? I have offered a redirection of the Centerport connection around the entire area that follows approximately the old Sturgeon Road footprint. And this would protect all the valuable green space area. If council would like to hear my details, I'd love to discuss it with you. Long story short, I would like to save time and money and the future needs of the Manitoba trucking industry and protect the area and business around Little Mountain Park. I have introduced a petition to the Manitoba legislature there in which I've garnished 1,336 signatures, which people have supported my project. I won't go into details of the petition I went through there unless you wish me to. But I've also wished to, sorry. I've also would like to
disappeared into the bush there for a minute.
Yeah, my page went across the camera there. Yeah, I've also like to talk about the my Green Corridor project that I was talking about several years ago, which was discussed by council. This would go a long way to protect that if we could reroute that highway around it. Thank you ever so much for your time.
Thank you, Lloyd, for your patience. Any questions at all? Councillor Eady has a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you for bringing that back to our attention. I thought we had you had some success with the RM of Rosser and the Centerport governance?
Yes, I've managed to get them to talk to me, and hopefully we can get on a council board to discuss different routing possibilities that might be available to present to the Manitoba government for highway development.
Well, I thought so correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought they had come up with a new design not to expropriate part of Little Mountain Park.
Not as far as I know. That's still on the table for the Manitoba government, as far as I know.
Okay. All right, I have a question for the mayor after.
Okay.
Sounds like an intergovernmental affair.
Sounds, yes. Thank you very much, Lloyd. Appreciate your time today.
I thank you ever so much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Okay, the last delegation on my list today is Jeff Lieberman, joining us in person.
Good evening, Jeff, and welcome. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to members of the Executive Policy Committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jeff Lieberman, and I'm here today not only as the President and CEO of the Jewish Federation of Winnipeg, which is the representative body of Winnipeg's Jewish community, but as a concerned citizen to voice my strong support of the proposed Safe Access to Vulnerable Infrastructure bylaw. This legislation is necessary and, frankly, long overdue. It reflects values most Winnipeggers and by extension Canadians, share, that people should be able to gather in community spaces without being threatened, harassed, or intimidated. What happened at Folklorama last year made that reality impossible to deny. At the Israel Pavilion, hosted at the Asper Jewish Community Campus, families arrived expecting music, food, and celebration. Instead, they were met with a screaming mob outside the entrance. Guests, including children and seniors, were confronted with chants glorifying violence. Young female dancers were threatened with rape. Sexualized slurs were shouted at women and girls, and crowds repeatedly yelled, "Hamas is coming for you," at people entering the building.
Sorry, order, please. We do have someone here at the microphone. Thank you. Thank you.
And over 90% of the guests at the Israel Pavilion are not Jewish. This was not an abstract debate, nor was it peaceful dissent. It was intimidation directed at people as they entered a community space. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. For years, when the campus has hosted politically charged speakers or cultural programming connected to Israel, such as the Israel Pavilion, it has attracted opposition to this bylaw. It has attracted protests. And in that time, demonstrations have escalated into rhetoric and behavior designed to unsettle and make people feel unsafe. The Asper campus is home not only to Jewish communal organizations, but also to a daycare serving toddlers, Gray Academy, a Jewish day school educating students from junior kindergarten through grade 12, and the Rady Jewish Community Center fitness facility, whose patrons represent Winnipeg's diverse communities. It is the beating heart of Jewish life in Winnipeg. On any given day, toddlers are arriving for childcare, 4-year-olds are beginning school, teenagers are in class, seniors are attending fitness programs, and families are gathering for cultural and recreational activities. Jewish and non-Jewish patrons alike have had to navigate shouting crowds at the doors of a building that is meant for childcare, learning, and community. Our community's relationship with the Winnipeg Police Service is very positive. They have been there to protect our community spaces and synagogues, thereby ensuring the safety and security of our community members and the most vulnerable populations. But their presence, while appreciated, cannot be the only answer. Officers can separate groups and monitor and respond when lines are crossed. But families should not have to run a gauntlet of threats and anti-Semitism to enter a building. Children should not have to ask their parents why strangers are yelling threats at them. Seniors should not feel their safety is in question while walking into a fitness class. That is why clear enforceable boundaries are of great importance. This bylaw does not silence protest, nor does it outlaw disagreement. It does not prevent individuals from expressing their political views. What it does is establish distance and draw a line between expression and intimidation at the doors of community spaces. Other jurisdictions in Canada have already recognized the need for protective buffer zones around places of worship, schools, and community facilities. Winnipeg should not lag behind in taking this important action. Manitobans deserve the same basic protections. Opposition to this bylaw will likely frame it as an attack on free expression. It is not. The right to protest does not include the right to harass families at the entrance of a community center or a synagogue, mosque, or church. While intimidation is allowed to take root at its doors, the harm is not limited to one community. It undermines confidence in the basic promise that we can gather safely in our own community spaces. This bylaw is a measured and logical response to a documented pattern. It reflects careful consideration of similar measures adopted elsewhere. It provides clarity for law enforcement and reinsurance for families. Most importantly, it signals that Winnipeg will not accept intimidation as the price of participating in community life. My father was born in Poland. He was a
Jeffrey,
Holocaust survivor.
Jeff, are you close to
Yes,
wrapping?
30
Okay,
seconds.
Thank you.
He would be shocked to hear the anti-Semitic Jew hate that is being screamed at protests in the city and country that he loved. Members of this committee and City Council have an opportunity to make a powerful statement that hate has no place at the entrances of our community spaces. Be brave, show leadership, do the right thing to keep all citizens feeling safe. We urge you to support this bylaw as a practical step towards protecting safe access, dignity, and shared Canadian values in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions at all? Jeff? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening. Okay, in a moment, we're near the end now. We're at the end now of our delegation list. Was there anyone, though, that has not? Okay, a couple of others. Could you come down forward and just to the bench, please, and then we'll get your names and we'll invite you up one by one. Do you mind just, first of all, stepping forward, say your name, because we need a motion to add you onto the list. So your name?
My name is Dr. Kathy Moser. I'm a psychologist here in Winnipeg and lived here for 67 years.
Okay. Motion then to hear Dr. Kathy? Only what?
I did
There's 3 total. How many are there?
It's like 6, 7.
Can we take a break maybe, and I'll have to get the.
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to just, thank you, we're going to take a break and then our clerk will get your names, okay? Because we have to get this, then we'll have your names on the list. We can move a motion to hear you, okay? Thank you, we're going to take a break. We're going to take 15 minutes because that gives, I know, thank you for your patience, but that gives our clerk time not only to get your names, but for her to take a break too. So, thank you, okay? Thank you. Reconvening this meeting of Executive Policy Committee. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We have 8 additional delegations. Madam Clerk, if you read their names in, and then we'll receive a motion to hear them, please.
Okay. First up, it'll be Justin Coop, then Candace Tenenbein, Kathy Moser, Annie Chen, Sarah Story, Linda Vandelar, Leith Ross, and Katie Buckberger.
Motion then. Okay, Councillor, I guess Duncan, Barati, both move suspension of the rules to hear these delegates. All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, carried. Thank you. Madam Clerk, who's up first?
Okay, Justin Coop.
Hello, welcome. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for letting me speak. So my name is Justin Coop. I'm an electrician, and I'm here to speak in opposition to this bylaw. I think there's, a lot of things have been said about the anti-democratic nature of this bylaw, and I'll let those speak for themselves. But I think what I'd like to assert is just that it's incredibly important not to overcorrect when we see things that are potentially troubling to our democracy. One of the people who came up voiced what sounds like some pretty alarming things that happened at Folklorama. I wasn't there myself, but I think that it's really important to preserve the ability to have dynamic and nuanced conversations around very complicated things that are happening. My understanding is that people were criticizing the nation state of Israel and its genocide in Gaza, not the Jewish community in Winnipeg. And that kind of tension, understanding what is a protest that crosses a line into an actual hate, is not something that's governed by this bylaw. That's not something that this bylaw can address, but sort of is a Band-Aid solution that doesn't actually address the issues at the heart of this. In an ideal world, we would have public leaders, outspoken public leaders, helping us clarify that kind of distinction between the actions of a nation state and the actions of, a ethnic group or a religious group, and making those distinctions very clear. I think that this bylaw really, to me, speaks towards a general attitude or perspective of anti-democratic thinking. It speaks to a fundamental misunderstanding of what a democratic society actually should look like. I think none of us who were out there protesting this morning wanted to be there. It was very cold. It's uncomfortable to be there. I didn't want to be there. I took time off work. I'm here now. My children are in childcare to be here. The one thing, I guess what I'll add is that I think what the people are looking for is increased democratic ability. We don't want to be outside protesting. We want the institutions that is here to actually serve our practical needs more effectively, for us to have a more direct democratic voice in these processes. I think most people, one person said that, we would rather be just having good conversations. We would rather be ourselves as the people dealing with these issues, not necessarily always relying on representatives. So I would say, my suggestion would be not just to get rid of this bylaw, but to go the opposite direction, look for ways to give more democratic participation and ability back to the people. It's very clear that this bill was not, didn't receive sufficient consultation, didn't receive sort of the sniff test from the people. I mean, people have come out in droves to oppose it. Again, I would like to see us moving towards actual direct democracy. I would like to see us going towards the people being able to make decisions for themselves and not relying on a professional political class. I myself personally, and I know many other people, will be voting along those lines. That's what we want to see in our democratic system, is more democracy, not more rules and regulations to restrict our expression of democracy. Protest, to me, has always felt like a failure of the democratic system. I just think it's more effective to go to the root, like, why are people protesting in the first place? And a huge chunk of that is just that people are disenfranchised. I mean, the last mayoral election had, 37% people coming out? It's embarrassing. And we can reform this democratic system. We can make it more directly democratic. And personally, that's what I would love. And I know, maybe we wouldn't have fights, I don't know if that's the right word, but disputes like this if we had more direct input from the people themselves. So, thank you.
Any questions at all? Councilor Duncan.
Yeah, thanks, Justin, and through you, Mr. Mayor. You just made a comment there about, and I've heard this from a couple of the delegations today, in regards to good conversations. Mm-hmm. And I mean, we've heard from other delegations that are supportive of this proposed bylaw. Mm-hmm. And what I'm hearing from them is they're done talking about this and they want something enacted. Mm. So do you have a response for that through you, Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, do you mind rephrasing that? I'm
For
sorry.
sure.
Like, do I have a response to what?
So the question is, you want to continue to have conversations, is what I'm hearing. Not trying to put words in your mouth.
Well, no, I guess no. Continue conversations definitely. I think helping people understand one another is a huge part of this. And when we have nuanced problems, we need people to have the ability to reach that depth level. To understand these things, like very complicated socioeconomic and political issues, like they're complicated. So we need that, but also just my impression is that the vast majority of people are against this bylaw. That's my impression. And I just think that the solution is not, is to allow the people to have more of a direct say in the process. I'm talking about reforming the way that even these bylaws are processed to involve the people a lot more directly. And maybe this would speed up the process, but I also just think it's an inherent good in and of itself for people to be more deeply engaged and have more direct power in their democracy.
Thank you. Question?
Okay, so just to further on that though, the conversations, I don't expect conversations to ever stop. It's a circular event that's going to continue. But we've heard from delegations who have expressed personal experiences where they've been attacked, verbally threatened, called down, to the point of death to their people. I mean, as city councilors, we have a responsibility to ensure public safety and safety of residents, which we've heard from several people today, Mr. Mayor, that Charter of Rights needs to be upheld. Well, the Charter of Rights speaks to the safety of individuals. So where do we enact that when we're hearing from people
Yeah.
that they don't feel safe?
We have, as far as I understand, quite robust anti-hate speech laws. And if people are conducting hate speech, they should be prosecuted. But that's not what this bylaw is doing. It's penalizing whatever, again, as many have said, whatever a nuisance protest may or may not be. And I guess, what I would say to that is that, again, I think in this specific instance, again, I wasn't there. I don't know what was said, but if people are doing hate speech, they should be prosecuted. But what happens when that line becomes unclear to some people? And specifically for what's been mentioned before me, what is the line between the very legitimate criticism of the nation state of Israel and its actions on the world stage and its genocide, and the criticism of Jewish people and their cultural existence? Of course, Jewish people should be able to exist safely in Winnipeg, but also, it should raise questions why someone would want to celebrate Israel as a nation state, even as a Jewish person, because of what they're doing right now. So again, that's a layer of nuance that probably isn't going to be heard or understood in the context of a protest, a group of people, So I guess my fear is that to me, this seems like a very clear overcorrection and an attempt to signal that we are doing something, not that we're actually getting to that sort of deeper issue of the people need more ability to make these decisions themselves. I think that if people were able to come together in conversation with each other, that there would be better clarity.
Just one question that I have. Do you believe people should be able to celebrate their identity and their cultural, their cultural identity?
Yeah, absolutely, of course.
Okay.
Yeah,
So just want to be clear, because one of the statements you made left me a little unclear. I just want to thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that.
Thanks for asking. Sorry if that was unclear.
No,
Yeah, I
appreciate that.
definitely agree. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Next up is Candace
Thank you.
Tenenbein.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak.
Good evening.
I speak today in strong support of item number 7, the proposed safe access to vulnerable infrastructure bylaw. Some speakers earlier seem to want to import foreign conflict rather than protect their fellow citizens here in Winnipeg in danger. For many years, exponentially more so since the horrific terrorist attacks and kidnappings of October 7th and the prolonged hostage crisis that followed, Jewish Winnipeggers like myself and our allies have been subjected to virulent Jew hatred disguised as peaceful protests. Large and aggressive demonstrations have taken place outside our community centers, schools, neighborhood streets, and university campuses. These were not peaceful protests, nor were they events that community members could simply avoid. In April 2025, protesters harassed individuals attempting to enter the Asper Jewish Community Center. A Zionist University student group had chosen to host an event there because it was deemed too unsafe to hold it on a university campus. Tragically, it proved no safer at the AJCC. Parents were forced to walk their preschool children through an angry and hostile crowd when leaving the facility and walking to their cars. Later that same evening, the Grey Academy School musical was being performed. Some protesters yelled at and chased after students, their friends, and families, including Holocaust survivors and their descendants, accusing them of supporting genocide. What should have been a celebratory school performance became an experience marked by fear and intimidation. During Folklorama last summer, unruly protesters harassed visitors and volunteers at the Shalom Square Israel Pavilion at the campus on nearly every evening of the festival. These protesters blasted recorded war sounds, including women screaming, guns firing, bombs exploding, and babies crying, all on a seemingly endless loop late into the evening at volumes far exceeding allowable noise limits, likely violating municipal bylaws. Protesters incessantly screamed at pavilion volunteers and visitors, including myself, accusing us of supporting genocide and killing babies. They shouted that women and children were whores. One protester threatened a woman by saying her words to the effect of that Hamas would be coming for her. Protesters stood beside the crosswalk, blocking vehicle sightlines and intimidating pedestrians. Some protesters followed individuals who attempted to avoid them, demanding that they look at their graphic signs while continuing to scream at them. Signs were literally shoved within inches of our faces. At one point, a protester drove up and down the street, screaming and swearing. The vehicle pulled up alongside us, and both the driver and passenger escalated what we perceived as threats and verbal abuse. These events unfolded during what was meant to be an evening of cultural celebration. To describe the atmosphere as terrifying would be an understatement, particularly in the absence of meaningful law enforcement intervention. Protests or pro-Hamas rallies have taken place in the area of Winnipeg where many of the Jewish community members live. Chants of "We don't want no Zionists here" and Antifada Revolution, which is a call for a violent uprising against Jews and Western civilization, were blasted over loudspeakers and echoed through the surrounding neighborhoods, audible even kilometers away inside our private homes during the Jewish Sabbath. Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees freedom of expression. However, the Charter does not render that right absolute. Section 1 explicitly provides that charter rights are subject to reasonable limits prescribed by law as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. Jurisprudence from the British Columbia Court of Appeal, SPRAT, confirms that freedom of expression does not include the right to impose one's message upon a captive audience. Freedom to speak presupposes a corresponding right not to listen. The Charter does not guarantee an audience. Individuals must be free to avoid messages they do not wish to receive. The Supreme Court of Canada denied leave to appeal that decision, leaving this principle intact as Canadian jurisprudence. What occurred outside Jewish community institutions was not expression directed at willing listeners. It was the deliberate imposition of hostility upon captive audiences. Canada is experiencing an unprecedented surge in anti-Semitism. Although Jewish Canadians constitute approximately 1% of the national population, police reported data consistently shows that Jews are the target of roughly 70% of religious-motivated hate crimes. These statistics underscore the disproportionate vulnerability of the Jewish community. While criminal code provisions addressing hate speech, intimidation, mischief, etc. already exist, along with municipal noise bylaws, enforcement has too often been absent. A misplaced belief that inaction produces de-escalation appears to have guided decisions by law enforcement and prosecutorial authorities. The result has been the emboldening of increasingly aggressive crowds. Bill C-9, it's on hold and fraught. But furthermore, the federal government explicitly noted that they ask municipalities to help out by adopting bubble zone bylaws. The proposed bylaw is a measured and constitutionally sound response. It is narrowly tailored to prohibit nuisance demonstration and intimidation. Comparable bubble zones in elsewhere, Vaughan, Brampton, Calgary, impose significantly higher penalties, including $100,000 fine and the possibility of imprisonment. We demand and beg for your protection, to understand that we deserve a right to live here and live in peace. Please do not tell our community that we don't belong. Please send this back. Please review it, work on it, speak to other communities so that you hear their stories. This was my story. As somebody who has experienced intergenerational trauma, it was difficult to speak here today, and it was extraordinarily terrifying to send my children to a Jewish school and attend Folklorama. That should not be the case in Winnipeg, which is a 1919 general strike noted society that promotes civil discourse, but not civil disobedience, and not civil unrest, and not paralysis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions at all? Okay, thank you for your presentation today.
Next up is Kathy Moser.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much for your patience, for being here, for your service. I know it's not easy for any of us. I speak to you out of 3 hats today, even though I wear none. The first hat, I'm a Winnipegger of 67 years. I grew up in the North End, walked the streets within a mile radius of this building, as my father owned a building, a factory on 65 Rory. From the age of 8, every Friday afternoon, I would take the bus downtown to meet him, and we would walk home Friday afternoon, past the Occidental, past the Sutherland, past all of the parties, everything. And people lying on the ground, sometimes people were needing medical attention, and we would make sure they got it because we knew that we were all connected and responsible for one another. I never felt for one day unsafe walking down those streets, down Main Street, Corey areas, as a child. I never felt unsafe when I volunteered at the North End Actions Community Center on Dufferin and Salter at the age of 14 from the YMHA. They took us there and left us there. I never felt unsafe. Sadly, I have seen our city deteriorate in the past decade, and I no longer feel safe to walk around my own neighborhood with a Jewish star on my chest, and that is sad. Anxiety and fear of worst-case scenarios has railroaded this meeting for too many hours. I heard about concern that if this bylaw were enacted, the police would be able to shut down ceremonial drumming ceremonies. I have been to many ceremonies, red dress vigils, Orange Day gatherings, and many other Aboriginal, Indigenous gatherings, and I cannot even imagine that this would happen under anything resembling normal circumstance. And if my people were invited to the ceremony, we would put up a wall of support to stop any of that. The law cannot always protect us when there are inept people enforcing that. We know that. What does protect us is each other. It is people, it is community, and it is the support and respect of one another that is the only way that will make our lives better. This city needs that now. At this point in the universe, we are in a crisis where leaders are trying to protect everyone's right in every possible situation, and it has resulted in the protection of no one's rights. It is for this reason that our city has found it necessary to propose the bylaw, and here's the context that we've heard the context that created it, the folklorama, and I will just show you, if you do not believe how horrible and hateful this language was, you can listen to it.
Sorry, we have to, those presentations have to be submitted, and so we
Pardon?
don't, you can't submit that.
Okay, that's fine.
Right
That's
now.
fine.
Thank you.
I will just tell you that out of the words of the people walking out of the, we were walking out of the pavilion, we saw children hearing violent music, our children seeing angry people waving fists, hearing words such as whore, your mother's vagina in Arabic, and death to your people. You may not believe it, but this is, if you want, I will play it for you. We have lots of footage, as Morris said. Why do we need the bylaw? Because with the current laws, the police who stood by and watched this travesty unfold were impotent. Their response when I asked them to intercede was to tell me to call 311, and when I called 311, I was asked to call the police. Well, the police were already there, but they could not do anything. After the fact, some members of our community even met with the Attorney General, who was not able to offer any assurance that anything could be done at future events. This is why we need the bylaw. I urge you to work across all levels of government and all levels of enforcement. Second hat I wear is a clinical psychologist who works with children and adults who have experienced severe trauma. There's an abundance of literature delineating how loud, horrible, violent, war music and abusive words being shouted out loud can trigger and cause the reliving of trauma that people have been through. Not just in this whole gallery, you heard that trauma being relived, but also people who have experienced war, rape, and violence. Some people may not know that the Jewish community spent countless hours and hundreds of thousands of dollars to bring remaining Yazidi people to Winnipeg. The Yazidi genocide was perpetrated by Islamic State in Iraq and Syria beginning in 2014 and was characterized by massacres, genocidal rape, and forced conversion. The Jewish community housed these people, brought them in, gave them memberships to the Brady Jewish Community Center and housed them in the adjacent apartment complexes across the streets, well within earshot of the loud, violent music used by protesters. So not only are Jewish children traumatized war victims from the Middle East who have moved to Winnipeg are re-traumatized by the behavior of these people that this law is meant to stifle, but the people that we are bringing in to stay and live in our community, they are being tortured again. This is not right. Would you want any of your family to hear this? So I will just add the third hat I have is also.
Conclude fairly rapidly,
Yes.
though? Okay, thank you.
I want to protect our police officers who are also traumatized by being impotent. I want to protect our emergency responders because I have worked with many of them. And when you put them in a position that they cannot protect and serve in the way that they wanted to serve since they were children, you are traumatizing them. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions at all? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next up is Annie Chen, followed by Sarah Story, And then Linda Vandelar, Leith Ross, and Katie Buckberger.
Good evening, Council. My name is Annie Chen. I was not expecting to speak today, but so please bear with me as I try to sort my thoughts. I'm speaking in opposition to the nuisance demonstration bylaw. I do thank you for publicly committing that at this committee, you will only take the bylaw report as information, and that you've also stated that it will not go to full council. So I, along with many others, believe that people should be safe and believe that we should challenge anti-Semitism. I think that this bylaw is not what will get you that. I have a few things that I want to share. So one is that over the course of this evening, there have been comments from city councilors that there has been misinformation about the bylaw and that it actually does allow protest within 100 meters of institutions so long as it is not hateful or violent. But when you look at the written text of the bylaw, that is not what is written. And so we have to be very careful in what we are putting into law. So the general, very vague statement of objection or disagreement with an idea, and when you are talking about things being related to the specified characteristics, as well as things being or amplified sound or obstruction to pedestrians and traffic. But even with amendments, this bylaw is unneeded and unconstitutional. I was one of the people that was having a conversation in the gallery during break with one of the Jewish members of the community. And I appreciated hearing about their experiences and how hard it has been to face increasing attacks. Something really stood out, though, about what they shared when I shared some of what I had experienced at some pro-Palestinian rallies where there were both pro-Israeli and pro-Palestinian people. And they said there are people who have traumatic histories that are experiencing trauma responses. And so you cannot take the actions of those few as the reflection of the whole community. Because I have been volunteering as community safety at different rallies, trying to help clear obstructed pathways, to make sure that people are crossing roads safely. In my community safety roles, I've been escorting people through paths so that they can get into buildings safely. And at those events, in particular, there was one event with a pro-Israeli group where people were saying hateful language. The pro-Israeli folks were saying hateful language. They were threatening rape. They were referring to death to Palestinian people. And they physically assaulted someone by kicking them. Even with this, I still do not support a bylaw that limits the freedom of expression or a right to assembly. This is not the answer to curb that behavior. I am also concerned that the vague language will allow enforcement to potentially misinterpret the bylaw, as many lawyers have indicated throughout the day today, and disproportionately enforce the bylaw on some communities over others. There's also the vague language of the various locations that would have a 100-meter buffer, and the very long list for health services. I think it's important to note the one lawyer's point that this bylaw would also endanger everyone and and risk fines for everyone if anyone were to co-opt a protest and come and disrupt and say something that would make it into a nuisance protest as per your written bylaw. I'll finish by saying that I want to read into the record that there has been significant and visibly and audibly higher engagement with the people in support of the bylaw throughout today, that you added an unregistered delegate without explanation, and then when a gallery member called out that he wasn't on the list, then council then invited any delegate to speak who hasn't been able to speak before. And you were quicker to ask people to wrap up who were opposed to the bylaw and gave people more time to wrap up who were supportive of the bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, for what it's worth, I can show you my text message. The decision, by the way, to add all who wanted to speak was made hours ago. So thank you very much for your presentation today.
Press speech at all. So I'm just saying, we wouldn't want to repress speech.
Okay, so our next delegation is Sarah Story.
Thank you for your patience.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, you can go ahead. Yep, you have 5
Good
minutes.
evening. I'm exhausted, and I wasn't expecting to speak, so I'm going to keep this pretty short. Any limit to our charter rights to make much-needed change, much-needed social change in this city is simply not acceptable. Based on the huge pushback, I'm not alone in this stance. There are many more that can't be in this room today because they weren't prepared. They couldn't get time off work to be here. Given the power imbalance in the city, one of my greatest worries is the lack of definition and clarity in this bylaw and how it will be implemented. Over the past few years, I have firsthand witnessed a disgusting amount of police surveillance of peaceful protesters standing up for their rights, advocating alongside marginalized communities, and standing with our Palestinian neighbors in this city. I have also witnessed a community develop street side, a beautiful community united against social justice or social injustice, against genocide. Seniors, youth, all ages, and a huge diversity of cultures and backgrounds have come together. Yet there are countless stories among us about being targeted on the street for standing up against genocide. Have you ever been spat on a street? I have. Have you ever been threatened by youth with their mothers in a car giving you the finger? I have. Sorry. We've had gigantic trucks swerving at us on Portage, on Osborne, like blatantly targeting us and like running at us, right? We've been threatened in our workplaces, even being here today. We are at threat just because we're standing with Palestine. I had a friend attacked in a parking lot for wearing a pro-Palestinian. He just had a Palestine flag on his shirt, punched through the window. Cops have showed up in the middle of the night to issue fines. I don't know about you, but when I've got a fine, like for a speeding ticket or whatever in the city, it's been mailed to me. The intimidation has been ridiculous. And so many people aren't reporting because they're afraid to report or they don't think anything's going to happen. City Council doesn't stand with us. We see that. You've labeled us as unsafe. I have witnessed you walk by and shake your heads at us as we've protested outside of City Hall. I have never once seen you come and sit with us and listen to us. Not once. Not hear our voices. Just walking by and snubbing us. It's been awful. We know that there are very powerful folks in this city lobbying to silence us. We know this. Interests who hold both power and purse strings. Councillor Duncan and the mayor have openly come out in support of those who hold that power. We have evidence of it. Your biases have been noted, and this bylaw is yet just another tool to attempt to silence opposition. I stand with all of the community members who opposed this proposed bylaw. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Duncan?
Yeah, I just, if you could elaborate, how'd you feel when you were spit on and swore at?
Where are you going with this, Evan Duncan?
No, sorry, the questions come through me, responses come through the chair. The question has been posed to you.
I felt fear. Yeah. I think that's a leading statement. I don't think that's a question. We're seeing a lot of these tactics.
That's my only question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for your delegation. Appreciate it.
Next up is Linda Vandelar.
Hi, my name is Linda Vandelar. I didn't think I would be speaking today, so I didn't prepare any statements. I grew up in the Netherlands. We might have just a bit more of a robust history education in the Netherlands. So I grew up with a long, in my history lessons, the Holocaust, how am I going to say it? The Holocaust, the oppression of the Dutch citizens during the World War II was a big part of my history lessons. I'm here to oppose the bylaw as it's laying in front of you because oppression of voices in any way should not be part of our city bylaws. Nuisance, the word nuisance is poorly defined. The distance from institutions is too large. I am a nurse in St. Boniface Hospital, so for instance, nobody would be allowed to bring any sort of attention to medical assistance in dying, which I find is an important right for people because you would possibly do that close to a hospital, and then it could possibly be a nuisance. I also want to ask some people to show just a bit of reflection because with this bylaw possibly...
Direct all your comments through me to the chair, please. Thank you.
If this bylaw would be becoming part of city law, it also means that if a hate preacher calling for or an anti-Semitic hate preacher being invited into a mosque, you wouldn't be allowed to protest that either. Right now, we have people protesting certain books being in libraries. If the political tide changes and this is law and book bans are coming into effect, then you wouldn't be allowed to protest that either. You wouldn't be, I was part of the trans rally in front of Legislative to protect our trans kids. We sure didn't give 4 weeks notice. That wouldn't be allowed. I've held a microphone at rallies. That wouldn't be allowed. I don't even understand the timeline of how this has been proposed, who was behind it, why it happened. I don't understand why you would leave it up to the interpretation of individual police officers what a nuisance is. Every single right I have has been fought over. And in the past, we've given people statues, such as like Nellie McClung in front of the Legislative building. That is a right that we've received by protesting and by being a nuisance. And so, yeah, I guess I'll just leave it at this. I just really don't understand why we're even here at 7 p.m. on a Tuesday to talk about this kind of stuff.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
Thank you. Any questions at all? Okay, thank you.
Leith Ross and then Katie Buckberger will be our last delegation.
Good evening.
Hello, my name is Leith Ross. I'm a musician who lives and works in the city. I'm here to speak in strong opposition to the proposed bylaw. I'm going to do the same thing and not bother pointing out why it doesn't really make any sense logistically and doesn't offer any protections that the council seems to be passionate about that don't already exist. I would never be in support of hate speech or the unsafety of any group of people living in this country. And as a person who belongs to several marginalized groups and has experienced hate speech many times, that would obviously never be something I would be in support of, but that is why we have the laws that we already have. I can also see that you're tired, and I'm not positive my words will reach you. It feels like there's a lot of apathy in this room right now. And to a certain extent, I can understand it, but I'm trying to appeal to you as a person. One of the things that I feel most passionate speaking about, which has been such a part of my life for the last, feels like 5 years, is sort of the mischaracterization of myself and the people I look up to and love, who are doing everything that they possibly can to help people who face difficulties just getting through every single day because of the way that the society is structured, improve their lives, whether that be at a pro-Palestinian protest or in any demonstration by the Indigenous communities in this nation on Turtle Island, that it's all come from this deep place of love and a fervor to make the lived realities of human beings in this country better. And ultimately, when we face so many obstructions to being able to help people, like you just experienced this depth of heartbreak that is impossible to convey at knowing how people could be helped, how their lives could be changed for the better, and being unable to do something, coming up against wall after wall after wall. One of the only resources that we have left is being able to gather. And this, again, the lawyers pointed this out way better than I can. But this bylaw would restrict that ability, which would essentially take away every single resources we have at hand to try to improve the lives of the people that we love. And I have experienced that mischaracterization. It feels like it's in the bylaw. It feels like it has come from people in this room. And I guess I feel passionate about making sure that we all understand that protest, and especially the protests that seem to be being labeled as nuisances, all come from an intense and undying love for marginalized people and wanting to make their lives happy and safe, which is what this claims to be about. This bylaw would take away our right and our ability to do that, and I'm just here to voice how passionate I am about it not going through, so that we continue to have access to one of our only remaining resources to make sure that we can fight for the freedom and safety of all Canadians. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time today. Any questions at all? Okay, thank you.
Okay, our last delegation is Katie Buckberger.
Thank you for having
Good
me.
evening.
This is my support knitting. Just gives me some support, inside. I want to say thank you so much for having me here tonight. It's been a long day, and I really appreciate you extending the delegations to be able to hear everyone who wanted to have a chance to speak. I come to you as a university student in Women's and Gender Studies, which I'm completing this year. It's an interdisciplinary field that would not exist without protest. Specifically, protest, that would be seen as nuisances from women characterized as hysteric or mobs. Some of the language used to illegitimize people who really have a lot of love in their hearts that want to see better in the world. I'm not just a university student, but I'm also a person here who cares and cares about their community. But also protest, I want to talk about how essential protest is to the university experience. And I know in the proposed bylaw, universities were under that kind of vulnerable infrastructure. And protests and rallies are very important to university experience and a democratic university experience. You know, protest, student movement is what led to, like, you know, Vietnam War efforts, a lot of other things, good things, innovation and progressive politics take place on university campuses. So that'd be great to be able to still do that. What was next here? And of course, like the many people before me have, I oppose the bylaw due to its vagueness, which would need some work. But in all, I do wish for it to be thrown out. Protests aren't just against something necessarily, but for something. People rally for love, people rally for community, and I can't express how much sense of belonging and love has come out of what could be characterized as protests or rallies. And I think belonging is a thing that people are really missing today. People are quite lonely today. And on safety, a lot of people are talking about safety and feeling unsafe. And I'll echo what others have said before, that feeling unsafe, it's very real in your heart and you feel it, but it is different from being unsafe. And something that I notice is usually safety, when someone is safe versus not safe, is usually like who has the power. Safety is usually on the side of those in power. And as like student protesters, usually safety wasn't quite on the side of student protesters from what I was seeing. You know, a lot of people have talked about just watching police or security kind of sit by, like, while things were said, while slurs were hurled. And of course, I felt unsafe in many instances, wearing a keffiyeh, being associated with my love for certain groups or movements. And of course, I've felt very unsafe when men were telling me at my face for minutes, well, I gotta be like 20 minutes at that point, that I deserve to be raped. And telling me that to my face for just like a long time, and I was just standing there. Of course I felt unsafe. Was I unsafe? You know, you could look at who has the power and whose side safety is on, considering who has power in that situation. But I didn't necessarily feel unsafe because I knew I had a community behind me who loved everything I stood for and what we were doing as much as I did, and who were there to back me up. And one more thing on peace. I see a lot of people talk about peace and keeping peace. I love peace, that's good. But I know one person, Kwame Ture, who said peace isn't the answer. Peace isn't the answer. Liberation is the answer. So that's what you should talk about, never peace. That's the white man's word, peace. Liberation is ours. And he was a student movement person. He was a Black civil rights activist. And I really think maybe what that would mean in terms of this bylaw and the language in it. Because sometimes peace can be a cover-up for injustice at times. But yeah, thank you so much for having me and everyone who's able to speak here today.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Any questions at all? Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Okay, that is all the delegates that we have, I think, Madam Clerk, at this time. Okay. How's everyone doing? Can we go for a couple minutes here, and then we're going to start into the agenda, I think, and then we'll take a bit of a break in a moment as well. So we do need to carry on, but we do need to make sure that our people are, you know, get a break if they need to, grab a bite of food or something like that if they need to. So we won't plow through the whole meeting yet. We'll take a break in a bit. So, okay. All right. Moving on then to our reports. We have some significant reports, many significant reports on the agenda that we're getting into at this point. Our first item is the monthly update on supportive housing, addiction, and social action indicators. So I'll turn it over to our CEO, Mr. Joe Dunford, to begin the discussion, and then turn it over to Elise.
Mr. Chair, presenting today will be Elise Finnegan, so I'll hand it over to her to present on the monthly update.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. So as an update from last month's report, we continue to progress forward in approving units. In Table 1, we highlight approvals for development applications, development permits, and building permits. We've seen a slight increase in all areas over the last month, but January is generally a slower month for all these application types. Table 2 outlines building permits by type as it relates to our HAF agreement. We are similarly continuing to trend upwards. We're at 78% of our overall housing targets that we need to achieve by December 2026. There is no target spelled out in our agreement for single-family detached units. We have surpassed targets for missing middle and multifamily other. We're slightly lower than our overall numbers as it relates to units within transit, but are at 66% towards our target. We did see higher numbers in this category this January compared to 2025 and 2024, but that might not necessarily be telling for the year, and we'll continue to monitor this category closely throughout the year. Additionally, all of our projects supported with HAF grants and Land Enhancement Office will come in throughout 2026 and are within this category.
Okay. Thank you. Questions, Councillor Duncan?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. I know we talked about this at last month's meeting, which you did not present, but I'll ask anyway. Is there any way in regards to that missing middle that includes those secondary suites, if we could peel those out and have it, I guess, properly represent how many single detached there are? Because as it was explained to us by Ms. Rappaport, was that those boost that number all the way up to 214%, when in reality, a lot of those are single family in nature, I suppose. Do you know what I'm saying in regards to that?
Yeah, I mean, we're using CMHC's definition of missing middle, so that's where they do categorize that building typology of the single-family home with attached secondary suite as missing middle. So you're just asking that we isolate single-family with attached secondary suite from the missing middle?
I don't think that number of 2,039, which represents the 38% towards the target, is real. I mean, I think it's higher. And I think that 214% number is lower. I think that we'd still accomplish the missing middle, but I think that our single detached would be higher if we, I don't know how we would do that. Do you have a recommendation on?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because we did originally have that building typology of single family with attached secondary suites included in single family.
Yeah.
But
we
were informed that it was separate. So that's where
I'll get the question answered offline.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah, we'll circle back with you on that.
Good.
Thank you. And then just wondering then, my other question is related to, we talked about the concept of additional funding that may be available and maybe make an application for that. I don't know if that's been discussed at any, I guess, how close are we to that process?
We're certainly actively exploring that option for sure.
Okay, great. So more to come in the future then obviously on that.
Yes, we'll hopefully have some updates for you on that.
Okay, very good. I'll note again that CMHC says, if I've got this right, that last year housing starts year over year, the increase, the national average, I think just around 6%, and in Winnipeg it was 12%. So, doubled the national average of housing starts. That's a credit to the entire team, our Director Hazel Boris, yourself, the entire team that has made this possible. Council for having the courage to make the decisions to make some changes to zoning rules and bylaws and what can be built as of right. So it's good news. So thank you very much for this presentation. Move, Councillor Duncan then?
Yeah,
to-
if it weren't 7:20, we'd talk more about it, but I'll move to receive the verbal as information.
All right, all those in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed, carried, thank you. Okay, on now to item 2, which is tied in many ways to item 3. This is the first report of its kind. It is the Mega Capital Project Summary Report, NUPIC, which is the North End Water Pollution Control Center, the North End Sewage Treatment Plant upgrade. The first item 2, is related to the Headworks facilities, and then later on we'll get into the third item, which is the biosolids facilities. So, Mr. Dunford, I'll turn it to you again, and you can turn it to the team in time here.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So for items 2 and 3, Tim Shanks and his team will be reporting on these. To accompany the reports that are there, there's also a presentation, I believe, that they will run through very quickly to go over some of the high-level items. So I'll hand it over to Tim, and you can take it away.
Thank you. Yes, we're here today with Ms. Wiebe, Cynthia Wiebe, you all know her, Manager of Engineering, Water Waste. Ms. Lana Olbach, she's the Project Manager for Project 2, Biosolids, and Allison Weiss, who's the Project Manager for Project 1, Headworks. Because this is the first presentation of this new format to report on these projects, our mega project reporting, we do have the 2 separate reports. They will be presented as separate reports, but today we thought we would include a quick slide deck to try to help guide people through what the dashboard means and a couple of key indicators. We don't want to take a whole lot of time, but given the magnitude of these projects, we thought it was worthwhile to do this. So I will turn it over to Cynthia to do the presentation, and I think Allison and Lana will run the slides.
Maybe while they get that slide, I can just start talking already about what we're going to hear about. So the North End upgrade the North End sewage treatment plant is our largest of 3 sewage treatment plants in the city. It handles 70% of our raw sewage for the city and 100% of the solids or the sludge. So we're currently upgrading the sewage treatment plant to meet 3 key drivers. Okay, I'll just pause for a sec. I'll keep going. Okay, I'll keep going. The first key driver is to meet our license requirements. So that includes more stringent nutrient limits for nitrogen and phosphorus. We need to treat primarily by biological means, and also we want to increase our wet weather flow treatment capacity. The second is to ensure the long-term sustainability of our infrastructure by replacing items that are approaching end of life. And the last is to increase the capacity of our plant to meet the wastewater treatment needs of a growing city. So without all 3 projects, we're at risk of running out of capacity at our sewage treatment plant as early as 2030. This will have huge economic impacts to the city and also limit the growth of residential, industrial, and commercial developments. So we've broken up the project into 3 large, complex main projects. The first is power supply and headworks facilities. The second project is our biosolids facilities, and again, that's the solid side of the sewage treatment process. And the third, which deals with the liquid side, is our nutrient removal facilities. So the Headworks facility is a project that is about $565 million. It's being delivered through a design-build procurement strategy. So this really partners the contractor and the designer together into one entity instead of a traditional design bid build project. So in the Headworks facilities, we're upgrading a few key components. The first is the pumps. When the sewage comes in, it comes into the treatment plant about 7 stories deep. So the first thing we need to do is have these great big pumps to bring it up to ground level. After that, we're going to settle the grit out, and then we're going to put it through some screens, which is going to get rid of all the stuff that gets down the drain that is going to impede the sewage treatment process as it moves forward. Along with the main Headworks project, we do have 3 ancillary projects. these are smaller projects that are around $20 million, and that includes our distributed control system migration, or DCS migration, primary clarifier upgrades, and our UV upgrades. And we are hoping to wrap up this project this year, have it in service for July, and project completed in approximately November of this year. Okay, so moving to our dashboard, it gives a quick overview of a few key highlights. So some of the key progress that we've made this month. As we've started commissioning the Headworks facility, we're energizing, giving power to sections one at a time. So this month, or in December, we energized the switch gears, which is a large electrical bank that controls equipment. We also completed site drainage for the west of their Headworks building. We continued working on our distributed control system project by migrating another area. We completed concrete pours for the basement of our new scum dewatering building, which is going to help take the liquid out of the effluent, which will save room in our digesters. And also we continued with the UV upgrades. So here we had important gates, which are a critical piece of equipment that we had ordered a while ago, and we were at risk for schedule because they hadn't arrived, but I am happy to report that they have arrived this month. So we're still on track for our March 15th in operation for that facility. So the dashboard reports on 7 key performance indicators, and those are along the left-hand side. And I'm going to highlight just a few of them today. So the first KPI that I'll speak to is cost. We had no change in performance for cost this month. We spent $6.5 million for a total of $431 million in this project. To date, we spent 78% of our budget, we had planned to spend 78%, but we spent 76%. It's a little behind, but overall, it's tracking fairly close. We also had an approved contract change for $1.6 million, and that was for our UV project for the temporary provision of power to that facility. The second KPI is schedule. This also had no change from last month. In December, our contractor met all the milestones. However, we are showing this as yellow or at a moderate risk because we have noticed that they didn't complete all of the planned activities. So the schedule they've presented to us is fairly aggressive. We have provided some comments back to them and are working closely with them to look at some of the risks in the schedule so that we can really get on the same page and get comfortable with that schedule. Okay. And in terms of risks, in December, we did realize one of the risks for the project. During one of the feeder main crossings, as we were installing, or as the contractor was installing a water main, the feeder main ruptured, and this, sorry,
I just want to say, when we say realized one of the risks, it means we experienced one of the risks. Doesn't mean we just, became aware of it. It was.
Sorry,
No,
thank
just,
you.
it's a project term, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, it wasn't a measured risk going forward at the beginning, right?
What was in,
It was a risk, and it was a risk that we were trying to mitigate, and unfortunately, the feeder main did break, and when I said we realized the risk, it broke, and I think everybody here.
Realized your potential.
Yes. So unfortunately, that did result in a significant amount of flooding along Main Street, Chief Peguis Trail, right in front of the plant. Thankfully, we got that cleaned up and that one was fixed. We do have another 2 feeder main crossings coming ahead. That said, we are looking at this and we are going to be taking extra precautions and looking at ways that we can limit the risk even more.
Can I just ask a question before you go on that?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead, Councillor Eady.
What is the actual crossings from you're saying there's going to be 2 more crossings to the riverside of Main Street? over to the sewer plant side, the west side. What are they? What kind of
These are for land drainage sewers.
land drainage? Okay.
Yeah.
So that'll be going directly to, okay. And help me out though, directly, doesn't the excess water effluent that you UV go into the Red River at right around that very same point?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Excess water?
Like, okay, so right now, there's no UV treatment, so you're measuring the bacteria or whatever north of the Chief Peguis Bridge. Like, so anyway, just wondering how much room's there when you have a pipe that's the treated water that goes into the Red River.
Right.
It's treated.
Yes.
How close are those land drainage pipes?
How close are they to the outfall?
I don't have the distance to the outfall, but they are not adjacent to it. So the outfall is kind of its own single dedicated pipe that goes out to the river.
Okay, and there is right now a land drainage pipe on the east side of Maine along the Chief Peguis Trail Settlers Bridge, is there not? Is that, you're gonna cross Main Street to hook into that?
I believe there is the land drainage sewer that we're tying into that we need to cross under the feeder main is on the west side of Main Street.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, okay.
Okay. Another one of our risks was the delivery of the UV gates. That was a risk that back in December we were monitoring carefully. We have since received the gates, so that is no longer a concern for us. And the two other risks I wanted to highlight is that we do have a number of tie-ins or connections to the existing plant that we'll need to make in order to commission it. As you can imagine, with any time you're tying into an older building, it comes with some uncertainties and some unknowns. We do look to mitigate those risks as much as possible, but it's still something that we need to monitor and watch closely. And the last one is weather. And this one really in terms of a lot of the tie-ins that we need to do or a lot of the work we're doing is very sensitive to trying to do it in a low flow. So that would be in winter. We want to do it before there's any melt. So we're just cautious that like a sudden heat wave in, February could result in higher flows. So it's a risk that we need to keep our eye on. And then just in terms of other items to note, I wanted to highlight that the additional feeder main crossings will result in some additional lane closures on Main Street when it comes to that. And as much as possible, we're going to provide as much advanced notice as we can before those lane closures happen.
I assume you communicate with transit, for example, regularly and others as well. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so moving on to our biosolids project. So this is
Any further questions on Headworks? Because you're.
Yeah, thank you.
I've got one as well on Headworks, but go ahead, Councilor Reedy.
Of course, Mr. Mayor, you hired me on the EPC to deal with this stuff. So, spending some close attention. So when the Headworks is finished, the new Headworks is finished and the flow is going to go into the digesters for the biosolids. And there's I think it was August was a date you know what, actually, I had a bit of a problem with the dashboard, just, it was garbled up. But the question is, when you're testing the flow and everything and through the, the grit thing and that whole process, it's gonna go into one of the old digesters?
That's correct, yes. We're not upgrading the digesters until the second project.
Right, right. So my question really is there any risk as you test the flow and stuff that something could happen?
The key tie-in for the new Headworks facility is in our grit building. So once we get to the digesters, it would just be the sewage treatment process as usual.
Okay, and it's already gone through the chemical removal of phosphate?
That happens at a few different locations throughout the treatment process. It's not like it's one process area.
It doesn't happen in the digester though, does it?
Can I get back to you on that
I
one?
think it's pre-digester. The ferric's added,
It's in a few.
it's
Well,
pre-digester.
the South End plant sends their biosolids up this way after the phosphate's removed, right?
At South End, it's removed biologically, and then, and then it gets trucked over. And we do actually put in some chemical ferric where we truck in the sludge.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you. I just have two questions related to the Headworks. First, there's a 21.5 million in contingency remaining. We're 76% spent. I guess the question is, given the risks, that you've identified with schedule and other things, do we expect the $21.5 million to be sufficient contingency?
At this point, we do, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the timeline, just on the bottom there, the timeline, I see the Headworks interim completion date, July 2026,
Correct.
but then project completion, December 2027. Can you just help me?
Yes.
Am I looking at two different completions? I'm looking at two different dates, but is it, help me understand?
Yeah, no,
what
that's
it is.
good. Good question. So the interim completion for Headworks is the day the facility will be in operation.
Okay.
So we'll be using the new facility. The Headworks, power supply and Headworks includes power supply, Headworks, and those 3 ancillary
Okay.
projects. So the project completion is for the big project, which includes all the ancillary projects. So the UV will be, the DCS migration will be complete, and primary clarifiers as well.
Okay, so it's the entirety of project 1?
Correct,
Phase
yes.
1, project 1.
Versus
Okay.
the Headworks, which is the big part of project 1.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Any final questions before we move on to biosolids? Councillor Lukes and then Councillor Dean.
Yeah, so, I haven't been on the Water and Waste Committee for a while, and when I was on it, I was up to speed on all the jargon and the terminology. So when I look at your timeline on this, we're going to be getting these monthly now, correct?
Correct.
This is the game, monthly. So I don't know what HWDBA stands for. I don't know what HW, maybe you need to put a little legend in there, because I like to read this stuff before it shows up, and then,
Yep.
so maybe a legend on what the abbreviations are for. So we'll get into some of them you can kind of figure out, but some you can't, right? So,
It also does align with the summary report, but we'll make sure that between the two of them, it's nice and
Okay.
clear.
okay.
Councillor Eady,
It's in
your
this
final
one.
question?
Yeah, just
On the first item?
in terms of the progress of the contractor, you're saying they're behind. Is that reflective of how much money your 2% lower as they move forward? I imagine they receive payments, and is that probably why we haven't expended?
Yes,
the
they're
78
paid
million?
on milestones, so every time they complete a substantial milestone, they're paid for that. And then it is like, the 2% is very close.
Okay.
Thank you. On then to, we'll move a motion on both of them later, but on now to the third agenda item, which is the biosolids project.
Perfect. So, yes, so this project has a budget of just over $1 billion, and this will upgrade the solids treatment portion, or the sludge for the sewage treatment plant. It will include new digesters, loading and dewatering facilities, and also a new gas recovery system. So this project is located on the far side of the CP rail tracks from the existing plant. And we're going to be delivering this through a progressive design build, which means that we work collaboratively, the city, the contractor, and the designer, to come up with the best solution or the best, product in the end. It allows us to make cost and schedule effective changes as the design is progressing in order to maximize value on this project. We're currently in the development phase, which means we're working towards the 60% design. So a few highlights for the month of December. We did complete on December 12th, we call it Stage Gate 2. So that's the preliminary period, which brought the project to a 30% design. So now we're in the intermediate, working towards 60. The Utilidor, which is an underground corridor for utilities, and site preparation contract reached substantial performance in January, and it's expected to reach total performance early this month. And another thing that we're doing in order to mitigate risk is we are going to be lining the Northwest Interceptor. So we're putting in a structural, call it a cured-in-place liner, and what it does is it basically turns our old interceptor into a brand-new interceptor, which mitigates a significant amount of risk for constructing anywhere near it.
Explain that in like
Yeah.
a couple sentences. You don't slide a sleeve into it, do you? You put
Sort of. It's
okay.
like a sock. You
Yeah.
invert a sock right through it, a fabric sock, and then you cure it, and it's structural.
Hardness.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting, okay.
Yeah.
What is the alignment of that interceptor? Like it's south of the plant, is it, or is it north of the plant?
Parcel A, sorry. It runs on the north edge of Parcel A, but for biosolids, we actually extend further north into the Chief Peguis old right-of-way. So it's right through the middle of the biosolids project.
Okay.
And then lastly, we also began work on some temporary overhead electrical work. So the KPIs that I'll speak to, again, same KPIs, are key performance indicators for biosolids. The first one is cost. We had no change in performance, and we're showing that the project is doing well from the cost perspective. In December, we spent $4.6 million for a total of $54 million of the $1 billion project, so that's 5%. The development phase, the phase we're currently in, it's paid for on a time and materials basis, which is why kind of our planned and our spent is the same percent. We did have a couple $0 contract changes this month. And again, that's because it's a design, or it's time and materials, so you pay for what you ask them to do. And one example of the changes that we make as we go along is we decided to start some of our social procurement work in advance of awarding the design build agreement. So just a little bit of work ahead of time. For schedule, the planned and actual complete are the same as well for the development phase because we don't have a defined schedule. We get the schedule for the construction work at the end of the design phase. So right now, we're working towards our July 60% design, and the actual schedule for construction comes after. And we are still tracking towards that July timeframe. And that's a key milestone we're really driving hard towards.
Just to add, sorry, I'm gonna repeat this every month for the next couple months. We talk about that milestone in July. If you remember previous discussions about the progressive design build model, where we've partnered with a design and construction team right now to do the design, that next big step technically is where we enter this agreement to do the construction. So that's what we're aiming for in July. So in July, we will be coming here for with a recommendation to proceed with the construction. That's that'll be the 800 and some $900 million remaining amount of this project. So just flagging that, we'll repeat that every month until we're here, but we're expecting to do that in July to come to here with that recommendation.
Yeah, can I flag something about a risk? It's mentioned in the summary report, just in this regard. There are still, have the official agreements being signed off by the other two levels so that you can spend that 800 million by July?
No.
The end of July? They're still not signed, right?
Not
So that's
yet.
a risk?
That's actually one of the risks we're about to talk about, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
that's okay, that's okay, no,
Okay.
that's a great segue
Okay.
into some of the key risks. The risk profile has remained steady from last month to this month for biosolids, but some of the key risks that we're still monitoring is meeting the cost and schedule targets. So that, again, is one of the advantages of this progressive design build, is that we can work collaboratively with the contractor and designer to really work towards, you know, the cost we're trying to achieve and the schedule we're trying to achieve. Another risk is market conditions, and those can have, they have the potential to affect cost and schedule. The timing of additional funding agreements is another one. And we'll review the overall funding split at the end of the presentation, but to date, we don't have those signed agreements, so that's really an important part, is that we need to get those agreements in place in order for costs to be considered eligible. And the last risk I spoke about, you know, on the Headworks project or earlier, was the biosolids capacity. So just to reiterate that, you know, we are continuing to monitor our population trends. There are a number of things that we can and are doing as well. So different projects like the Headworks. We've got another project at the West End where we're improving the screening and the grit removal. So there are things we are doing to preserve as much biosolids capacity as we can.
There was a risk report, though, on capacity. If certain circumstances happen, it won't be 2030, it could be 2028, around there.
One industry could use up the rest of the biosolids capacity if we got a very intensive industry, for example.
Thank you.
And in terms of other items to note, as part of our social procurement work, a community liaison officer position was posted through the contractor. This position will help our contractor get ready for construction by meeting with community organizations and getting reporting templates ready so that we can hit the ground running, reporting on the social procurement side of things. And also there'll be a bit of public outreach for the land drainage system coming forward before we go to construction for that, just to let people know what's coming and what they can expect. Do we want to pause for biosolids questions?
Any questions on biosolids?
Sure.
Councillor Eady?
Well, it's kind of related. Mr. Grant did question some stuff here, so. In these monthly reports, we fully identified where the risk measurements are. Mr. Grant is saying, how come we're not measuring the risk of how long the concrete's going to last and that kind of stuff? But, which is kind of interesting in procurement, as Mr. Shanks explained to me about our feeder, very large whatever they're called, concrete with enforcement or whatever, and we had a higher spec on that, right? So when the design is complete, I think you said you're hiring a risk assurance company to analyze it, to figure out what kind of risks and maybe what level of spec and oversight of the concrete is. Well, we had that problem over at the water plant, right?
Question, Councillor?
So the question is, again, as we go forward, how many risk points are we going to be looking at? These, like, you're talking about schedule, so we got 7, I think you said.
We have 7 KPIs that we're speaking to,
KPIs, yeah,
or
and
key
each-
performance indicators, but our risk list has, I don't know offhand how many, but there's tons of items on the risk list, and we're just highlighting kind of the key critical ones.
Yeah, it would be interesting at some point to see a list of what your risk points are. I mean, there's I'm sure there was concrete repair to the old digesters over how many years has it been operating?
Like the new concrete specs do take into account the kind of service we're putting these in, the wet service, corrosive materials, that sort of thing. So both the concrete surface spec and the concrete mix is a modern spec for this purpose. But in terms of your question about risk, like the risk register for these projects, they're in the hundreds in terms of we sit there and brainstorm, you know, what kind of risks to anticipate, and we go through it's a technical process to try to kind of qualify those, group them, and then rate them. So on the dashboard, we're trying to give you a snapshot flavor of you know overall how they're trending, and we try to highlight one or two with the text there.
For governance purposes, right?
Yeah.
There's somebody else watching over your total risk list, right? So
We do.
just so the public understands that, right? Like, you have a large risk portfolio on this project, so.
Yes.
But you're bringing forward the ones that have the most relevance to governance, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, all right.
Related to the one bullet point under contingency, the contingency allowance, it says, the contingency allowance for city risk will be reassessed when the quantitative risk analysis by SMA Consulting is complete. When will that, did you say when will that be complete?
That will be complete when we come forward with the award. So we will say, we would like to award this contract to Red River Biosolids for this much money, and we'd like to hold this much in contingency. So you will get all of that information at one time, and so that will be in July when we come forward for that award recommendation.
Okay.
Be related to the finalization, or like how far along when we get to, it's part of the design. So as we design it, the risk is qualified as we go, so it comes as a complete package.
Because currently in the budgeting, 154 million is held right now for contingency, but we expect there's a good chance that number will change once we get the final basic recommendation on that, so.
Correct.
Okay, other.
I did have one question.
Go ahead, Councilor. If you could just go right to the question, if you don't mind.
Just
Thanks.
to Mr.
Yeah.
Dunsford, the chair of the steering committee. I just, we're already spending money on Project 3. Will next month, and we've indicated $500 million from the city side. When will we be seeing a Project 3?
Well, in fact, they just were about to put it up. They've got Project 3. We only have Projects 1 and 2 on our agenda. So if everyone's okay, because it's so early days, can we forego Project 3? Because they're coming back next month anyways, right?
Yep.
And so that's a good question, Councilor Eady, but if with everyone's
No,
kind
I
of
was just concerned. Okay.
agreement, we'll just stick to Projects 1 and 2 today. Talk about Project 3 next month. So any other questions related to Project 2 here? Okay. It's, thank you. It's the first report of these two projects, Headworks, Biosolids. We're going to be talking about them on a monthly basis. It'll allow us to kind of get into it a little bit more in the coming, in the coming days. So thank you. Thank you for the reporting. We appreciate it. Any final questions at all?
Just so
Councilor
I
Lukes?
understand, like, this next report comes next month. So when do you do it and submit it? How late is this? Or how real time is it?
The financials are a little bit, like this is as up to date as we can get them. Some of the financials are usually going to be the month behind, but like any kind of events we can put in at time of submission of the report, which to get it to the agenda, I guess a week before EPC. So it's everything is as relevant, as recent as we can put in there. It's just the financials, sometimes there's a lag in it because we're trying to do monthly.
Right, so then these don't have to be in 2 months ahead of time into the system?
No.
Got it.
And we won't have a presentation like that each time. It's the dashboard, like what's appended to the meeting minutes there is the summary report and then the
Right.
dashboard. So that's what will be there every month.
Okay, got it, okay.
All right, thank you very much. Then, Councilor Eady, do you want to move items 2 and 3 concurrence with the public service report?
I will move 2 and 3 to go on to city council for other council members. We're receiving this information,
No,
right?
let's concur with the public service.
Concur with the
recommendation.
public service.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Okay. on one hand, apologies to do this again, but we do need to take, people are fading. Some people have asked for a bit of a break. They've got some food stashed away somewhere around here. So we're going to take probably 15. Yeah, 15. We'll come back at 8:07, 8:05. 8:05, okay? Thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you. We're back for the Executive Policy Committee meeting for February 27th. The goal, for February 17th, 2026, the goal is to conclude this meeting before it hits February 18th, 2026. So I think we can make it happen. Thank you, everybody, for your patience here today. Item number 4, results of the November 19, 2025 advertisement of the proposed asphaltic concrete lane pavement local improvement project. And then there's one related, the same thing, it's an asphalt lane improvement project. One is related to one of the roads in a lane in Real Community Committee, one is in City Center Community Committee. Councilor Lukes, do you want to move those reports, please?
So exciting. Today, this is something I'm really enthused about. I'd gladly move both of these, item 4 and item 5.
All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, carried. Thank you. Item number 6 is the Welcoming Winnipeg. Thank you very much, Tim. Appreciate that. For your willingness, thank you very much. Okay. Item number 6 is the Welcoming Winnipeg Policy Review. We've got before us here is an extension of up to 60 days to be granted. I do see that Cecil's here. I do have a question before we go into the extension, and maybe, Mr. CEO, if I could just pose it to Cecil, if that's okay? Or
Yeah, fire away.
Yeah, thank you, Cecil, for being here, and thank you for kind of hanging out for a long evening here. The extension of time is requested. There was an extension of time prior to this. You know, would certainly like to see, really want to see this report come forward. Maybe just let us know why the extension of time. Just kind of give us some insight here, please, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Sure, and I accept full responsibility. I couldn't have foreseen the human resource challenges that I currently have at the IRD. Started last year with 9 staff. I'm down to 3 staff now, and 1 admin support. So we've been navigating that and working with HR to fill the positions. And the both Welcoming Winnipeg, the people who were responsible for Welcoming Winnipeg, both of them have resigned within this the period that we're talking about here.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
moved on to better
okay.
greater opportunities.
Okay. And so are we, I guess, are we close? Are we close to this report being done?
Yes, this is a top priority for IRD, and my staff are working as a team to get it done.
Okay, thank you. I've just leaned over to CEO today and said it's a priority for me, so please make it a priority. So I'm glad to hear that you said it's a priority as well for you, understanding the resource challenges you have with staff. So any questions at all on this item? Okay, so do you need 60 days, or is 30 enough, or do you need the 60?
I think 60 days would be preferable in that we have to liaise. We need to get it to Parks to get their concurrence, and then to legal to make sure we have everything before it gets to you.
Okay, as I said, glad to hear it's a priority. It's a priority for me that it come back, so thank you very much. Motion then, okay, Councilor Duncan, do you have a question?
Sorry, as I've experienced this timeline with processing it through it's nice to meet you, by the way. I don't think we've ever met before, but do you need 60 days for your team to work on it and then submit, or 60 days in total?
60 days total.
Great.
All right, I'm prepared to move a 60-day extension for this one.
Okay, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Okay, thank you, Susan. Appreciate that. Item number 7, safe access to vulnerable infrastructure bylaw. I'll open this item then by, again, thanking all those who have participated in the democratic process that is available at Winnipeg City Hall. I do, you know, as many around this chamber will, hold to the belief that municipal politics, City Hall, is the most open, accessible level of government to the public and for public engagement. public dialogue, opportunity for the public to come and hear. I think total, Madam Clerk, of delegations that we heard from was over 125, or at least were registered. Some didn't stay in the meeting, but by the time it was all said and done, those who registered and some chose not to speak was over 130 by the time that was said and done, so that's significant. In addition to that, a number of submissions that were sent to our clerk's department as well on this item. One of the things I think that has struck me about this whole process is that, I'll just speak, I know Councillor Duncan's motive was and is good faith. It's one of the reasons I supported it. Though some would believe, because they see governments in other places misusing power, some believe there was some sinister motivation behind this. I can assure you there was not. The effort before that was made through this bylaw, as imperfect as it was and is one that relates to trying to strike a balance between ensuring people have the constitutional right to continue to express themselves through protest, but at the same time, ensuring that individuals in our community are safe. I think that is still a work that needs to be done. I think it's still somewhat has eluded our society, frankly. I think that, you know, one of the things that I'm watching for, notwithstanding some of the comments that are made, is the fact that the federal government is looking at Bill C-9, even if that's on pause at this point. There's a reason that that was brought forward. There's a reason that that legislation was introduced. And the reason is that, for one reason or another, right now, the current laws that are on the books are not meeting the need of the moment. I think that's undeniable. And so we that are in these roles, honored to be elected, work hard to try to find that balance where the community at the end of the day is strong. The community has the opportunity to voice their views, their opinion, to ensure that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that underpins our democracy is upheld, while at the same time ensuring people feel safe and are safe. And sometimes the perception of safety really is ultimately the reality of safety for people. So I think we still have work to do. I'll be watching closely what the federal government does with Bill C-9. And I'll hold other comments until the end, but I'll turn it over to colleagues at this time. Councillor Duncan, I'll turn to you to introduce this matter further and then turn it to other colleagues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As I've stated multiple times in regards to safe access to vulnerable infrastructure report and ensuing draft bylaw, the intention was never to eliminate peaceful protests. The intention was to ensure safety at all protests in Winnipeg. We've heard from many people here today who unfortunately feel this is about curtailing protests in general. Again, I'll reiterate that it is not about curtailing protests. It was always about making Winnipeg a safer place for everyone. I do acknowledge that there are several ways we could go about doing that. Hearing from several people today that even a conversation in the gallery has helped. But at the end of the day, we have Winnipeggers who are being negatively impacted by the actions of a few. And it's unfortunate that it seems like everything we do in life, it's the few that ruin it for the many. I don't regret putting this motion forward, as I did already attest to that there probably could have been done more work done with a broader section of the community. And at this point in time, Bill C-9 should address several of the issues that that are facing these communities, and the ball will now be tossed to the federal government to ensure that our communities are safe and free from hate primarily. And if that helps those communities that have reached out over the course of the last year and a bit to myself, who are in support of that, then that's what I hope happens. I will acknowledge as well that given some of the feedback I've received in the last several weeks, and to reiterate, this was made public back in September when the request for the report from the public service was made, so this is no secret. Some of the feedback is that this is too broad. After listening to our university students, I would say that the university area should be eliminated. After listening to members of our community, including our Indigenous community, some of the public roadways maybe shouldn't have been included in this or had explicit wording around it. I do want to encourage people to always take out permits. Again, another learning opportunity that a 2 to 4 week period for a protest permit, too long. Doesn't serve the needs in an immediate way that it should. If the impression was ever given that City Hall or the legislative grounds was off limits, again, not the intention, that should have been clearly outlined. It was good intentions. Whether or not members of the community want to believe that, I'll leave that to them, but it was good intentions. However, with that, as I had mentioned publicly, I'm not about to try to change this on the fly. I've criticized members of council for doing that, and it would be hypocritical of me to sit here today and try to pencil it into something that makes sense, especially when there are several legal implications to this, but I would be prepared to receive the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service, including the proposed bylaw as information at this point in time.
Okay, thank you very much. That's the motion. Other comments? Councillor Santos, then Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor. So as want to appreciate all the delegation coming out, lots of emails, lots of back and forth, a lot of nonprofit groups sending me a lot of documentation, and I've had some time to think about it, but I also want to acknowledge something very clear. So back in October of 2021, when a similar safe access zone protest motion came forward to council to be considered, I didn't support it at that time. I publicly spoke about the importance of protecting the right to peaceful protest. I've always believed that the right to protest is fundamental in a democracy. Protest is meant to disrupt. It is meant to challenge government, and it's meant to make those in power uncomfortable enough to listen. And that principle has not changed for me, even as today. But what we are witnessing in the last few years is a level of cultural and religious division in our city that I have never seen before in my lifetime as a Winnipegger. Families are divided, communities are hurting, tensions connected to conflicts abroad are spilling into our neighborhoods here at home. Many people came to Canada precisely to leave those wars behind. I know this to be true because my mom was one of them. And bringing that hostility into our streets, especially to places where children and families are gathering, does not reflect the values of this country that I grew up in. Children attending school should not be screamed at or seeing hateful discriminatory signs. Families and seniors attending places of worship should not be spat on. Faith communities of any religion should not have to fear for their safety when they gather. That is not about silencing political speech, that is about basic human dignity. I will always defend the right to peaceful protest, but we must ask ourselves honestly, is fear-mongering, harassment, and intimidation the right way to advance a cause? When protest crosses into targeted individuals, especially children, we are no longer strengthening democracy, we are weakening the social fabric that holds us together. This moment calls for maturity and restraint from all of us. It is true that the criminal code already addresses harassment and intimidation. That is an important point, and it deserves to be acknowledged. But I'm not interested in duplicating federal law unnecessarily. If existing criminal code provisions are sufficient, that is something we must examine seriously. But we also need to be honest about the gap between what is criminal prosecutable and what is deeply intimidating. There are situations that may not meet the threshold for charges, yet still create fear, especially for children and families accessing places of worship or schools. So the question before us is not simply whether harassment is illegal. The question is whether we have the right tools and whether those tools are being used effectively. We should ask, what tools do we currently have in Winnipeg to deal with intimidation or harassment? Are those tools being used effectively? And if there are gaps between harmful conduct and criminal prosecution, how should that gap be addressed? Those are the questions we must answer together. I have lived in this city my entire life. I have never seen this level of division between cultures and communities. And I know that we are better than this at this moment. Winnipeg was built by people who came here to create something better, not to relive the conflicts of elsewhere. We are neighbors first, parents first, community members first. So let us choose dialogue over division, courage over fear, and respect over rage. If we are going to protect democracy, we must also protect each other. This is the Winnipeg that I believe in, and I continue to believe in. And that is the Winnipeg we must continue building together. So I support, I'm just gonna go in closing, I support receiving this as information. I appreciate Councillor Duncan's trying to move something forward with this report, but I will not be supporting the bylaw, but I support receiving it as information.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Very well said. Councillor Eady, then Councillor Lukes.
Yes, and first I want to express, well, I'll say it in different words, but Mayor, you covered it off. Democracy has happened today, it happened yesterday, and it will happen tomorrow at City Hall. We respect everybody who came forward. Well, I don't have any respect for people who would characterize people in the way that a couple of them did, but and that's for a message. If my phone caller is listening, I can walk out when somebody's being abusive. Thank you. But I just wanted to first, I heard all the presenters, and I have no regret supporting Evan to get our public service to come forward with a motion, and as I expected, there would be a lot of people who would come and present, and it, oddly enough, in our society today, it isn't until something's on the table that people really get drawn out to come and speak. And yeah, I'm sorry you had to sit here all day, a lot of the delegations. But we heard delegations from the other side too, the people who are really concerned and were abused. But the Russian Canadians, Russians in Canada, Ukrainians in Canada, they do not have power. There's no power. I heard about power structures. The Jewish Foundation, the Asper Center, there's no power. They're not in Israel voting or working and living there and all this stuff that's going on between Palestine and Israel. I've been listening to it all my life, actually, from when I could understand it. So that's about power. And so I don't understand protests regarding those things that are happening in other countries, because there really is no power here in Canada that I know of anyway. There might be some individuals, but it's not the organization, it's not the Jewish people of Winnipeg, who I have many friends. That kind of racism is just ridiculous. Any kind of racism is ridiculous from my perspective. And believe me, there's racism from all sides towards many others. It's all a back and forth. A lot of it is very quiet. When we have issues in the world that come up, it's not so quiet anymore, but, and that shouldn't be. And I just want to make, I didn't like the universities and that kind of thing. That's adults out there, and those campuses have a lot of room for protests right on them. Don't have to be out on the public sidewalk or anything. But I'll give you an example. High school. So the Unity Group, the Maples Collegiate, when I was a trustee from 2002 to 6. And there was a teacher advisor who was very good and of the Jewish faith, actually. That was a great group. What they did is they had an anti-racism march. They would put on a couple of these, and they did a whole bunch of other things that you might call a protest or whatever. But what happens there is it's organized. Permits are pulled. People are told where to gather to do the march. And, that's a good thing. They took out permits, though. They did that kind of thing. So, and I'll just leave everybody with this. I will be voting to receive this as information, but I just want to talk about intimidation. If you have a man who's very abusive and there's intimidation through body movement, there's intimidation verbally, what do our society call that? We call that abuse. And rightly so. You can spread that back up to groups protesting. Just being there and acting like that is intimidation to people. And we're not talking about we're talking about people who are just trying to live in our city. They want to be safe. That is intimidation. Some people here didn't think that's intimidation. It is intimidation. It is abuse. And we shouldn't allow protests like that within 100 meters. Just saying. To conclude, my biggest concern, and yeah, we should have had or conducted some sort of process because I think that the Indigenous people here today brought forth some really important things to consider that I don't think we really considered enough when the bylaw was put together. And maybe we should have just had an open hearing where there's no votes to hear how people feel about this and learn about the different aspects. And, you can hear the trauma in the voices. And a lot of that trauma comes from other people exercising what they think are their rights to do to other people, all that kind of thing. And so we always have to consider that. Anyway, I just hope that the people of Winnipeg, I don't know how we're going to do it, but it's getting crazy out there with social media. It's just, I don't understand. And you're always welcome to protest against government. That's not what's listed in here. It doesn't say protests against government. Please, I've been in many protests against government, trust me, and I don't see any problem with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lukes.
Put a few words on the record. I want to thank everyone that came out today to speak. I will be supporting Councillor Duncan's motion to receive it as information. I've been involved in peaceful protests. I think it's important that people have the right to protest peacefully, but I do serve a community that many people in the community that I serve, coming from many countries that have been marginalized and just treated horribly. And what I heard today and what I've heard for a while is in some of these protests, just very, very horrible vitriol signs, screaming, saying things that are just really, really hateful. And I think that was purely the intent of the motion, to try and prevent that from happening. I don't know where the police are in all of this. I just feel that a lot more could be done with the laws that we have in place, but it's not being done, and that's very concerning. You know, I want to echo Councillor Santos, Councillor Eady. The world right now is a very polarized, very difficult place right now, and we're seeing it spill out, and we're seeing all kinds of things happen on our streets and in our neighborhoods, with social media also fueling the fire. It's very sad. I'm glad we had this conversation, but I do think there's more the police could do, and I wish they would do it. So I'll leave it at that. I will be supporting Councillor Duncan's to receive his information.
Councillor Brody, thank you, Councillor Luce. Councillor Brody?
Thank you very much. I'm going to just start quickly by moving suspension of the rules to deal with and receive, all the extra written delegations that were received. That's just a sort of a separate housekeeping matter first.
But we don't have a motion on the floor right now, so we can
So
deal
there were
with that.
submissions received by the clerks that have not been formally added yet, so. I move that Rule 51.1 of the procedure bylaw, number 50, 2007, be suspended to allow submissions received after 12 noon on the business day prior to the meeting to be included in the minutes. That's the formality.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Now my comments. I'm about as strong as a supporter of freedom of speech as there is. I may vehemently oppose your point of view, but I strongly believe in your right to have it, to express it, and express it very broadly. The limitations should be very carefully thought out. I do think that there is a limitation when it comes to, there should be limitations for outside abortion clinics. I think there's a place where there's good arguments that they should not be allowed under schools with children, daycares, and certain religious facilities. Did this proposed bylaw get everything right? Probably not. So we know that C9 is currently being debated in Ottawa. I think, unfortunately, we're going to have to wait and not have a piece here today. I'm going to support Councillor Duncan's motion to receive this as information. But I think there should be some advocacy coming out of this council, you know, promoting C9 and getting C9 passed in a thoughtful, correct manner. I remember during COVID being utterly disgusted seeing protests outside hospitals. Healthcare workers were not the ones responsible for the restrictions. They were working their butts off during COVID in particular. They were stretched to the absolute limit. People were sick. People were trying to get to hospitals, and they had to be put up with abuse from people who were going into the hospital because they're wearing a mask, for example. Disgusting. When those protests moved to the legislature, on the other hand, and people complained after, you know, they said, hey, we should be, you know, going to the political institutions and protesting. Some of those same people who said that got upset when they moved over there. People on this council got upset when those protests moved to the seat of power, in this case, the provincial legislature. I was like, no way. That's where you're supposed to protest. That's where, you know, freedom of speech comes into it. Yes, come to City Hall. And, you know, it's an inconvenience and I don't like it, but, you know, a spur of the moment, you know, protest that's short-lived at Portage and Main to make a point. It's inconvenient and it doesn't necessarily promote your cause to the people that are impacted, but it makes a point, and there's a time and place for that. So again, those are my short comments here. You know, everybody just needs to be thoughtful. They need to be kind. And, you know, kids going to school shouldn't have to put up with, you know, abuse. It is abuse. And I just ask Winnipeggers to be kind to your fellow citizens.
Thank you. Before we vote, we've talked about Bill C9 a lot. I do want to put a couple of comments on the record related to the bill. It's really important. It would amend I'm reading right from, I'm going to read right from the federal website, a couple of sentences here. Bill C9 would amend the criminal code to propose new offenses to better protect access to religious, cultural, and other specified places and to address hate-motivated crimes. It would create 4 new criminal offenses: an intimidation offense, that prohibits conduct that is intended to provoke a state of fear in another person, to impede them from accessing religious or cultural institutions or specified places. 2, an offense that prohibits the intentional obstruction of a person's lawful access to such places. 3, a hate crime offense to more specifically denounce hate-motivated crime. And 4, an offense that prohibits willfully promoting hatred against any identifiable group by displaying in any public space certain hate or terrorist symbols. And this is important. A definition of hatred would also be added to the criminal code to clarify the type of conduct captured by the new hate crime offense, existing hate propaganda offenses. That's a very important and ambitious bill that has been proposed. That's why several of us have said so much of, not entirely, but so much of what I think the bylaw that was drafted intended to capture would be captured by Bill C-9. There's a reason that we stand up and have come to this place. Counselor, and it's not the first time, you know, one of the counselors, Counselor Rollins, who's accusing us of being chaotic, in fact, did the very same thing a few years ago. Exactly the same thing as Counselor Duncan. In 2028, or probably October 28 of 2021, introduced a motion calling for prohibition of protesters from within 150 meters of certain facilities, primarily medical facilities, and contemplating safe access zones, a fine regime structure be put in place. And then, at that time, when federal legislation came in, she moved to receive it as information when she was on APC. So, to the public, democracy has worked. This is part of the opportunity that we have to contemplate motions, policies, bylaws, and then when the federal government acts, because they kind of override, as it were, any municipal legislation or municipal bylaws, it's prudent sometimes to pause, to wait for the federal government to move first, to see if they capture what we're trying to do to protect the public while still maintaining their charter rights to protest. And so we're doing that again. What we're doing today has been done before, and it was led by Councillor Rollins at the time to do that. So I want to thank Councillor Duncan for all of his efforts. Appreciate that. And I'll be very much staying tuned to what our federal government does next. With that, I'll call the question on the item. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Moving on then to, thank you to the public service who receive his information. He said move us receive his information. I do, just as we move on to the next item, I do want to thank all the staff who were involved in any way in putting this bylaw together, all the departments and others who were involved in that, and the clerks as well. So thank you. Okay, moving on then to item number 8, Land Dedication Reserve Fund relating to community skating rink, Aldgate Park Community Skating Rink. Councillor Lukes.
I'd like to move the Public Services recommendation on this one.
Riel Community Committee recommendation?
I'm sorry, the Riel Community Committee's recommendation on this.
All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, carried. Thank you. Item number 9, Winnipeg Committee for Safety 2026 operating budget. Councillor Santos.
Mr. Mayor, if it's okay, I'd like to move an omnibus motion because the next 3 items are kind of all related. So items 9, 10, and 11, I'll support the recommendations of the committee.
All in favor of 9, 10, 11? Aye. Opposed, carried. Thank you. Number 12, park renaming Wendy Baxter Memorial Scouts Park.
I had supported Councillor Wyatt's motion here. It was an automatic referral from council, so I'd be happy to move it forward to rename an existing park that's currently known as Scout Park and just be renamed to Wendy Baxter Memorial Scouts Park. So that's, and then I think the funding will be coming out of the Transcona Ward allocation.
All in favor, aye. Opposed, carried. Thank you. Item number 13, the annual report under the tax increment financing policy.
Thank you. I'd like to move that this report be received, the administrative recommendation, my apologies, as info.
Okay, just pulling up here. Yes,
Yes,
the recommendation is that be received as information. It does give the overview of the policy, providing the incremental property taxes to support certain developments. I think I'll just say this before I call the question. This has been an effective tool for the city of Winnipeg. From 2022 to 2025, 37 TIF grants were approved, totaling almost $80 million exclusively for housing-related projects. And of the 37 grants, 19 were approved in 2025. So we've been busy, but again, this has been an effective tool to incentivize and to encourage much-needed housing development in the city of Winnipeg. So I want to thank the team that is involved in administering this. Councillor Eadie with a comment?
I just wanted to note in the report, it amounts to 7.9 million, which is approximate over 4 years, which is approximately 1% property tax. So we're getting a lot for $7.9 million. Right?
It's true, yeah. It's a small bit of public investment in a sense that really draws down and leverages a lot of private sector investment, and that's one of the important pieces of this report and this tool. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. I think Councillor Bawadi moved that one, so yes.
Yes.
Item 14, negotiations, City of Winnipeg and the Winnipeg Fire Paramedic Senior Officers Association. Okay.
Thank you. Prepared to move the administrative recommendation for the new collective agreement with the fire paramedic senior officers.
Okay. All right. All those in favor, I do want to express appreciation to our fire paramedic senior officers on behalf of all of us for the important work that they continue to do. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Moving on then to item number 15, amendment to the 2025 Strategic Infrastructure Basket Funding Allocation.
I spoke to this at length at Finance Committee and in the media. Actually, no, I didn't speak to it, just in the media. Regardless, disappointing. It's kind of odd to be changing the 2025 budget mid-February 2026, but here we are. I will move the public service recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I just want to put on the record, it's been said, I know in media, but at the City of Winnipeg, we adopt a one-year capital, we approve a one-year capital budget, and then we forecast 5 years, and it's all in a book that we make public. We make that book public early on and to our federal and provincial partners so that they know exactly what our future years forecasts are for the capital program that we are intending to pursue. And I think if I'm pretty sure when it comes to the 2025 capital budget, we just began discussions with the province of Manitoba related to the allocation of SIB in 2024, late 2024, for 2025. And so we will continue to have good dialogue with our federal and provincial partners. It does make it challenging when at the end of the year, long after the budget has been adopted, that the provincial partners come forward and say they've either changed their mind or they have different ideas for the strategic infrastructure basket. So I just point that out, that we are in consistent dialogue with our federal partners, our provincial partners, to try to make sure we get their concurrence early on. So this is a challenge coming at this late time. It makes it difficult because other things get bumped in the budget. There's no doubt about it. So, Councillor Lukes and then Eadie.
Chair, yeah, I just wanted to say too, more to reiterate what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, is that it is very disappointing that, once we pass the budget, that these changes are requested and we have to, and we're told which things that, are to be reduced, like spray pads and road safety, when we work so hard to improve road safety and to put spray pads in high poverty areas, really. We were able to find funding for the Waverly West Fire Station. Some of the other projects will be very much delayed, and we won't be having certain road safety initiatives happen, so that's really disappointing. But I guess this is the way it is when you're at the lowest level of government, I guess. It's disappointing, and that hopefully people could get it together, and if they want to make changes, to make it when we start the budget process, not when we finish the budget process. So I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Eady?
I'll leave it until council next week. Is it next week? Yeah.
Councillor Duncan?
I'll follow my senior councilor's lead there and leave it till council.
All right. Okay. Call the question on the item then. All in favor, aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item 16, Chief Construction Officer Role Mandate Reporting Requirements. This is new, so we're looking forward to this item today. Mr. CAO, maybe turn it over to you to invite Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with me today is Tom Sparrow, who will be joining me here shortly, Chief Construction Officer. But what you have before you here today is a report that outlines the role, mandate, and reporting requirements for the Chief Construction Officer, and I will hand it over to Tom now to speak to some of these items and also to answer any questions as well.
Good evening and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. I think as the CEO outlined, the Public Service is seeking approval of the role, mandate, and reporting requirements of the Chief Construction Officer. I think most of you are aware, I was hired back in 2025, started April 1, actually, of last year, and I'm housed, of course, under the CAO. The intent of this role is to provide, and this is a critical point, independent advice and assurance on all aspects of governance, planning, and delivery of capital projects within the city. That includes the mega projects and the major projects, which are essentially 25 million and up. But the opportunity, of course, is there with your direction that I could be look at any capital project within the city itself. The intent is that the Public Service recommend that I would be required to submit a report for all the major capital projects on a quarterly basis. And these projects will be presented at the Standing Policy Committee for Finance and Economic Development. And it's also proposed that members of council, if any members of council wish for a formal engagement of any other projects that are not covered under the Major Capital Project Advisory Report, they do so by advancing that motion at the respective committee level or the appropriate Standing Policy Committee level as well. Essentially, as well as, and I think most councillors and mayor are aware, I certainly am available on an as-needed basis for members of council that might request to speak to me on an individual construction project or if they have questions arising, etc. I believe that there are 6 recommendations that are included in the admin report. I'm not sure if you'd like me to present those or...
I think they're okay because they're before us, but thank you. Just referencing them is good because they are part of the report and we've read through them. But thank you very much. I'm going to open up to questions in just a moment. I want to thank you for taking on the role. I want to thank the councillors and everyone who had a part in establishing through the hiring process. I mean, one of the primary reasons the Chief Construction Officer was a campaign commitment of mine back in 2022, the concept of it is that very, first sentence of the 3rd paragraph, to provide council with independent advice and assurance on all aspects of governance, planning, and delivery of capital projects that involve construction. Right now, these days, we're doing our work at City Hall, and we started this meeting today, in another part of the city, there's an ongoing inquiry. And since the whole project of the police headquarters started, there have been no less than 2 independent audits, the City of Winnipeg, a real estate audit, a police headquarters audit, and the recommendations of which, out of those audits, have been implemented to make the changes we deem necessary at City Hall to provide better governance And the establishment of the Chief Construction Officer was very much driven, in my mind, my goal, with the police headquarters in mind, so that council has access to an independent voice to provide advice and assurance on all projects. One of the benefits, though, of the CCO's role early on has been, in many times, in cases I've already seen, is kind of affirmation and validation of the good work that our public service does. When it comes to some of their advice and some of their numbers that they're presenting to council, you, Tom, with your background and experience, are able to certainly provide support to our professional staff as well, and in the work that they're doing. So the timing of this role is critical. Your presence and your work is vital, because ultimately, at the end of the day, we as elected officials are here to serve the people that have put us in these places and given us the opportunity to be here. So we're trying to protect the taxpayer. We're trying to deliver city assets and city infrastructure projects, providing a value for money for the people of this city. And so the Chief Construction Officer's role is critical to help us achieve those goals. So really glad that you're in the role. Very glad to approve or voice my approval for this this document that will outline the role, mandate, and reporting requirements of the Chief Construction Officer. Other comments at all? Councillor Eady.
I just, I can't help it. The hiring committee, our inflation-minded former councillor Jason Schreier, after the decision was made, we were close friends. He expressed, Mr. Sparrow, a lot of confidence in your capability to undertake the work of this portfolio, if you want to call it that, which is, it's a tough one, given inflation is built into a capitalist system. So, but other than that, good advice on specific project aspects. That's what Councillor Schreier was impressed with, Mr. Sparrow. And so I just thought I'd let you know.
Thank you. Any further comments at all? Okay, I'm going to turn the chair to Councillor Lukes, and I'm going to move the recommendations of the public service in this report here that does outline the role and the mandate and the work and reporting requirements of the Chief Construction Officer. There are 6 recommendations, and so I would move this report.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Good. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thanks, Tom. I'll take the chair back and moving on to the addenda reports, items 17, 18, and 19. Councillor Lukes, do you want to move those items, please?
Yeah, I'll move items 17, 18, and 19.
Okay, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, carried. Thank you. Okay, there's no reports in St. Paul's Community Water, Waste, and Environment. Of course, we did have the mega projects reporting, a new pick, but no report here. Then moving on to St. Paul's Community Services dated February 3rd, 2026. 2 items. Councillor Santos?
Thank you. First one is a extension of time for 30 days to be granted. He has the information, he just needs a little bit more time to pull it together. And then Bonnie Patel Pool renaming, this came forward between Councillor Matthew Allard and Councillor Brian Mays as a joint effort to rename the Bonnie Patel Pool after an ex-official or a politician, Dan Vandel. So it's supported at committee, and hopefully you guys will support it moving forward to council.
Okay, so I'll call the question on item 1. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Then Councillor Duncan's opposed to item 1. Councillor Duncan, did you say?
Nope. No, I had been.
Oh, sorry, I misheard you.
Yes,
Okay.
my bad.
Okay, item 1 is supported unanimously then. Item number 2, Bonnie Patel Pool renaming. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to the St. Paul's Committee of Public Works dated December 8th, 2025. There are 2 items. The Winnipeg Parking Authority 2026 Business Plan, and item 2, the Winnipeg Fleet Management Agency 2026 Business Plan. Councillor Lukes.
I'll bring both of these forward and consent agenda on items 1 and 2.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. I want to thank our members of our public service who are here and if called upon, and then you're dismissed, obviously, when you're not needed. Report of St. Paul's Committee on Public Works dated February 4th, 2026. 2 items. Victoria Avenue East Traffic Study and Transit Routing. Councilor Lukes?
Sure. So for item number 1, we had a lot of good discussions on this, a lot of emails, a lot of discussions with the public service, and we came to a good conclusion. So we received this report as information at the Public Works Committee, and I'd like to bring that forward to receive it as information.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Item 2.
Item 2 is the Chief Peguis extension. As noted today, we've been talking about this for I think it's more than 7 years, because I was talking about it before I before I was elected. So, sure. So, I mean, there's a lot we can say about it. I'm very supportive of this. I'm very supportive of transportation. Our economy is based on transportation. Roads are the backbone of our economy. And this project, we can't do it without other levels of government support. But I think it's really, really important that we have basically everything organized and ready to go. If we do get provincial or federal support, there's programs opening up that I'm aware of federally. So we've moved this as forward as it can be right now, and I'm very pleased with this, where we're at on this project. So with that, I'll bring it forward to support the Public Services recommendation.
Okay, other comments at all? Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if the public service had any concerns at all about the comments that were made, essentially that this was a waste of taxpayer money, that we should invest it into transit. I mean, we seem to have endless complaints today about it. It seems pretty straightforward. You want to access lands that are potential economic drivers for the city. You need to build roads to them.
Okay, we'll have our public service come forward.
So Jim Barazowski will speak to this.
Good evening, Mayor and EPC. In regards to some of the comments, we made some notes earlier today. Mr. Andrew Condon, the manager of engineering, is just going to summarize what was discussed. So let's carry on from that value for money.
Sorry, just to start with, Councillor Duncan, would you mind just repeating?
Yeah, no problem. So we heard from some delegations today, clearly opposed to the construction of Chief Peguis trail extension there. I would assume that there's also well, I think one of the delegations actually said don't invest into the Route 90 extension, the underground sewer work, or the St. James Bridge projects. They said invest into transit, essentially. So it's a waste of money is what we heard here today. Does the public service want to rebut that in 60 seconds or so?
I'll make it as succinct as I can.
Sure.
But essentially, at the end of the day, with the adoption of the TMP that came out last year, we need to recognize that the transportation system is multimodal, which means we're still going to need to invest into infrastructure for vehicles. This one, of course, is critically important for the continued growth of our city, particularly precincts A, B, and D in the northwest quadrant, as well as to support economic development within the city and capital region, particularly to support Centerport, growth in Centerport right next to the city.
And I'll just note to reinforce that well-rounded statement by Mr. Condon is that creating upwards of 5,600 jobs, which could add potentially 731 million annually to Manitoba's GDP.
Thank you. I think anyone else before I speak to this? Thank you. I think the timing, actually the timing of this report is good today. Again, I want to thank Councillor Lukes for chairing the meeting while I stepped away for more hours than I thought I was going to be, because I had made a previous commitment with the federal transportation minister who's in the city right now. And part of what I committed to do is tour Centerport with him and some others. And we toured Centerport. And while we were touring Centerport, Carly Evanson from Centerport was had given the federal minister a map showing all of Centerport. We drove through Centerport, but also showing Route 90 and the importance of Route 90, and Centerport, or pardon me, the Chief Pecos Trail extension and the importance of it. The federal government, now, can we get the current round of federal funding for Chief Pecos Trail? To be honest, I don't know that we can, but we certainly, are focused, I'm going to try to, we're going to try to focus on prioritizing Route 90 because those bridges need to be done soon. But the point is the federal government is bringing out a trade diversification fund. We talked about it, $5 billion over 6 years. That fund is not, it's not ready to go yet, but it is a priority because they're focused on understanding the need in these changing times to get trade moving east-west better through provinces, because the north-south trade, obviously with tariffs and the current president, is uncertain. And so as a government, as a federal government, their priority is trade. When we toured Centerport, he could certainly understand the value of Centerport, was excited about Centerport, and understands what we're trying to do. My comment at the end of our conversation with a group of them, including the minister, is that all these buildings, all this development is really great. All the businesses popping up here are great. It even has a connection to Churchill. But I said, if we have to cut the lanes down on Route 90 to a single lane to get trucks, north and south, or if we can't build Chief Pecos Trail extension ever, it's going to really inhibit the capacity and the potential of the economy in Winnipeg and our ability to trade. So this project is critical. It needs to be done. It might not get done, in 2026, but it's a critical project. And I appreciate that our team has done significant analysis on it, including the Deloitte's benefit analysis as well. That has been factored into this work, looking at the number of housing units that could be built, the increased traffic volume, the increased economic movement of trade, goods movement, all vital to the future of our city. So an important update that we have here. The recommendations are before us to receive the delivery model assessment as information, benefit cost analysis as information, and then to refer this project to the 2026-27 Strategic Priorities Action Plan process, which in my view should be one of the first steps of action for the new term of council, is to determine where this project fits in the priority list, and it's got to be near the top. So thank you. In my mind. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Motion has been made then. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. Standing Policy Committee on Property Development dated February 5th, 2026. There's 4 items. Councillor Duncan.
Unless the committee wishes to hear anything on any of the 4 items, I just wanted to comment on item number 3 because I believe a delegation came and spoke about how it should be densified. Did not reference that it had been donated by the province of Manitoba in the year 2000, I believe it was, 2004, as park space. Oh, wow. Just unfortunately that the city never rezoned it as such. Oh, my God. I will move items 1, 3, and 4 as recommended by the standing committee. Sorry, and not 2 at this point in time.
Okay, I'll call the question on 1, 3, and 4. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
And if I could ask that we have a brief overview of some of the changes for item number 2, which is requirements for demolition permits. It is significant, especially considering we have areas of our city that are plagued by vacant and derelict buildings, that this potentially could help. Mr. CAO, if at all possible.
Sure thing. Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, Hazel Boris will answer your comments and questions around this. She'll provide an overview for you.
Thank you. Hello.
Good evening, Mayor and EPC. This item was generated by a motion from the November 27, 2025 SPCPD to attempt to speed up the demolition of buildings. The report includes an amendment to the development procedures bylaw to not require a demolition variance if there isn't a new development application underway. The development variance was an extra step that council had previously put in place to limit the proliferation of surface parking lots or the land banking of empty lots, often through the removal of low-cost housing nearing the end of its useful life. With the proliferation of fires and vacant buildings, this is no longer the preferred approach directed to us by the motion. There are portions of the motion that the Public Service is not recommending, but instead, the demolition permit is recommended to remain in place to assure that the work is done safely by a licensed contractor to not damage the adjacent buildings or utilities. The water and sewage shut-off deposit the Public Service is recommending that remain in place to ensure the safety of the city infrastructure. We've been asked by some of you if this will speed up demolishing derelict properties. Yes, it will, because it no longer requires a development permit for new construction as a prerequisite for the demolition permit. So that saves time, but it also saves the applicant money to do that design work. And we've also been asked by you if the full demolition timeframe will be under the city's authority. The answer to that is no, because Manitoba Hydro is still part of the process to ensure that the gas and electric services are safely disconnected. Also, if asbestos is detected on site, then the province gets involved for wet demolition safety regulations, so the city can't control those external timeframes. We've also been asked by you how much shorter is this likely to make the demolition permit. Overall, if the report is accepted per the Public Service recommendations, it will likely reduce the demolition process by approximately 2 weeks. And finally, you asked, what are the impacts to the landowner financially if these changes are passed? And there will be significantly less cost to design the site plans and less permit cost as well.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, if I may, Mayor Gillingham wanted this to happen. He tasked Property and Development with getting this done, and the department has come through in spades, and we are getting this done to help clean up communities that Councillor Eady represents, that Councillor Santos represents, that Councillor Gilroy represents. We're taking action on it, and we will continue to push to make sure that people have safe, livable communities.
And I want to express my appreciation to you, Councilor Duncan, for your leadership, and certainly to you, Director Boris, for your leadership on this and your team that is making this happen. This is really fantastic. Partners too with the good work that Jonathan Hildebrandt and his team have been doing related to vacancy to vitality. It all fits together. Thank you. Councilor Eady and then Lukes.
I'll try to be brief. Actually, I seem to recall a motion calling for this where it was just the director's decision whether or not a development plan or application was ready to go. I think that goes back a number of years, Mr. Mayor. But so the worry about parking lots and that sort of thing, I just want to mention this whole thing about demolition and having to have a development plan application ready to go once it's torn down. That goes back to the early 2000s when we were trying to deal with vacant derelict buildings in the 1990s. Former councillor from Point Douglas will tell you all about it. The problem was happening in his ward, which is now split between myself and Councillor Santos. The only issue was having too many vacant properties gives a sort of empty feel to a neighborhood because we're not developing parks or anything like that. And I will mention, and I hope there is a requirement because we're talking about that. You got the Sutherland Hotel, you have the corner of Euclid in Maine. Those buildings need to be ripped down, but the whole idea. Sorry, I lost my thought. It's so late, Mr. Mayor. But one of the things is, that's what it was. If the demolition had to happen, one thing, is this clear? Like, if it's, like on Main Street, I don't know, but landscape, like, part of it was demolition, remove all the rubble and everything, but landscape it so at least it doesn't look like a empty thing to have it sort of landscape. So I just want to, I don't know if that's part of what will be going ahead for the move, but like if you're doing it in a residential lot, you know, put some sod down and make it look nice.
Okay. Next question?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the counselor, we do, it depends on the intent of the landowner. If they intend to develop it pretty quickly, they prefer just to clear, grade, and gravel the lot so that it's ready for the next steps of construction. However, we...
Be on a regional road, on a busy road, but in a residential property, would it be grass? Like, why gravel?
Well, I think if it's, I think the point is if it's gonna sit there for a length of time, maybe grass, but if it's, the plan is to get it redeveloped quickly, then grass wouldn't probably have time to take root, so.
That's right. And also we could look to cities like Detroit who have enabled community gardens and other temporary uses on properties that have been demolished but are unlikely to be developed in the near term, if you'd like us to look into some of that.
Councillor Lukes.
This is a breath of fresh air. So how are you telling everyone about this? How do you get the word out? Do you just send, like, how do you, not everyone belongs to certain organizations, but how do you get the word out? This is like, I can't begin to tell you how many issues I've dealt with on this over the years. So.
See, this is good news and should be shouted from rooftop.
I know, like, how do we get the word out? This is really good. Like, I was speaking with someone in the development community the other day, and I was aware this was coming forward, so they had no idea, right? So.
Sure. So we meet quarterly with a number of different industry advisory groups, the Land Development Industry Advisory Group, and then the shortened name, the Industry Advisory Group, with different groups of builders and developers. But then additionally, we update our website with this type of information. If corporate communications wanted to run some information via social media, that would be another potential venue. Those are our most frequent venues for getting information out.
Okay. Super.
Probably if you had any other, if there's any other, time in the future when you're talking about, changes to permits or highlighting that, this could be included as well. So I would suggest. Okay, thank you very much for that. I'll call the question on item number 2. All in favor, aye. It is carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on, Councillor Browadi's reports. The Finance and Economic Development Committee dated December 10th, 2025. Councillor Browadi.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the Standing Policy Committee's recommendations on 1 and 2 for December 10th.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, carried. Finance and ECDev Committee dated February 6th. Application to Manitoba Job Grant Program 2025.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the Standing Policy Committee's recommendation.
Okay, I don't want to rush things, but does anyone want to move adjournment?
Well, you haven't voted on this yet.
Pardon me?
You haven't voted on this yet.
All in favor?
Aye.
I did rush things.
He's getting rather late there.
Councillor Lutz moves adjournment. All in favor? Aye. Sincere thanks to all of our staff, clerks, the entire team, for everyone for their work. Security, thank you. Actually, security.